and your life.
All right, Grace.
How to conduct the post-corona Cosmo localization of our economy. Wow, that's the topic I'm supposed to improvise about today. Well, what's been really interesting, I mean, I'm going to talk about this a little bit from an agent-centric perspective. I've been doing work with Holochain, and we talk a lot about agent centricity. And one of the things that's misunderstood about agent centricity is that it's not libertarianism. So when they're testing the air raid sirens where I am, so if you hear that, don't freak out like I'm freaking out because I've been through that. But so when we talk about agent centric, I mean, Holochain is an agent-centric design. It's not a blockchain where every agent is independent and has their own data. But an agent could also be a group of people. So we're talking about Cosmo localization. And what that implies is that as a group of agents, we could be part of different communities. In fact, we know that we are part of different communities. We're in a community which has certain characteristics about it. And then we're also probably part of a local community. And in some ways, all of these communities have been acting in ways that are not conscious, but we haven't been able to digitize yet. So we kind of look around how many people are wearing a mask, and it's like, is that the cool thing to do, or should I do that? Is that the considerate thing to do? And cultures. What would an ideal, let's say you had
Actor who's part of more than one community, multiple communities weaved together by these communities to have. Yeah, it's tough to figure that out. Especially, I mean, I was having I guess problems you'd say with my online participation and non-online participation before. Now that's the only way I can exist, right? So I'm also having trouble figuring out how to sort of bootstrap belonging in the time in which I'm very very isolated, if you say isolated together, as we all are on the internet. What does the Cosmo part of localization mean here for you? That's the part I can't. Is that the understanding the whole and relating to the local? Is that the meaning that's present in that word for you? Over.
I think about it a little bit as more like natural systems. So if I think about my body, right, each part of my body has some localization, right? My liver cells aren't very much, that my liver, it doesn't look like my lungs. And those are specialized parts of body. And they might have some overlap, right? If I had a virus in my body, it would be going around to different parts and affecting my nasal system and my lungs, as well as, we would see it in my blood. It would be this kind of, so that each system, right, each localized system has its way of communicating within that system. Right? My circulatory system communicates different than my respiratory system, but there's a Cosmo, like there's the cosmos that they live in, and then there's this cross communication between these communities in order for them to interoperate as a living system. That's what I understand for the Cosmo.
In the meta track at
Okay.
1 p.m.
So a whole part relation. Yeah, and I guess that goes back to my idea of feeling like, well, I don't know which communities I can say I belong to, and also I'm sure that I belong to more than one.
In the meantime, also,
I belong to maybe technical communities. I work as a software developer. I belong to I guess the political communities, about trying to figure out what we can do with the current crisis and situation like that. I think, well, for instance, I think this interface is a good example of something that can be cobbled together. So what we're using right now, the interspace stuff that Kai and Yasha and Michael have sort of pioneered here. So I guess we're going to see a lot of different kind of mashups. But in terms of signaling, I guess it's going to, for me, I think it's going to take a lot of conversations with people, more than somehow a reduction of information systems into something that's easily intelligible. Anyways, not a very intelligent comment, but that's how I can reply.
Yeah. Anybody else want to relate to that? I do have a slide. I mean, I don't have share capabilities, but I do have an improvised slide that I suddenly came up with too.
You share it with us.
Let me see. Do I have share capabilities?
You should be able to in the bottom left of the window.
Bottom left. Oh yeah, I do. Okay, cool. So let me share this. This is not my slide. This is Arthur Brock's slide, which shouldn't surprise you because I started with talking about holochain. And I've been talking a lot about this, and
I think we have Michelle already here, right?
Michelle?
Michelle, are you here? Doesn't seem like it.
Doesn't seem like it, does it? All right. Well, this is going to totally go differently than we thought it would be. This is totally peer-to-peer improvisation. Maybe he can take my slot, which is, I'm not doing my presentation now, but maybe we can do that. All right. So I'm going to share my screen, which is going to be, it's an adventure for me because I only want to share one part of my screen, but I have this feeling like that's going to go interesting. Okay. So here we go. Share your entire screen. All right, the share button doesn't seem to work. Share audio, application window. Let me see. Okay, let's try that. All right, now we should see this. And then now do you see the living systems model of wealth?
Yes, we do.
So this actually it's related to what we're talking about is these ecosystems. So an ecosystem is made up of different levels of wealth. And mostly in this small thing in the corner here, like parts and products, this is mostly what we're talking about when we talk about money. And it's actually, in fact, a source of why we're doing so badly at collective intelligence. because tradable wealth, so if you think about a cow, you could say the tradable wealth would be the parts and products of the cow. So that might be the milk of the cow, or it might be the meat of the cow. And if you sell the meat of the cow, you no longer have cow, right? So most of our monetary systems are looking at this. So we think about a mountain. If you were trying to sell the mountain as quarry, there's forest that you could cut down. You no longer have mountain when you sell the parts and products. And our current system, our dashboard, GDP, for example, only shows that. And as you can see, it's the smallest part. And then, so when I was talking before about what would our dashboard, if I wanted to know the health of my community that I'm living in, what other areas of wealth might be I want to do. And so I could go through each one of these things just quickly, and then we could talk a little bit about how we would measure a community. So properties of the system. So again, I'm going to go back to the cow because we all understand a cow. Hopefully we understand cow. Property of the cow would be, this is a grass-fed cow, or this is a breed of cow. It's a Holstein cow. It's a beef cow or a milk cow. You can't change that about the cow. I mean, you could change the grass-fed part, but it's a property. It doesn't have a number that goes up and down. It's kind of like a label. Did we get Michelle yet? I'm happy to turn over as soon as he shows up. But I can't look at my screen because then you won't see what I want you to see. Yeah. Okay, let me know. Yeah, let me know.
I'm monitoring for him.
Okay, good. Yeah, interrupt me. All right, cool. So that's something that is the property of the cow, and it's not a tradable property of the cow, grass-fed, but it does influence the tradable wealth. So if the person was me, I was trying to sell my blood would be type O positive. That might have a different tradable value than, B or AB blood, right? So, but I can't really change it. It's just a label. Then we have, and that talks about, different areas. So the performance is rankable wealth. So this cow might produce more milk than any other cow in the county. And that's her rank. And it talks about her vitality vis-a-vis other people. And we understand that from sports as well. So if you talk about an Olympic athlete, they've got an Olympic gold medal, and it only represents their vitality at a very specific point in time on a very specific track against other specific people. And again, you can't trade it. You could give me your Olympic medal, but it would not make me as vital as you are. That's your rank. It's not my rank, even if you give me the medal. And so that's the performance, the vitality and the performance of systems. And then, so we have that. In some ways, we have that about our cities. We might say, okay, this city has the highest per capita, this or that or the other thing. And that would be the performance of systems. Again, if we're saying GDP, then we're still only measuring the rank of it in terms of the tradable wealth. But we've also seen these happiness factors, gender equality factors. Those are things that we rank when we're talking about our communities. And they represent some form of vitality. Obviously, gender equality, GDP, and happiness are all very different forms of vitality. The relationship between systems talks about the interconnectivity and the identity of those systems. So the cow might be very beloved by her, the little girl who raised her. She might be part of a farm where when she treads on the ground and leaves her manure, that also causes the earth to be more rich because she has a relationship with the earth and the farm and the things that grow on that farm. So those are the kinds of things that kind of we neglect them very, very deeply. So when I was talking about the mountain, we're not talking about, okay, the snow that lands on the mountain and then runs off all year round provides water all year round. And if you cut down the mountain, then you're going to change the entire relationship of everything around the mountain. And then again, if we're talking about our communities, we have a capital city, we have cities that provide the farming, the food production to the city. So those things are all very interrelated. And that's one of the things that we've done a very poor job of measuring. And as a result, when we look at ourselves inside of this pandemic, we're not clear what these interrelationships are. We do kind of know that what we're doing right now will cause mental health crises in some places, closing people up for long periods of time, not letting them interact. We know that's going to cause a mental health crisis, but we don't really look at it. We don't know how to measure that well. And then we also know that unemployment and these other things are going to cause financial collapses or crises or something somewhere, also adding to this mental health crisis. So there's this huge interrelationship that we're very bad at measuring. And so right now, all the decision making that's being made about the pandemic is inside of, let's not have our health system collapse, because we also know if our hospitals collapse, that's another whole interrelatedness of things. But we have a very limited capability to compare what will be the financial implications versus what will be the implications of the hospital system collapsing. We just don't know even how to look at that. Those are measures that have to do with the nameable wealth, the relationship between systems that we don't have. I don't think we have almost any models to look at. And you could say in some ways that's a result of our myopic looking only at money as wealth, whereas all the other forms of wealth, we know them, but we don't measure them or have good modeling systems for that. And then finally, the last one is evolutionary capability of the systems. So that's the possible wealth. And then some things evolve quickly and some things evolve slowly and some things we can modify. So as a human being, for the cow might be a little harder to modify, but as a human being, I can put in hearing and glasses, so I can see better and hear better than the capacity that I had before. And then for cities, it's quite obvious. For a city, we can evolve all kinds of things. We can put in different kinds of sewage systems, electricity systems, 5G, which may be better or worse than 4G for a variety of reasons. But we can evolve the system itself and create even more or even less as we evolve the system. So that's a framework for thinking about the question that I just asked about. What would a dashboard look like? What are some of the things we want to know about the societies that we live in? And then again, as we said, like in the Cosmo part, the relationships, what are the relationships we want to know? And again, I know that's a very, very big question for people, but it is something that we can all start speculating about together. And I'd love to hear you speculate about that.
Who wants to start speculating?
Well, can I do a comment?
Of course.
I know this model since 6 years ago on a website, MetaCurrency. Is that right? MetaCurrency?
Yes, that's correct. This is Arthur Brock's MetaCurrency model,
Yeah.
correct.
And I appreciate very much the holochain, and I would like with my collaborators to experiment it in the next weeks. But the theoretical model, that kind of model, I think it's quite traditional for two features as well. For example, one is this evolutionary idea. I prefer an active approach, which is embodied in knowledge and embodied, embedded, and so it's a bit different, not a representational model of evolution. And the second most important one is that there is no separation between a market-based economy and evolutionary, more, I don't know if the term is correct, spiritual or wealth in sense of well-being, intended as level as we can intend beyond money, to say. I think that there is a misinterpretation about society, individuals, and markets, because we share an idea of market that comes from a traditional economy, from mainstream economics. And alternative ideas are built on that. I mean, against that. Against means that we build an alternative economy with values that are against the bad one we are looking at. Empirically, I am a sociologist, and in economic sociology, many sociologists share this kind of view. Many social critics, many developers in the field of blockchain for social good, in the commoning movement as well. I think this is a very limited view, a separate view. If this is the case, I'm not sure, because we don't look at the market as it is in real life. Market is relational. Relations are not only when we decide that we have a good relation in love or in our families or with our colleagues, and money is a word of sin. Market is relational as well. And from this point of view, there is no difference or an evolution from a market system to another one. It means we use markets and we are used by markets. Money is not only a universal tool of evaluation of goods and services. It's also manipulated by people, and people attribute meanings to money. And $1 is not $1, because it depends if you are a child, if you are a mother, if you are an entrepreneur, if you are a stealer. I mean, $1 is not $1. This comes from at least from my sociological understanding, especially after the studies made by Viviana Zelizer. I like her very much. And there is a book, I don't remember, Economic Lives, more or less. This is not a critique. I mean, I don't want to be. I think that this kind of energy we put in this field, and specifically in these days, in these weeks, with this virus, that we understand a lot about ourselves and others. I agree a lot about metacurrency, because metacurrency is one of the few groups recognizing the importance of life skills and or our inner energies, and not only of the technological stuff. So I appreciate very much. But a critique is about this economic model, and that's it. I mean, you can get a look to Viviana Zelizer works, and maybe it's really interesting, because we have a line from Marx through Max Weber, and we arrive to Simmel and to Polanyi, which is quite coherent in intellectually, and very, very, very shared and appreciated in the so-called alternative movement. But Viviana, in a really, really humble way, without wanting to criticize anyone, with this empirical study about family interplay, about money, etc., she showed in 30 years of activity or research that we are much, much more powerful than we think. And it opens the way to a non-deterministic model. And we need it, from my point of view, when we look at technology like distributed ledgers to regulate and arrange and plan our peer-to-peer relationship. We need a non-deterministic view, not an oppositional view. This is good, this is bad, this is alternative, this is traditional. Just managing all kind of forms, or economic forms, like games, like market or gift. unconditional gift, reciprocity, whatever. Just don't be attached to anyone, good or bad. Sorry for that, but this was it was an opportunity to share. Thank you.
Absolutely. Can you also share your name because it doesn't say here? And also,
my name is not H. No, my name is Vincenzo Giorgino. I'm Italian from Turin, University of Turin, but I don't know why. I don't know how to put my name. I'm not able.
If you click the three dots at the bottom right, then a small window opens up, and the top point, it should say me or something like that. If you click that, you can change your name.
Are you from Torino?
Yes,
Vincenzo?
I am from Torino.
Let me post your profile in the chat so others can look you up. Okay, for you.
Okay. Sorry. You can say again where is the?
So
repeat, can you repeat your instructions, your suggestions? There is a button where down.
it's on the lower right hand. There's three dots, and if you click the settings, then you can set your name. And anybody here could do that. Anybody who doesn't have their name set up, and
for example, Michelle, if you're here. Another try.
But if you have I mean, I'm really glad you took the opportunity. I mean, I was not planning on giving this as a lecture, so I'm really glad to hear that other framework. Do you have a slide with that framework that we could look at? Because that's exciting, right? Like developing these ideas together. Or maybe someone else here has another framework they want to present.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
Hello, I'm just switching on my video. I'm Thomas, I'm in Munich, Germany. And I wanted to pose a question to all of you, basically, going back to the title of the session and what my expectation was, which is Cosmo localism. And I believe, especially in the crypto community and some alternative internet communities, there are many people have a strong feelings about localism. And now in the context of Corona, we see guys like Nassim Taleb, I assume many of you are aware about, they make the case that, well, local responses to this stressor are the best, and we need to distribute, right? Create real world distributed systems. And one question or one observation that I've made, I think a while ago I wrote some articles along those lines, is that when we talked about local or decentralized systems, like say city states, there used to be one big counter argument in the past, which has to do a lot with information and information flows. So one interpretation of how independent city states formed bigger nation states had a lot to do with how information could flow, how decisions could be made, how systems could be steered, essentially, and that there was then economies of scale and all this. But today, and that is my theory, or the thing I've been thinking about a lot, is, okay, today we have high connectivity, we have networks thanks to mostly the internet information networks. And I once wrote a piece, I called it the small big dualism of networked but decentralized systems. So where a lot of the economies of scale effects you can generate in decentralized systems today because of how information flows. For instance, take an example that is not, in some reading is decentralized. Take Uber, right? You have all these independent driver entities, and you create one, in this case, entity, but it could also be a decentralized platform, for instance, right? That aggregates all the single entities within the system, coordinates them, matches them with people who require a ride, and you have this decentralized system with one centralized actor, but it could also be something else. So, and this, going back to society and localism, what could this mean for organizing society? This, I think, is like Cosmo localism has to do with this. I would assume Michelle sadly isn't here, but about how we can be members of the world, citizens of the earth at the one time, but also very having a lot of power delegated to local entities. So it's hard to specify the question, but maybe the first question is, does it make sense to you that in the network capability of information flow, there is some way to change governance and empower more local units and groups in systems?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's also a question of an appropriateness, right? One of the things that we've done is an arbitrariness of where we say borders are, right? Like we have this thing, like there's a border and here's the line, and then you people those are them and this is us. And that is quite arbitrary, right? Whereas you're saying when you're part of a community, you can maybe choose that, or maybe that has to do with your geolocation. And I've thought about this also in the context of rivers is the most obvious one. A river runs through several places often where we think, or we've put down something we call a border, and we said those people are, whatever, the Danube, right? Who does that belong to? And you could actually create membranes of governance that would represent that. It would represent different geographies. And if you're within 100 kilometers of the river, then you're part of that community for the purposes of governing that thing only. So I think that relates both to, what was said at the beginning about I'm not sure what community I belong to, and that moves depending on what decision is being made, right? If there's a decision that needs to be made by a society about a river, it's different than a decision that needs to be made by the society about education, and it's different about transportation, and you might be part of a membrane that's different membranes at different times. And I think that
Sure.
Yeah.
And sorry for interrupting, but I think what we observe in the last 20 years, thanks to the internet, geography and locality was super important for the communities you belong to, just because of possibility. And today it's less and less important because probably, none of us is geographically in the same area, but still we are probably part of one community. And the internet makes it even identity peer groups, they move digital, and that changes things. And governance, or that doesn't have to be political governance in the first place, but just how groups interact, how groups are then governing themselves changes because of this. And I think you are at Holochain, you are working in the realm of developing new governance models for these times, no?
It's more like infrastructure, so people could be doing governance.
You don't need to raise your hands right now. I've seen a lot of raised hands in the last minute. Please, this is a discussion.
Yeah, just would like to note that I think thinking globally is good, but I think unfortunately we're going to see a real return to the nation state at this point. So from talking to people who work, in the UN and stuff like that, the Security Council is essentially not functioning. The EU has closed all its internal borders and so forth. So all the traditional ways that we could think of working together as a global society are under stress. And we also see now we have Hungary. We have essentially a dictatorship in the EU. In the Philippines, they're talking about shooting people on the street. So unfortunately, you're going to have in the next 6 months a real period of social stress, in which I don't think people are going to be able to think globally, or at least let's put it this way: the nation state is back with a vengeance, and this kind of beggar your neighbor behavior is, I think, unfortunately, what people are going to rally to. Unfortunately, not too hopeful that us who want a different way of doing things are actually going to have any say in what's going on. So this idea of retreating to the local, to the people who we know, and defending what we have is, I think, the best way we can go. I guess the only way I don't know. So in New York, the hospital workers are starting to organize to talk about actually taking over the administration of the hospitals, because the federal government is kind of failing to coordinate this kind of stuff. So that goes back to the old models of sort of like, the Soviets and stuff like that in the Russian Revolution and so forth. So the local workers' councils and stuff like that, which is unfortunately pretty discredited throughout most of the West. So anyways, so I guess the intelligent comment I make here is that I don't know if we have enough time to actually build these global structures about the stress that is about to come through our societies.
I would like to add something too. This is Stefan here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay. So one of my associations when it comes to governance, it's often about representation, right? And representation of interests. And I think one very interesting experiment coming from the technology side with this is liquid democracy. And I'm actually very sure that Michel has also thought and worked with this a lot. And I think it's worthwhile to look at how the past experiments with liquid democracy were going and what made them fail, or how successful were they. And I'm mostly thinking about the Pirate Party in Germany, which famously tried out liquid democracy. And I think it's from a technology perspective one of the more interesting experiments to look at, where you have a very dynamic or fluid system to represent interests from an individual level up to an organizational level. So just my first association to what was discussed here.
Can I add something?
Please.
Yes, maybe what Thomas said before is true. We will not be able at community level to face to the stressing situation that we will have when the COVID-19 will be over. But still, I cultivate at least for the next days, if not weeks, the idea that we should work for a model oriented to self-organization and start it from our close friends, colleagues, students, or in the community, in the more than one community we are member. This is the only possible solution, because I look at the world as a flat world. There are not hierarchies or states or nation. I just see everything as changeable, and what is big today, like Amazon or Uber, cannot be still alive in 5 years. So be flexible and start from little things and from basic needs. What mean Cosmo is so big. I prefer to say what I need today. I need security, be safe from the virus. I need not to be not the kind of surveillance that they had in China. And then I reflect with my colleagues or friends. Yes, but you cannot have both. You cannot have the extreme positive apparent results in terms of life saving that had in China if you don't control people from the top. And so this is, for example, one of the big problems of these days. Are we able to do some contact tracing, some protection from the virus, for example, without that kind of surveillance? Because this will have, after this period, they will like what they have done in this day. They will have some popular support, and they will continue to control with sensors also our temperature, where we go. So this is really, don't look at nation and participation and the representation. I am beyond that. I think what I can do now, and internet gives to us the possibility of changing values, changing resources, not internet of values in this sense. And like the blockchain, and just to transfer assets to other people that we don't know, and give to us the possibility of trusting other people if they are strangers, not belonging to our community. And this is the big thing of these days, and probably of this conference as well. How can we have a planetary level that can reproduce in a better level our community and trusting relationship, because we have life now. We don't talk about money or mortgage. We are talking about life itself. Sorry, I don't have an answer. It's much more a question.
It's interesting because you're pointing at opposite trends, right? So you're pointing at, we're going to have this, international thing. And I don't know your name, EC, it says on your label, was talking about, yeah.
Mark, sorry.
Mark is talking about the growth of nation state. And I think we're seeing that at the same time. I mean, we're seeing this really, you think over the last, maybe decade, maybe a little bit less, we've seen the huge counterinsurgence of independence and independent media and sort of anti, big, I'm going to say big industry, big government. And I think what we're seeing now is a great excuse for government to come back, right? We were talking about totalitarianism in Hungary. We're seeing fascism on the rise everywhere. And right now we're all sort of, it was interesting. I went into town today. I'm in Slovenia, and it's a very quiet place in the former Yugoslavia. And I can see by the number of people on the street and the number of people this week, our government said you need to wear a mask in the supermarket and gloves in the supermarket. So that's control of the food supply. And there are more people at the central market this week than last week. And you can kind of see them kind of putting on a mask or a scarf, but if you know the culture here, that's as much as the government will be able to do. You can see people are like, that's it. We're not going to let the government go further. And people are quite on edge. And this is a very peaceful nation. But I think that we're going to see an actual physical struggles in many places between this crackdown of government and this closing of borders and people's desire for freedom. And I think that I agree that we don't quite have time to build these systems, but we're going to have to build them while we're running, because this is actually an ongoing battle or war. The war has been going on for maybe 5, at least 10 years. But we're in the middle of a very heated battle right now. And we're going to see it unfold very differently, I think, in different places. As you can tell, I'm not Slovenian, but I'm not here by accident. I mean, I've seen this unfolding, and I wanted to be somewhere. We've got a standing army of 6,000 people. I'm not worried right now. But if you're in the United States or somewhere with a large military, the battle may be very interesting. But like you said, the hospital workers are starting to take over. So you're seeing the two opposite trends simultaneously.
Well, and I do want to be hopeful. So and work for solutions rather than gloom and doom. So to go back to your dashboard question, I've had a little time to kind of think about it. I think so. To me, a dashboard is here is a condensation of everything you need to know, and here's a signal. And this implies that there's an authority that you trust, right, for looking at that signal. I think the systems we need to build are systems in which individuals can know how that signal is being gathered, and be able to change that. So I would like to see dashboards that allowed one to inspect how the signals were, and in easy way allow people to kind of organize their own signals. That would be a good, not have a priesthood of computer programmers, right? But actually make tools that individuals can and communities can use to assemble their own stuff. And again, I think this interstate space chat that's been put together by the local Parallelopolis here, Kai and so forth in Vienna is kind of and made open source on GitHub, is a good tendency, is a good example of that. Although they will say it's a mess behind the curtains, but at least they have made their mess public, so you can see it and inspect it. So yeah, it would be fairly easy, or not, to take this interface that we have here, and actually, if you wanted to have voting mechanisms, to put it in there.
I don't hear anything.
We can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you and your kids.
So I would like to see a dashboard that was, if it's going to be this localization and this relationship of what we have local, and local is not just physically local, it's also local to a community spread in a virtual sense. It's going to be important to have it inspectable about how the signals are given in the dashboard, and changeable by someone other than a programmer, so that individuals can actually bring the stuff in. Those are the things I'd like to see in a dashboard.
That too can be difficult or dangerous though, because as soon as you allow people to modify and change the way these signals are accumulated or put together and then reduced in dimensionality to whatever dashboard number you get to see, it can also be a false sense of security, because then you don't trust the others. You trust yourself, you saw it, there's transparency over the signal, and you put it together yourself. And if you have no idea how the model behind it works, or how the math, if you don't have a math person you can trust, if you don't have that person you can trust, it's just a false sense of security of putting it together and then relying on it.
I concede to that. So then I guess go back to reputation, and like I said, a lot of conversations. It's my first rule.
Yeah, I mean, you could make the case that one of the big advantages of local actions and local power is that you don't need to rely on data in the aggregate and complex models to make decisions, because it's much easier to actually talk to your peers. And there is all these errors in models used for decisions that we today, some people understand in some contexts, but it's hard. There is no such thing as a perfect model, and therefore the big advantage of decision making at smaller scales is just that you can manage the ambiguity and the complexity easier than at large scales.
Yeah, that actually brings it back to the first topic of agent centricity and data integrity. One of the things that we have in centralized database systems, and I don't want to get too geeky here, but is that you can put data in a table that isn't connected to the author of the data. But when you create agent-centric systems, the databases, every piece of data can only have integrity when you know who authored it. So I'm saying something, you couldn't store what I said without the me. That's part of the header of every single item of data. And I think that that's what you're speaking about, Mark, is how do we have forms of data integrity that don't allow people to separate the data from where the data came from. This data is from the Chinese government, and then underneath that, it's from this hospital and from this doctor, and both the doctor and the patient validated that that really happened, and you could dive deep down. And I think that with data integrity models that are agent-centric, we can create this kind of new warm data, or whatever you want to call that. So that's kind of like brings it all the way back to the beginning, which is perfect, because then we have time for the 10-minute break that we're supposed to have before the next session.
Well done, Grace.
Very well done. Thank you, Grace. Griff, are you here already? I think I saw you briefly.
I am.
Welcome, Griff. We've got about 10 minutes or something until you should be starting.
That's great. I need them. Still doing my slides.
No problem. You can take those 10 minutes if you want.
Actually, I'm making my tweets. So.
And I feel great dissonance, because there's like several talks I want to hear right now. And like, I know Griff personally, I'm like, and I know Peter personally, and I'm like, but I want to hear that guy I don't know. And so I hope you won't be insulted.
Well, we have to go for breakfast. So have a great day, guys. Bye-bye.
Have a great day.
Bye.
How are you doing, Griff? Are you fine?
Oh yeah, man. I mean, we're so lucky to be in this space, right? Like for this crazy world we fell into. It's like nothing has changed for most of us. And it definitely hasn't changed for me.
Yeah, I sat inside most of the day, anyways.
Yeah,
so didn't really change.
Okay, tweet is out.
Let me retweet that.
Let's see. Yeah, I'll post it here.
Got you already.
Oh, I have to log in. like the Discord integration. This is nice.
Yeah, it's slick. All right. So if the live stream starts now, then we're happy to have Michel Bowens here, director and founder of the Peer-to-Peer Foundation, a talk we've all, I think, waited for. Happy to have you here, and please feel welcome.
All right. So thanks so much for inviting me, and sorry for missing my original session. So I guess I'd like to start with some kind of overview of the evolution of peer production. So the evolution of open collaborative systems where peers can congregate and work on common projects. And so come to the idea that we are entering a new phase, which we call Cosmo local production. So I'll get to that by explaining a bit about the history of the commons and then specifically peer production. So first, a very broad overview. So to be sure that we talk the same language. So the commons is any shared resource that is maintained by a community or a group of stakeholders following its own rules and regulations. So it has an objective definition, which is a resource. It has a subjective definition in the sense that it's maintained by people. So it's a choice that people make to organize something as a commons. And the third one is important because it's an institution. It's different from the state and from the pure market forms. And so in human history, the commons is the first way of exchanging. So if you look at early tribal groups, family bands, that's what they do. They do it for the group. And then comes the next means of exchange when tribes become more complex, which is the gift economy. So what's the difference? In a commons, you give to the whole. In a gift economy, you give to a person or a group with the expectation that there is a return. Then comes redistribution, the evolution of the state, and hierarchical systems. And then finally, we get into market pricing, which is a dominant form today. So the commons is first something we do with natural resources. It's how we organize fishing, forests, mountain slopes. And when capitalism emerges in the 17th, 18th century, let's say, they privatize those natural resource commons. So we start believing as humanity that it's better to privatize, that it's more efficient if we have private property. And so we do what's called the enclosures, which is the fencing basically of the commons into private property. So in early capitalism, 19th century, all these farmers come to the cities. They die very young, about 32 years life expectancy, and all the issues of that early system. And then we get a second phase of commoning, which is really social. So all the fraternities, it's basically about mutualizing risk, right? So it's what the labor movement does in the 19th century, and it's a form of commons because it's pooling resources to manage life risk, and that becomes a welfare system. So the natural resource commons are privatized, and the social commons are statified, if you like, right, in the welfare state model. And then we get a third phase, which is what is interesting for us, is that once we have digital networks, we have a rebirth of the commons through open source collaboration. People are sharing code, creating commons of code, inventing new types of licenses. So now we are in the period I want to discuss here. So the first phase is this enormous growth of open source communities, sharing knowledge, sharing designs, and sharing software. I think in 2008 we get a second of that modern re-emergence of the commons, which is what I call the urban commons. And some of you may know I did a study in the city of Ghent, so where we mapped the urban commons. So these are shared mobility, shared housing, shared energy, these kind of things. And I guess here what I want to stress is that, so basically urban people start reorganizing provisioning systems because they don't like what the market and the state has to offer. So we get, for example, collective purchasing groups for organic food. We get village co-ops in Germany for renewable energy. So we get and we have a tenfold increase of these urban commons from 2008 to 2017. So that has been confirmed in different places in the world. So this is going on right now. But I would stress that most of these urban commons are redistributive. So what I want to say with that is that they don't generally make stuff, right? So you have people who do software, they make software, and they put it in a commons like Linux. But people who do shared mobility or shared housing, they generally do not make the cars and do not make the housing. And the reason for this is capital, is the access to capital, right? So if you don't have access to capital, which in the material world is a very strong demand, very strong condition for success, then basically you do pooling in the consumption field, in the usage field, right? But two exceptions, which is energy and food. So we now have ecosystems. So even let me give you an example, and I hope you can still follow what I'm trying to explain here. So you have an exchange between consumers and farmers. You could say that's the market, and it is a market exchange. But the ecosystem is an agreement between consumers and producers, right? There is a risk sharing. So it's not a pure market, there's a risk sharing where the consumers are going to pool their buying power and buy a percentage of the producer, so they have a guaranteed income. So you can see this is no longer like a purely capitalist marketplace. It's a marketplace that is kind of embedded in social rules, and the ecosystem is jointly ruled by these consumers and producing groups. So that's a multi-stakeholder governance. And okay, so we have open source, then we have urban commons that redistribute, and then we have the start in food and energy of urban commons that produce. And I want to give you one more example of this is what's called the multi-factory model. I don't know if you're familiar with this, but this is very interesting to me because this is also real production. So we have 120 of them just in the EU. So these are basically craftspeople that mutualize their working environment. So they look for old factories, like docks and stuff, and you have people working with steel, you have people working with plastics, with textiles, 3D printing, and they basically get together to organize their economic life. So it's really about producing and making a living, but they organize themselves collectively and they use open source practices. So this is very interesting because this is a fairly low capital requirement for small businesses, but it does show you kind of a growth from the pure immaterial software to already these models emerging in at least low capital requirement production. Okay, so now I want to integrate the blockchain in that, right? So I would say we have first phase of the internet, where we have an internet of communication. And this allows for massive mutual coordination, which we call stigmergy, so that people who are in these open knowledge and open software communities are going to organize their work because they can see each other. They can see whoever is doing what in an open, transparent system. And so they are going to work outside of both pure market pricing and hierarchical commands. They need to say, oh, I can do this because I'm part of an ecosystem. I can see what the rest of them is doing. So what the blockchain offers, what distributed ledgers in general offer in this kind of evolution, is that we move from an internet of communication to an internet of transaction. And why is this interesting? Because once you have a vision of transactions, you are in physical production, right? So accounting and logistics is basically how we see the world, the physical world, and how we can account for our actions in the physical world. So this is the big change that the blockchain brings in the field of possibility, is that this mutual coordination that we already have in free software can now actually move to production. So I want to briefly stress why accounting is so important, because it's how we see the world. So the first accounting is the first ledger we find is actually the origin of writing. It's in Sumeria, and we see these cuneiform tablets that indicate in a temple the things coming in, grain, and things going out. And so that's basically in co-evolution with the state, right? So as soon as you have these temples, which are outside of direct relations of production between buyers and sellers, this is like an emerging state form, right? It stands outside of society. It organizes society. So that's the invention of accounting. The second step is in the 15th century, more or less, with I forgot his name now, Pacho Lucha or something like that. So the Franciscan monk who synthesizes double entry book accounting, and it's very easy to say this is the co-emerging with capitalism, right? It's the market forces in these free medieval cities, Florence, Venice, etc. They need this to do their business, their commerce, and so double entry book accounting is like makes that possible. So the limit of double entry book accounting is that it only sees what comes in a collective entity and what comes out of that collective entity. So it has no vision, no knowledge, no consciousness of externalities. Everything that happens in the ecosystem is invisible to the consciousness of the people who work with double entry book accounting. And so this is why it's very important that we have now the invention of new forms of accounting which allow us to do this. I'll mention the three of them. The first one is contributive accounting, and this is very important in open source communities and peer production communities. So the basic idea is a lot of people collectively create common value, but only some of them will get an access to the market so that they can realize that value. And this creates an issue of equity in any which is largely based on contributions, is that some people will be able to capture the value and others will not. And of course, in the systems that we know, like let's say Facebook and Google, this is almost 100%. All the people that collectively create the value don't have access to the commercialization of that value. So contributive accounting, the idea is that you create a membrane between the market and the non-market, and that you could say, and I'm using words from Jeff Ebbett of Commons, you can have the cold currency outside, which is an extractive currency. It rewards extractive activity. But inside you can have a warm currency that rewards generative currency activity, right? So this is contributive accounting. The second element is flow accounting, and this is resources, events, agents, REA accounting, that is been existing for about 20 years, but is now getting a new lease of life because of the blockchain capacities. And here the idea is to use accounting to show flow. So there's no double entry, but and that's very significant because double entry is typically what is capitalist accounting means. Here we have a system that actually tells you that every transaction is a 3D related action in an ecosystem. So suddenly the ecosystem becomes visible and the flow in the ecosystem becomes visible. So suddenly you have a consciousness of the whole that is there through the accounting, which wasn't there before. And the third important form of accounting that we have now is thermodynamic accounting. So I usually mention one project which I really like, which is called Reporting 3.0, r30.org, and that talks about the Global Thresholds and Allocations Council. So a group of scientists that keep track of the resource availability. So how much copper there is in the world, what's the biocircularity of copper, what is the expected new finds. And so basically they have a vision of what is called carrying capacity, right? So just to give a current example with COVID-19, what is the problem? We didn't have the carrying capacity. So the flow of things that we needed in medical devices wasn't there to keep up with the flow of the need, right? And this is why we are in a mess, because we didn't take into account the carrying capacity of the medical system. And this is what's happening on a global scale with every resource. The current system is not taking into account, because they are externalities, with the carrying capacity of the planet in terms of resources. So with thermodynamic accounting, you can actually see the matter and energy flows. And this is called multi-capital accounting. So these people sometimes call themselves multi-capitalists. And so what they want to do is to take into account different forms of capital. And in the current system, we only have an obligation to protect financial capital. If you don't, you can go to jail. All the other forms of capital we can impoverish without any consequence. When you have thermodynamic flow accounting, you can actually start also changing the rules and say, well, as a corporate entity, you have an obligation to also conserve material capital and human capital, right? Okay, so these three forms of accounting, the promise they hold is that we can actually have a form of accounting that is integral, that is holistic, that is integrative, right? And for this, we need distributed ledgers, shared distributed ledgers, and we need shared logistical systems. And so this is why a blockchain and other distributed ledgers are absolutely vital to have the technical infrastructure which allow to do this. So I want to have this share this idea about what does it mean to have an integral integrative development. So let's say you have different systems which combat each other, like socialism and capitalism, for example, or the culture wars, or whatever you want, right? The idea of an integrative evolution is that you can actually somehow also take the relative strength and truth of different competing systems and reintegrate them at a higher level of complexity. So that's the kind of idea. And so what I'm proposing here, and this is from a report I wrote last year called P2P Accounting for Planetary Survival, is that we can now take, technically, it's possible, the best of the market, the best of the commons, and the best of the state. So what does that mean? So what is typical about the commons is mutual coordination. That's the allocation mechanism, mutual coordination through stick merging. So this is why in free software we can work together by seeing what everybody else is doing. Through accounting, shared accounting, we can now see the same stick merging in material production, potentially, right? So this is taking in what the commons brings to the table. In terms of markets, we can start thinking more in terms of generative markets that work for these new collaborative systems. And so we can start thinking in terms of generative market solutions. For example, Fishcoin, which is a coin that represents the amount of fish that can be fished without endangering the reproduction of the fish. So unlike a classic sovereign currency, or even these new types of currencies, asset-based or mutual credit currencies, actually tell you something about the outside world. So but if you use these currencies, then you are not blind to the material effects of your action in the world. So this is, I think, very important. So this is for generative markets, and I know I could go deeper, but this is the basic idea. And the third element is planning. Now to make that clear, let me give you just a brief historic evolution as seen by an Hungarian author called Peter Pogani. So he sees society as a complex adaptive system with relatively stable systems that change through chaotic transitions, bifurcations. So in his view, he had a proto-global system, which he calls Global System Zero, before the French Revolution, the mercantile Ancien Régime in Europe. This system breaks down through the French Revolution and the Napoleonic Wars. In 30 years, everything changes, and when we are out of this chaotic transition, is the new Smithian, following the rules of Adam Smith, capitalist system, which is really based on domination of capital over labor. This system is dominant until World War I. So then we have a new chaotic transition, World War I to World War II, and including World War II, that gives the welfare system and then the neoliberal system that we have today. But it's based on a social compact between capital and labor. Even under the neoliberal period, it's still standing, actually. It hasn't completely disappeared. And then we have something called what he calls weak multilateralism, which is the idea that we now have IMF, World Bank. So we have these mediating institutions on the political and economic field that can deal with conflicts, which wasn't possible before World War II, because we either had no or weak multilateral systems which were not able to mediate conflicts. But this compact between capital and labor and this weak multilateralism was done at the cost of nature, right? So this is clearly what has to happen now. So we have to think in terms of a compact between humanity and nature. And this has to, technically, this has to happen by integrating these externalities. There are no externalities. The very fact that we talk about externalities is actually a mistake, but it's a normal mistake within our current vision, because there is no outside. The ecology is actually a condition of our life. It's not anything external to the economy. So everything that I tried to explain until now is about achieving this, is about achieving technically a technical infrastructure which would allow us to do this, right? To as we go through this chaotic transition today, come out on the other side with new social contracts, new compacts, and new technologies that allow us to do this. Okay, maybe one word now about Cosmo local production. I hope you're still following me. So what does it mean? It has a triple definition, at least for the P2P Foundation. So the phrase we use is very simple. It's everything that's light is global and shared, and everything that's heavy is as local as we can. And we talk about the subsidiarity of material production. Subsidiarity is a word that comes from actually Catholic thought, but it's used by the European Union as the founding principle of the European Union. And it means at the lowest possible appropriate level. Doesn't mean everything has to be localized. It has to be localized when it makes sense. There's actually, we add a third one, which is, kind of cooperative organizations. So you'd have a global open design community. You have a network of multi-factories and factories that reproduce locally. And then you have a cooperative form of organization to ensure, these kind of warm currency stuff happens on the ground. Now, if you would look at the COVID-19 crisis, you would really see why this is so important, because so different things we did, for example, is we went to such a radical form of just-in-time that there is absolutely no slack in the system. So there's no resilience at all at the local level. And so when the supply chain was interrupted in China, suddenly Europe and the States have no masks, nothing, no personal equipment, no ventilators. It's all in the global supply chain. And so typically it's a crisis of carrying capacity, right? Now, in general, studies show that we spend 3 times more on material transportation than on material production. So we actually spend 3 times more matter energy on transport than we do on actually making things. And so this is where cosmolocal production comes in. If we can reduce this, 3-to-1 factor, that is going to bring down our footprint down to a really sizable level. Then if we mutualize, and for example, if you mutualize cars in a neighborhood, you can keep the full amount of mileage, but you save between 9 and 13 private cars for every shared car, right? So the combination of mutualization and cosmolocal production, so those 3 principles together can guarantee a very strong diminishment of our human footprint. So this is, I think, really, really important in the current transition. So I guess I'm finished with the broad story, but maybe also say why this is politically important. So we now have neoliberal globalization, the full movement of people and things, and we have a populist reaction which says, no, let's go back to the nation state, let's protect the nation state. So I think this is also kind of politically a third option, where we say, okay, we want to keep at the highest possible level global coordination and global cooperation in culture, in science, and technology. At the same time, we want to go back to a sensible relocalization in terms of footprints and ecological balance, right? So this is what cosmolocal production offers as a promise. And so if you look at COVID-19, again, you look at some of the reaction, we see a massive mobilization of open source communities, and they try to look for local factories to do this, and this works. In Belgium, we have in Brussels, a friend of mine who was also in the board of the P2P succeeded in 1 week to have 1 million masks produced, combining. So we have 30 ventilator projects and everything. So this is really, I think COVID-19 is interesting because it's both a great revealer of the contradictions of the system and a great accelerator. It's a pedagogical catastrophe, but it also shows us what's not working yet. And so basically, I would argue the 2 things that are not working is, first of all, the commons themselves have very weak institutions. We're very good at rapidly mobilizing. We're not so good at organizing permanently and accumulating our own capital, as it were, right? So that's one issue. The second issue is that all the interfaces with the market and the state are not working. So, for example, in the UK, Boris Johnson, faced with the lack of ventilators, goes to talk to the companies, the manufacturing companies. He totally ignores that there's at least 50 groups in the UK already working on ventilators that can be, rapidly produced. And these big manufacturers are actually slower than the open source methodology can offer. So that's an interface property, right? And so here I talk about public commons protocols and public commons cooperation, and this can be done because it has been done in Italy. We have the Bologna regulation for the care and regeneration of the urban commons, where 1 million Italians are now able to do urban commoning with the legitimacy and agreement of the cities in Italy. And so basically, then I saw recently in Slovenia a model that I really think is interesting. It's called 4P, and so it's public, private, public, private, and citizen or whatever. I forget what they call it, but anyway, this is one of the first formal models I see where the public sphere, the market sphere, and the civic sphere, and its commons and pre-production capability is kind of institutionally cooperating in a coherent way. So this is, I think, also part of the agenda, at least for me, is that there is a political and institutional adaptation that needs to happen so that the advantages of the commons can be used much more rapidly and smoothly than they are today. Okay, here I'm concluding with the problem of value. So here's what we have. We have an extractive value system that creates value by exploiting people and resources. That creates a sovereign currency. And this is just part of life. We cannot survive as humanity without having at least part of it, that's based on extracting natural resources. At the same time, we have a system based on contributions, a contributory economy where urban commoners and open source people are creating an enormous amount of generative activity, which we also need, right? I don't know if you're familiar with Bernard Lietaert, was a Belgian economist and the author of the book The Mystery of Money, where he says that until the 17th century or the 15th century, we had dual currencies. So civilizations had both a cold and warm currency. And we lost that. And this is something that is absolutely necessary to recreate so that so the idea I'm trying to explain here, maybe not as well as I should, is the idea that as long as the generative activity is dependent on extractive financing, we are going to be marginal, right? Because you need taxes or philanthropy to fund absolutely crucial regenerative activities. And so a lot of my thinking recently is in the question. I don't have a good answer yet, but the question is, can we also in some way capitalize on the commons, right? Because that's what capitalism is you have projected earnings and you discounted it, and that's how you decide how to invest. That's how capital accumulation works. Can we also imagine forms of commons accumulation where the future value of the commons of the effects of generative work can also somehow be accounted for and be an incentive for all the people who do generative work, right? So that would imply the idea of having warm currencies that can also be given, exchanged as a direct way to stimulate generative activity. And so let me give you an example of this. So there is a common land trust movement in France called Terre des Liens, and already in 2016 they calculated that the work of their organic farmers, because they buy land out of the market and then they lease it with an ecological agreement to organic farmers, was saving the French state 300 million euro per year in depollution costs, right? So this is, for me, a very powerful way of thinking about this. Can we create systems of circular finance? And that's also where shared distributed ledgers would come in. So you'd have a system where you would say, okay, we want to decarbonize the priority of our societies. Let everybody, every citizen do this and have his impact is decarbonization impact verified and tokenized? And then you look for these kinds of circular fundings. So this would create a system of value in our society where these generative activities would not be only dependent on redistribution of extractive value, but would also kind of generate their own value systems, which would work on a smooth basis. All right, I just want to give this example. And also to show you that distributed ledgers are not just private things that you do to create economic networks, that we can use them in society as a public function, right? So shared distributed public ledgers that would function in society as an alternative, for example, to competitive procurement. All right.
Thanks a lot. That was very interesting, and I agree with a lot of points of view there.
Thank you.
I think we can open this up for discussion now as planned. I know there's 13 people in this room right now. Is anybody here who would like to ask a question or make a comment? Not yet. All right. Fellow Spacer raised his hand. Please unmute yourself.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey. Thank you for this. Okay, I'm an architect. Yeah. So I'm working on making a new system for architects, a new set of tools. Yes. So for these tools, I'm trying to use natural resources and transform them into natural capital. Because as you said, using natural capital accounting, we can have a view. So the issue is to create an evolutionary design system using natural capital accounting, which means that basically right now we have the commodity markets, which gives a value to a tree, but we can enhance that value by putting on the byproducts of the tree, which is the CO2 absorption and risk management and whatever. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
So if we create markets, if we increase the value of nature, then we can allow local communities to create their own projects in collaboration with architects, and this will define new territories. So what is expected to arrive at is to have clusters of nature, which is without human activity, and then we have the communities at the edges of the environmental systems, which manage the commons, and then we have the ultra high density cities. So if we create this accounting system for natural resources, digitizing using a blockchain ledger or system of blockchains, that means that these communities can issue themselves currency. So it's like, and this currency actually belongs to them because it's their environmental assets. So this will give architecture, create a new unified design field. So this is the thing I'm working on.
Yes. I'm very interested. So if you could send me some more information about your project.
Okay.
I think so. You know, the way it fits with my presentation is that you're clearly also looking for the same kind of solutions, right? You're trying to mix market and community and environment and bring things that were external to the system inside the system. So I think the question for me, and you know, within the green movement, you would have people who would totally reject you know, any marketization of and I'm in between. So I would say what we have to avoid is a purely speculative, you know, translation of this, right? So where, for example, the carbon trading doesn't work, and we gave money to the people who actually polluted the most, and there's no results. So we have to be very careful that we use, generative market techniques and not extractive market techniques that continue the system that we have. And I think that's what you're looking for, right?
We design the incentives. I mean, instead of we are moving away from explicit design to the design of incentives and to create an evolutionary design system.
Yes. Well, I'm very interested in learning more about your project. Seems very forward-looking.
Okay. If you can post some contact details, I will do it.
Yes. I don't know where to do that, but Griff, if he's there, he has my email.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's michel@p2pfoundation.net.
Thanks a lot. Thank you for this.
I saw that Cem wanted to ask a question.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Michel. Big fan of yours.
Hi.
And your work.
Thank you.
Yeah, I unfortunately could have joined only in the later stages of your presentation, but I heard the emphasis on carbon markets and sort of how broken the current system is. We will be presenting after your talk, and it's about CO token, basically our sort of design intervention in this area. So I just would like to extend the invitation or hope that you will be there so you can tell us if this rises up to your
I can stay about 20 minutes
standards
after 7. Yes, thank you. Yes,
sounds great. Sounds great. See you there.
Please send me some information, and I would hope that the people behind NONCOM, that we get some kind of documentation of all the different projects that go into that direction. I would be very interested in compiling that and making it also diffuse these kinds of projects.
I think that should be very much doable by us. So I've not seen any other questions, but one thing that I want to ask is, you talked a lot about the value of accounting and what it represents to us, and the change from one form of accounting to another. And one thing that I have a bit of trouble with is that in accounting we try to be as precise as possible, because especially in double entry accounting we need to have them line up. So there's not much room for differences in valuing different things. And as soon as we move out of an internal accounting for a corporation or for a state, then there are differences in accounting and differences in valuing different things. And especially when we move to a shared accounting, there is a disconnect between what has been outside the system and how we value that, and how we bring that in. And do you have any thoughts on that disconnect?
Well, so I think one of the things that we did as a society as of the 18th century is to calculate everything, and to the point where we have today a system where if we can't count it, it doesn't exist. And it's one of the big issues is that we ignore quality entirely. So there is no more room in our society for quality, and often we actively destroy quality because we want quantity. I mean, if you start measuring the work of a nurse, if you in the hospital, you like, that she's friendly, that she has time for you, that she listens to you. Once you start measuring every action, actually accounting for every action in time, they can't do that anymore, right? So you actually have destroyed quality by measuring that quantity, because the psychology completely changes. And we are doing this with everything, education, and we're screwing up. I think we're screwing up a lot of our systems. So the question for me becomes is, how can we also integrate quality and the evaluation of quality, right? And okay, I don't know if this is a solution, but I actually like what they're doing. This is called the Economy of the Common Good by Christian Felber. And so he started by looking at all the constitutions in Europe and said every constitution in Europe says that the economy should serve the common good. Most people believe the common good is something metaphysical. It says, no, this is something we can discuss. So we can bring people together and come to an agreement about, what is the common good in our context. And so they arrive at these 17 clusters of impact that they then evaluate, and they already have 2,000 organizations doing that, right? So this is different from internal account. This is like accounting from the outside in, right? So whereby the idea is that every corporation, every cooperative, every group of people could actually judge themselves based on these quality criteria as well. The problem is, of course, one of standardization to some extent, right? Is the capacity to come to an agreement that certain qualities are shared, and so that we can then start comparing them. So that's difficult to do. That's also difficulty with these warm currencies. So if you design a warm currency inside one community, and it makes sense for that one community, how do you then deal with other communities? Do you know what I mean? And I don't know how that works. I find that a very difficult issue.
Absolutely. But the way you discussed it, I think there's two options right now. Either we find a standardized way of valuing stuff and agreeing on a form of valuing, or we have different value systems that value internally but have a sort of exchange rate of values with other communities. Yes. I would say.
Yeah. Yes, there have been. So there is Adam Arvidsson he's a Italian-Swedish professor. He's now in Naples. He wrote a book called The Ethical Economy, and he was trying to set up this idea of, comparing values, where each group would define its own value, but there would be kind of a global meta system that would also work at the same time. I forgot the details, but so some people are trying to work on this. I don't know if it's going to work, but I think we're at a time of experimentation, so this is the time to do this, right?
That's what we're here for. Cem, I see you, and Griff, I think, was before you raising the hand.
Yeah, I asked the question in the chat, and actually left Terrace asked the question in the chat, and he already kind of just dove into it. And it's but on this quantification of a qualitative value that was held before, a lot of these commons-esque organizations really are built around creating this qualitative value. And when it starts getting quantified, it kind of makes things weird, right? Like money just comes in and things get weird. And I'm just curious if you've seen any organizations that have been able to transition to an accounting system successfully that we should look towards, because it's a dicey situation. You start measuring everybody's contributions.
Right. Well, I mean, I don't know the status of this project. I don't know how well it is working, but the one that is the most sophisticated has always been that from Sensorica. And I think it works for them, but they still have a lot of difficulty getting. So the problem for them is the interface with the state, right? When there is research money, there's still no willingness from state actors to link their subsidies, let's say, or research funding to this kind of open system. So that's the big issue for them. They haven't, succeeded in convincing any public authorities to say, okay, we'll give the money, and then we allow the open system to decide how it will be distributed, right? This is not happening. So this is which means then that they're working at the margins. They stay small. Now, there are some, maybe an example I can give you, which I thought was interesting. This is called Ethos Foundation, and it's actually some kind of consulting organization in the UK. And they have big contracts, like with the British Army around sports, and it's a few £1 million. And so what they do is the following. So they have shares, market shares, which they give to all the people who are involved in client work. So these are people actually fulfilling their contracts with their clients. But then they also know that a lot of people in their network are creating value for the network, which increases their capital, their attractivity, their marketing power, and which actually generates leads. And so what they do is every 5 years, they split the commercial shares in two, and they give the other half to these contributive shares, right? So there's kind of an indirect valuation that is happening of the generative work. Another thing which was used by my friends in Guerrilla Translation is to reserve X% of the income, commercial income, to a second contributive accounting system, right? So you accumulate, karma or whatever it's called, and then periodically the karma is funded by a portion of the market value. The issue that I recognize in what you say is called crowding out, right? It's is that once you start a competitive game, it can actually, instead of promoting, it can also undermine the cooperative spirit. And I think that's a matter of experimentation and design to see, because the problem is, if you don't do it, then of course you condemn phenomenon to be a permanently volunteer and marginal activity. And I'm more in agreement with people like you, I think, who said, no, this is how we want to work, and this is how we want to make a living, and therefore we need some connection with the market in order to be funded.
I just want to also inject Left Harris's question, because he asked it halfway through. He tried to Google for flow accounting and for thermodynamic accounting to understand it a bit better, but he couldn't really find any good links. Do you have any?
So I have to make my own promotion here. So it's called P2P accounting for planetary survival, and it's a synthesis of those three forms of accounting. And it brought a lot of projects together, and I so these are concepts that are not generally used yet, in the outside world. So this comes specifically from smaller communities that are experimenting, and that's kind of vocabulary that's used. But yeah, if you look at that report, you'll find the different projects that do that.
Oh, perfect.
Cem, I saw you were raising your hand. Do you want to ask another question?
Yeah, it's somewhat. I was just going to emphasize that beyond. So I think what was talked about was, one, the attribution of value inside endogenous systems, and then the interoperability of value for more global sort of interactions, right? And I think for both this state of interoperability and propagation of the commons, I think what's more important than the exchange rates is more important that what Michel just mentioned in his last example is the co-staking, essentially, like the holding value in each other. So this, like, either dividends or of this company is being shared as market share. I think these are the type of things. So I see it as sort of weaving the commons into sort of the financial incentive structures of the world. And I think that's the real interoperability layer of sort of a decentralized commons financial structure. That's the only thing I want to touch upon.
Thank you.
And maybe one last thing is that as we work with... Sorry, don't worry.
All right.
So right now I don't hear anything. I don't know if that's normal.
It stopped from you, Cem. Did you want to finish or?
Oh, sure. I just thought we were short on time, but yeah, as we work with sort of primitives like curve bonding, which have the like a lot of a gigantic design space and this feature of collection, I think we will take this notion of shares into, as cryptocurrency is this programmable money, we will have this true collateralization, programmable shares, which will have much more interesting consequences, and we can take it to very interesting places and experiment with such community integration through this automated market mechanism.
Yeah, I definitely think the the blockchain space is one of the spaces where most of this is occurring now. Most of this experimentation, and I'm not an insider, so I'm lacking a lot of knowledge about what you guys are doing. But I think that's where a lot of innovation is happening.
We sure hope so. With this, I'm going to say thank you, Michelle. Thank you for your time. I'm going to hand it over to Angela, who is going to moderate the next 2 hours and is going to announce our next speakers.
Okay. So I'll spend 20 minutes and then I have to go.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
You're muted, Angela.
Okay, now. Yeah, thanks again, Michael, for your talk. And please stay here, since the next talk will be from Raphael and Cem about their CO2 token. And when we have been looking for interesting talk giving a flavor of what is possible with tokens, well, we met Raphael and Cem, and I think this is a really interesting project. I think it's a hackathon project, isn't it, Raphael?
It is, yes.
Yeah, okay. And
Yeah.
you are in the midst of working on it.
I'm in the midst of working on it, yeah. There's the Blockchain for Social Impact incubator, which is ending on Wednesday.
Okay.
So,
yeah, so perfect rehearsal for your pitch, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's the perfect dry run, which is not that dry.
Okay. So we will, we will ask hard questions after it.
Yeah,
but
please
now, now the stage is yours. Looking forward. Thank you for being here.
Awesome. So actually, I'm connected with 2 different devices because the video hasn't really worked out that well. So I'll try to share my screen from my computer. And tell me if you see the slides. Yes, you do.
Yeah, perfect.
Awesome.
Yes, we do.
Yes. So it's the most confusing part about the project is probably the name. We call it CO2can. Hence the little bird on the logo. But yeah, I'll first hand over to Cem to give you a quick introduction of the talk that we're going to give today.
Awesome. So, well, thank you guys for joining or staying from the last talk. And it's pretty great to be part of this post-apocalyptic conference. So a big shout out to the organizers of NonCon. So I will be introducing Curve Labs, the umbrella organization that is carrying out these design interventions, as we call them. And then Raphael will take the floor and introduce sort of a general frame around the situation with carbon markets. I think Michelle also touched upon in this previous talk. And then he will present our design intervention, which is CO2can, how we plan to take this sort of solution space to the Web3. And perhaps this will cascade down to many, sometimes unpredictable solution spaces in different areas. Well, so Curve Labs essentially is, just I mentioned a couple of times, it's a design intervention laboratory, and we use this sort of neologism quite a lot. So what that actually means is that we take primitives that are belonging to the Web3 space, like governance primitives like DAOs or price discovery primitives like curve bonding, and we take them outside of the comfort zone of Web3, and we design usable and repeatable applications for real world implementation, essentially. And who are we? Our past projects are sort of collaborative technologies like Pando, a collaborative VCS, like sort of a Web3 native Git. Unfortunately, the project was discontinued due to lack of funding. Then we moved on to Aragon Black, where we built sort of state-of-the-art automated market makers on top of Aragon, which used batched orders, and DAO Stack, which is one of the most prominent governance protocols out there. So this design implementation is about taking collaborative research where we don't pretend to know everything, and we are collaborating with perfect designers and perfect researchers from around the ecosystem. Common Stack is one example, and there are many others in respective fields. And our design principles include modularity and composability, so these things can come together to form higher order systems. So we can have sort of not startups, but actually systems design, which is, again, very similar to Common Stack's mentality here. Of course, our implementation principle is definitely open source, and usability could be others. And when we came together, we sat down to identify sort of the biggest pain points that the primitives that we are cultivating inside the Web3 space could address. And these include, obviously, the data tyranny of Silicon Valley mentality. And criticizing it only goes to, only so far. So we actually started to formalize our sort of the alternative, essentially. And others are effective peer-to-peer organization, and we see DAOs becoming their true potential into digital cooperatives in the IRL. So that's the fullest potential of this technology could be truly absorbed by the cooperative world. And of course, the energy transition, how to create a more sustainable energy mix and how to incentivize those upgrades while creating a new universal carbon standard, which is more dignified than the current sham, let's call it, again, like Raphael will mention to you in more detail. And that's quite it. Raphael, please take the floor, and all yours.
Cheers. Thanks so much. So yeah, I'll start by giving you a quick introduction into carbon markets. So how they look today, what the opportunity space is, and or what we see as the reason why we step into carbon markets right now. And then our vision for the future and what we're currently working on. So let's jump into the status quo. So I think you're all familiar with the tragedy of the commons, and we use our atmosphere as the waste dump. And I personally think we should use atmosphere, or we should treat climate change as a waste management problem. So this means we try to reduce our waste as much as possible, but sometimes it's just inevitable. Our actions have negative externalities, they produce emissions, and so we have to pay somebody to remove these emissions. And essentially, this is what carbon markets try to do, right? They try to put a price on carbon with the objective to internalize these externalities. And a very simple, so it's very like a simplification of the process is basically you have some projects which sequester carbon, so they pull CO2 out of the atmosphere. And a traditional example is, planting trees, for instance, and they get carbon offset certificates for doing so. And then these carbon offset certificates are bought by carbon emitters. So these are either industry players that are under regulation, so these are called compliance markets, or individuals that just have a bad conscience and want to do something good for the environment, or also businesses who just want to signal their contribution to climate change, or to fight climate change to their customers. So The key principles that apply to these carbon offset projects are additionality. So they have to be additional, which means that the money that flows into this project have to lead to additional emission reductions. So if the project would have taken place anyways, then they're not additional, and then they don't count as carbon offset certificates, or they are not eligible for receiving carbon offset certificates. They have to be sustainable, which means that if you plant a tree, you have to guarantee that the tree is not cut down 2 years later and burned, because otherwise the carbon sequestration would not be sustainable, and in the long run it wouldn't have any emission reduction. It has to be verifiable, which means that there needs to be a track record of what has happened, and people have to be sure that the emission reductions have actually taken place. And lastly, they have to be reliable. So reliability is basically that when you purchase these carbon offset certificates, you want to be sure that somebody else didn't buy them before you. So basically, no double counting. And we will see that these key principles are not met every time, or most of the time they are not met. So let's dive a little bit deeper into a carbon offset life cycle. So how do these carbon offsets how are they created? So I will go through it quickly so you get an idea. So you start with a project design document where you basically lay out what you want to do, right? So how big is your project? How do you plan to measure it? And what methodology do you plan to follow? Then you need to get the approval by a designated national authority that you can do this carbon offset project. Then you need a third-party auditor. It's called the designated operational entity, the DOE, to validate your project design document. And then you have the certifier. So the certifier, for example, there's the UN Clean Development Mechanism or Gold Standard, and they have a certain methodology that you have to follow. And basically, all they do is providing you with the trust, right? They're there to provide the trust in the system. So you register your project with these certifying bodies. Then you start your project, and after a year or two, you monitor. So you check out how much carbon you have actually sequestered. Then you have another auditor who's going to verify your monitoring and your certification process. And then it goes to back to the certifier, who's going to issue these certificates. And just to give you an idea, they take sometimes up to 30% of a cut just for being this trusted body. And that's now you're a project and you have these certificates, and now you have to sell these certificates. And normally how that's done is you go through retailers or brokers or even like carbon funds. And so you can see that there's a lot of intermediaries, and they all take a piece of the pie. And actually, there are pretty weird incentives also in place between these different players. So while this is all good, we can see here that carbon pricing has become more popular in this past years, but still we're like not even at 20% of emissions which have a price on carbon, and most of these prices are very, very low, so they're not really merely high enough. So the reason why we address the space is because we thought, we need to really massively increase the rate at which we sequester carbon, right? Because at the current speed, we're really not going fast enough. But then we realized that it's not necessarily only a demand problem; it's actually also a supply problem. So let's look into the opportunity space, because these problems in the carbon markets are actually also a chance for us, a chance for these projects. So right now, carbon markets are super, super fragmented. So these are only, this is a map showing the different emission trading systems, which all have like different vehicles to price carbons. And to give you an idea, so you have all these different mechanisms in place, and they all produce different acronyms, basically, or different certificates, which all describe 1 ton of CO2. So you have assigned emission units, you have the European unit allowances, you have certified emission reductions from the Clean Development Mechanism, emission reduction units, and then you also have the voluntary markets, and you have the verified emission reductions, or sometimes called voluntary emission reductions. And sometimes the certified emission reductions are also used in the voluntary markets. And this is just to show you an idea that, there's many different things that mean the same thing, but they don't necessarily work together, and especially they don't have the same quality. And this is just an idea to give you of the weird incentives that are in place, right? So this is basically just a diagram showing the distribution of these AAUs per country. And weirdly, Ukraine and Russia together hold 80% of all AAUs. So this is basically because they gamed the system, right? So the incentives that are in place are weird, which has led to a loss of trust in the system. Like, people, when they think of carbon offsets, they don't think of something really that you can trust. It sounds more like, people think of greenwashing, and they have good reason to think so, because 80%, and some studies show that even more of these emission allowances, they're just hot air. They don't have any additional positive effect on our climate. And so we realized that before tackling the demand side, we actually have to tackle the supply first, right? And to reinstate trust in these carbon offsets systems. And we think it's the right time to do so, because these last 2 years, we had Greta and Fridays for Futures, which have really created a huge buzz in the media, and the younger generation is on the streets, and also the companies are starting to care, right? So you have Microsoft, which have gone forward to say that, hey, we want to cut all our emissions, and also our historical emissions, and also the emissions that are part of our supply chain. BlackRock has gone forward, and the European emission has created an environmental law, which basically dictates that the European Union has to be climate or carbon neutral by 2050. So it definitely feels like it's the right time to tackle these challenges. And also because we're in the midst of a pandemic and an economic crisis. And I'm personally quite bright. I see this as a chance, because instability has always been a driver for change, and we've seen this in the last economic crisis. I mean, Bitcoin has been created in the last economic crisis, and I think that the solutions that we might create to solve the COVID pandemic, right, as a global union, are maybe the same solutions we have to use to solve the climate crisis. So to give you so we basically feel that we have to tackle supply before we tackle the demand problem. We have to drive this momentum, and we have to kind of harmonize the current carbon markets, so that you can also have cross market exchanges. And this brings us to the next step. So how are we envisioning the future, and how things could be with regard to carbon markets? So you all know probably decentralized finance, and we think that on top of DeFi we actually need DK. So DK, it's not only for decarbonize, we need to decarbonize our world, but we have to create a decentralized accounting ecosystem. And what this means is basically we have to, we envision an ecosystem with different projects, and a DAO, which is governing the different parts of the value chain of emission reductions, of carbon markets. So at the beginning of this value chain we have to emit a proof of carbon removal. And how we envision to do this is that we bring the different stakeholders on board of this DAO. So it's the carbon offset projects, it's also the auditors, and those can be different stakeholder groups which have different rights within the DAO. But you can, for example, think of incentive mechanisms which are in place that when you submit a new proposal to create new certificates, that you put a stake on this proposal, or that the auditors have to sign this proposal, and that the auditors may lose their stake if it's proven that it's a malicious proposal, etc., etc. So this is something that is not completely fleshed out yet, because we're at the beginning of the project, but we think that there are definitely enough mechanisms in place to create more robust incentive systems than we currently have in the system. Then this DAO is also looking over the integration and the adoption part. So creating a token which represents 1 ton of sequestered carbon, the price at which this token is sold, an API which allows dApps to connect to this token contracts easily, and we will look into this part in the demo also of this token project. And then also this DAO could be responsible for driving demand, right? So we think that automation and simplicity is probably one of the biggest drivers. So having the option to automatically offset emissions when you do something with smart contracts, for example, will lead to much more activities that are actually priced in correctly. And another vision that we have for the future is a stable coin, which is actually backed by carbon offsets, right? So think of DAI, which is not only it's not only collateralizing ETH or other cryptocurrencies, which are all correlated and don't provide that much stability with regard to fluctuation. What if you could back DAI as well with carbon offset certificates, tokenized carbon offset certificates, so other real world assets which have a positive effect on the environment? And what this would lead to is that with rising adoption of this stable coin, this would also mean that we have to back it with more carbon offsets. So we would naturally increase the demand for tokenized carbon offsets. And you can also think that this DAO is responsible for, like a Moloch DAO for the decentralized carbon accounting ecosystem, so promoting the development of new projects. And we think that DeFi is definitely part of this ecosystem, and that a lot of tools that exist today are work really well. And maybe your project should also become part of this decentralized carbon accounting ecosystem. So we, as CO2can, we see us really merely as as one of the projects who kickstart this ecosystem. And how we plan to do this, I will give you a short intro into our project. So we started at so I had this idea for a couple of months already, and then I talked about it with Cham and Patrick and other friends, and so we decided to go to the ETH London hackathon and start working on it. And it was quite a fun journey, and since then it has received a lot of traction. So yeah, I'm pretty excited. And this is basically the state of the current project. So we have decided that we have to focus on the middle part first. So we have first to prove that tokenized carbon offsets have a market, right? And that people want to use these carbon offsets, and that tokenized carbon offsets have an advantage over the existing systems. So we have created a token contract, the CO2 contract. We have created an API, which allows everybody to interact with the CO2 contract, so any Web3 application. We have created solidity modifiers, which can be integrated into existing smart contracts, so that the smart contracts, every time they're called, they automatically offset their carbon emissions. We've created a simple front end, dApp, which allows everybody to directly offset their carbon emissions, and a public track record of offsetting activity. So we call it a leaderboard, which is basically the idea is to gamify the carbon offsetting, right? So that also maybe different companies or also individuals want to be on top of this leaderboard to show their contribution towards solving the climate crisis. And on the proof of carbon removal, we rely on a certifying body called Gold Standard, which is one of the most trusted certifiers today. But of course, ultimately, we aim to replace Gold Standard. But today, before we can do this, we work with them together. Yeah, so tokenizing the gold standard certificates. And that's the project architecture. So I will walk you through step by step. So the first part is buying existing certificates from these offset retailers like Gold Standard. And the DAO, in our objective, in our vision, needs to have a legal entity, right? It needs to it needs to be in the legal space of like the state-based legal system, so that it's accountable also, and that it can that it has this connection to the real world. And so the chain of events is you buy these certificates, you store proof of that purchase on IPFS, and then with that proof, you create a new proposal to mint, so to create an equivalent amount of CO2 tokens. So say you have like bought 50 carbon offset credits, then now you want to create 50 CO2 tokens, which represent these carbon offsets. And now that we have these tokenized carbon offsets sitting in the CO2 token contract, we can now, from the outside Ethereum world, interact with the CO2 token contract through our API. So we've created a library called eth-co2.js, which is based on top of the ethos.js library. And what this allows, it allows any Web3 application to offer offset functionalities to their users. And the CO2token.io website is basically the first UI or the first step, which is using this library. And how it works is you send DAI to our CO2 token contract, which then retires or burns an equivalent amount of CO2 tokens to like have a reliable proof that they cannot be used a second time. And then you have the solidity modifier. So you can see that on the right, we have a contract which is called the polluter contract, which is just representative of any other smart contract in the Web3 ecosystem. And when they are used, then they pollute, and they can use our offset modifier, which means that any transaction which goes through this polluter smart contract is automatically offset. And we batch these offset transactions together to reduce the impact of our own offsetting computation. So I think it's time for a small demo to show you what we've actually built. So let's see how this works. So this is now the fun part. So yeah, you can see that. So on the left side, you can see the DAO. So we've deployed the DAO on top of DAO stack, mostly because it was super simple to set up. Yeah, so UI I think is definitely, or UX also definitely an important aspect moving forward. And on the right, you can see our CO2 token website. So let's go through the steps. I'm hoping this is going to work. So as you can see, we've created inside of DAO stack our own plugin. So this plugin is called CO2 token, and what it allows us to do is basically to interact with our CO2 token smart contract. And if you look at it, so there's already a bunch of proposals out there, but let's create a new proposal to mint for CO2 token for non-con 2020. Okay, and now, as you can see, we have to provide an IPFS hash. So this is basically the hash of a certificate. So here we have a carbon offset certificate, for example, that we have uploaded to IPFS, and the hash is here in the top. So we put that in, which basically proves that we've purchased these offsets, and we want to mint 4 new CO2 tokens because we bought 4 tons of carbon. Okay, submit proposal. We have to verify the transaction, and now we should see a proposal coming up at some point. So while this is verifying, you can see that on the right, the token price that we currently have for 1 CO2 token is 10 DAI, which is pretty low, but it's just for simplicity. You can see here the total supply of CO2 tokens and the amount of DAI that are in the smart contract. And I think I'll refresh that page to see if it pops up. Yes, so it should be somewhere here. Mint 4 CO2 token for non-con 2020. So this is how our proposal currently looks. So we want to mint 4 CO2 tokens, and everybody can now click on this link to IPFS to take a look at the certificate, right? So this is not only members of the DAO can do this, but like any member of the public can do this. And this is basically having open books. Yeah, and for this demo, I've been made the benevolent dictator, so I have enough reputation to pass that proposal by myself. So this is running on Rinkeby right now, just to be specific. This is not live yet. So let's validate this transaction. So now let's take a look on the right to see the total supply of CO2 tokens should now rise up. So it's currently at 1,897 CO2 tokens. And as soon as it's validated, we should see that number increase. So transaction has been passed. Drum roll. It's always exciting when it's live. Woo! Perfect. Okay, this worked. I'm so excited. Cool. So now basically you've seen the process of creating new CO2 tokens. So now let's take a look at how users would actually interact with this system. So my wallet is connected, and I can now, for example, put in, how much tons of CO2 I want to offset. So let's say we want to offset 19 tons of CO2, and we have a beautiful number. Offset my carbon footprint. Validate the transaction, and now you should see that as soon as this is verified, we have these 2 numbers changing. So the total supply of CO2 tokens should go down, and actually I've made a wrong calculation, so it's actually not a beautiful number. And the DAI which are stored in the CO2 token contracts should go up. And this happens any moment. Bingo. Did you see it popping? I saw it popping. Awesome. So in the future, we envision also like different applications, like just input your Ethereum wallet address and offset all your historical emissions, or the classical offset flights, but that's still not implemented. And last thing I want to show you is the leaderboard. So basically, the public track record of offsetting activities. And yeah, this is still very simple, but you can see here the total amount of carbon that has been removed from the atmosphere through our CO2 token contract, and how much total DAI we have received. We can see that we're currently number 1 on the leaderboard with a total of 30 CO2 tokens that we've retired, because I've already retired some, like I've used the same wallet already. But we can also use, we can also check out other, like how other wallets are doing, and see, basically, we're using the Graph protocol to query our own smart contract and see how it's doing. So yeah, I think this is probably gives you an idea of our of what we've built so far. So this has been built in the last 5 weeks, so it's still very raw. And the next steps for us and the next call to actions for you are basically, we are, just at the beginning. We want to build an ecosystem, and we're really looking forward to anybody joining. So if you're in the DeFi space or like somewhere else, let's build this decentralized carbon accounting ecosystem together. We're running a Gitcoin grant to basically fund our project going mainnet on the Ethereum mainnet, because we want to validate our MVP and see that it's actually working and people are actually interacting with it. And lastly, we're just at the beginning. There's like a lot of the parts of the project are still just ideas, and it's not perfect. And we really hope that we can get feedback from the community. And if you have any criticism or anything, just contact us. And you can also just ask some questions now if you want. So
awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And applause for this demo. No hiccups.
Yeah, right.
Perfect.
So let me stop sharing my screen so we can see your faces again.
Okay, yeah. Any questions from the audience in the chat channel or here in our interchat? Well, applause in the chat channel as well. So if anybody else wants to raise a question, I'd like to know. So, I mean, this is one of the cases where you're not only working on an application, but you're really working on a huge systems with many players involved. Of course, first thing is, especially in a hackathon, make it work and code it. But how do you see, how can you move on in terms of making this a reality?
Yeah. So we're currently, so there's different parts. So we're currently part of the Blockchain for Social Impact Incubator. Trying to work more on the traditional business side of things. So, what's the value proposition and all of that. And I'm personally also part of the Deep Science Ventures Venture Builder, which is based in London. And so this is basically like the same thing. We work together on fleshing this out and turning this into actually a real thing. So definitely, basically the next steps are getting validating our MVP to see if it works, see if people wanted to use it, then getting in touch with businesses also if they want to, if they can envision being part of something like this. And yeah, maybe Cem, do you have anything to add to this?
Yeah, I think you're pretty much on point, but maybe something to emphasize is that this is already a pre-existing market, essentially. And even the blockchain registration of these carbon offsets is handled by some private companies at the moment, that companies are purchasing these offsets in order to have sort of verifiable registrations of their reputation on chain. This is already happening. But yeah, we would like to, just like Rafael explained quite well, we would like to harmonize this system in a potentially ecosystem cultivating manner, so that we can actually tokenize these offsets. And yeah, one of the, I think, biggest uses is the integration with DeFi that can give exposure to DeFi by creating an uncoin as a collateral potentially. And I think these are sort of the directions that we will explore going forward.
And I think that really the one takeaway, and I don't think I've stated it strongly enough in the presentation, is that the institution, the global institution, which is managing carbon, or which is trying to tackle the carbon problem, should be an open ecosystem and should be a public good, essentially, right? So yeah, I don't see this happening as a privately owned entity whatsoever, because then there's just weird incentives, and people, will try to work in silos. And if we really want to work on this together, and we have to solve the climate crisis, well, then let's make it as open and transparent as possible.
And so you mentioned, okay, if people want to use it, and I mean, I agree with Jem that this integration part is important, and this is already an existing market, which is always a benefit. But then there's always this, there's also the question that relates to that in the chat channel. How do you create value besides tokenizing, right?
As a whole, you mean like what you mean, like in this first instance, or in the vision? So just
and perhaps Phaeton also wants to add something on it. From my perspective, for the overall vision, so this, I mean, if you just put it simple, it could look like, okay, we now will provide a new infrastructure to tokenize carbon rights to make it even more efficient to trade, like in DeFi, which then this might be picked up by either traders or, on the other hand, the same middleman parties that we have before, and the result of this is that they can even earn more money because it's takes less effort for them, right? So their margin is even greater. So I'm exaggerating here.
Yeah.
This is my question.
So this is basically the underlying assumption is that the current carbon markets are like fundamentally flawed, and most of the trading that is happening today with carbon credits is not, they're trading carbon credits don't have any effective value or effective positive impact. And I think the first value that we're creating, or that we wish to create, so we're not creating in this first version of the project, but that we wish to create, is to provide kind of proof of carbon removal, which is verifiable and which is more transparently verifiable than it's currently the case. And this is really, I think, the first. So we've been talking to traditional players like that are in the space, like South Pole or Atmosphere, which is a big one here in Germany. And what they tell me is that they have really a hard time finding high quality projects, because many of the projects just follow these like weird standards, and their demand for carbon offsets is actually higher than than the potential supply of high quality offsets. And also they have customers who wish to, they say, hey, we don't actually your offsets to go through gold standard. We trust you enough that we know that you do good projects. So why not cut gold standard out of the deal, because they take up to 30%. So we see an opportunity to provide higher quality carbon offsets at a similar price. And actually price is not really the driving force. It's really the assumption that in the future we really need some kind of proof that sequestration of carbon has effectively happened. And today this whole carbon trading is just, it feels like a lot of greenwashing altogether.
Yeah, and I think I guess this will be part of your future work. So what exactly to incentivize, right?
Yeah.
Not only the tracking, but also reduction or whatever. Okay, cool. Phaeton, do you want to add something here?
Yes, I want to, Okay, tokenizing, it's becoming like a bureaucratic work. Yes, we have the infrastructure system, so we can tokenize everything, and since the system exists, like the Ethereum, there's a lot of value in the system, so we can recycle this value. This is the question I'm asking is, how can we put new value into the system? Can you hear me? Because I cannot see now.
We hear you.
I cannot see you now. Okay, I don't know if you can hear
We
me.
can hear you. It's all fine.
Okay, great. So, as you said, there is an existing system of carbon offsets, which it's manipulated and whatever. Yes, and okay, who cares? It's between the corporations and the policy makers. So the question is, okay, I like the idea. You want to create a new standard, yeah. So the question is, how are you going to create value? I mean, besides doing this tokenization, which, as I said, is okay. It's just a mapping. Yes, tokenization is a mapping. Through a function, we map an asset to a digital asset. Okay, but how do we create value? This is the question. In what way do we benefit the world and the Ethereum system as a result? This is I don't know if it's not clear. You should not answer. Yes, I don't know. Just
no. So just to make sure that I understand, are you also asking how we make value for ourselves, like how we make profit or how we sustain ourselves, or not?
How do we create value for the planet?
How we create value for the planet? Yeah. So I think by providing a methodology that is reliable, in the sense that it's a methodology which proves that carbon has actually been removed, right? So we provide value this is the first step, right? To have high quality carbon offsets where you can be sure that if you buy them, that carbon, which basically is represented by this tokenized asset, has really been removed from the atmosphere. Secondly, we provide the option to make it super easy to integrate offsetting functionalities into legacy systems or into also the new Ethereum ecosystem through modifiers through the API. So, and this is something that we don't want to do alone, right? Like, please, if some people from MetaMask are here, it can be cool to just have a plug or to build like an extension of MetaMask, which automatically offsets your crypto transactions, right? So I think this is also value that we're providing to the Ethereum ecosystem, that we basically provide a tool which makes it easy or which makes it possible to use Web3 without having bad conscience, because you know that you're using systems which consume a lot of energy. And just to give you like an idea, standard ERC20 transaction today needs as much energy or produces as much carbon as one US household does in one day. And for Bitcoin, it's like 20 times that number. So yeah, I don't know if that answers the question.
I will put it more simply. Yeah.
Maybe I can also chime in because you made a great point talking about, because added value is a tricky concept. You mentioned that one is for the planet and the other is also for the Ethereum ecosystem. What is the value that we are interfacing with the external economy to sort of the Ethereum space? And that's a great point, because that is also what we were trying to emphasize in sort of this potentiality for tokenized carbon offsets as becoming a bridge between real world assets that interfaces with existing carbon markets and Ethereum ecosystem. And this is becoming a very obvious need when we're talking about diversified stable coins that are actually sort of collateralized with real world assets. So if we can actually achieve to have that tokenization constitute an accurate description of the offsets being purchased by real world companies that are verifiable carbon reductions, then actually we are bringing something very valuable to the Ethereum ecosystem, which is this on one side carbon offsets in the real world going through the Ethereum ecosystem, but also the stability that it's leaving as residue inside the DeFi ecosystem. I would say that's a very important point to emphasize. But please go on. Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, and maybe last thing, offsets today are not really used, or are used very little because people don't trust them, and they don't trust them for good reason. So the value that we're providing is creating offsets that can be trusted. And then you're right? This is only the supply of carbon offsets. And then we have to tackle the demand. We have to find ways to make the demand skyrocket so that we actually provide value for the planet, and that we sequester carbon at a higher rate. And we just think that the tokenization of these trusted carbon assets is this first primitive, which can then unlock many different ways to make that demand increase. For example, through a stable currency, which when it's used more, creates more demand for carbon reductions, or through integrations in think of computation. Today AI is consuming a lot of machine learning algorithms are consuming a lot of energy, and you could automatically offset this energy through smart contracts if you wanted to, right? Just make it easy for businesses to offset their activities, and at the same time provide a public track record of that, so that they can do this and at the same time signal or show that they're doing it. So yeah.
Thank you. So basically you're reducing the friction, you're making this process easier.
Yeah.
You can say this.
Yeah,
great. Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Any more questions? Take your chance. 3 minutes left until we start the next talk. No? Okay. So I'm sure, first of all, cross fingers for Wednesday.
Thank you.
It was a brilliant presentation and awesome test run of your application. And we definitely stay in touch, and I'm really looking forward to see more, particularly on how this DAO could be set up. We didn't touch on that topic, and it could be another session, I guess.
Yeah,
super exciting.
And I really just want to emphasize that we haven't. This is the beginning, and we haven't figured it all out yet. So there's a lot to do, and a lot of the ideas might not work out like that, but we think that there's enough opportunity in the space to just make something better. So the more people are working on this, and the more we challenge each other, the better. So
great, thank you so much. See you soon, I'd say.
Yeah,
in this space, Cryptoeconomics Lab or token engineering. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Angela.
Thank you, Jem. Now our next speaker should be Marlene. Are you already here? Yes, there you go.
Yes, I'm here. Hi,
Marlene
everyone.
Ronstedt is our next speaker, and she will talk about, give me a second. It's going to be the Web3 data economy will win if it eats Silicon Valley.
Exactly.
Yeah, excited for this talk. So, Marlene, thank you for being
All
here.
right, cool. Then I'm going to start sharing my screen with you guys. All right.
Maybe also briefly introduce yourself. So,
yeah, sure. Can you all see this?
Yes,
Or...
your screen.
Okay.
Perfect.
Great. I just need to get into presentation mode. All right. Okay. So first of all, myself. So my name is Marlene Ronstedt, and I've been writing about the Web3 space and working in the Web3 space since 2016. And currently I'm working for Streamer as their PR and events manager. And before that, I've worked for various other fintech and blockchain companies. And today I would like to talk about my idea how the Web3 can basically enter the existing Web2 stack by eating it. So first of all, what are the problems we're currently facing in the current Web2 stack? And I think Many of you might know that, but I just want to recap it again. So I think like one of the big issues we're facing today is sort of this tyranny of terms and conditions. The fact that we have to opt in into services, whether we actually want to or not, there doesn't really seem to be like an alternative for that. And then also when it comes to the data, we are often like somewhat involuntarily sharing with those services. We also don't really have an option there. So we just have to say, yes, I agree. And then we give away our data and our freedoms and our ownership over that data. So, and I think then one of the big problems with that is that this data ends up being in silos. So only a few companies have access to this data, and they can then use this data to innovate and to create new services, to gain insights about our preferences. They can sell that data for a lot of money. But eventually, at the end of the day, we as creators of this data, we actually don't have that much access to it or control over it. And we also don't have access to this value we are creating. So I think the Web3 here offers really a great opportunity to at least partially change that. So I'm going to float quite an unpopular opinion here, which I think is that, so in my opinion, the Web3 is never gonna completely replace Web2. I think the USP of the Web3 doesn't lie in just completely taking over what is currently there with the big tech giants like Facebook, Amazon, or Google. I don't think there's going to be like a decentralized social media, for instance, because I don't think that the expertise currently isn't creating new services like this, but it's rather in like creating, for instance, applications for microtransactions of money or for data ownership. So therefore, I think the Web3 can rather win over this existing space in the internet by partially just replacing the existing parts of the internet, which we see today. So basically what that means is, so you might be familiar with this Greek analogy from Greek philosophy, which is the ship of Theseus, and that's why I have this ship here up in the presentation. Basically, this analogy, or it's rather like a thought experiment, and it's about that if you replace all the parts from one ship with new parts, is it then still the same ship, or is it a different ship? And basically, I would like to apply this idea to the Web3 space eating Silicon Valley. So what does it mean if we replace some of the existing parts of the Web2 space with some Web3 applications? Or we might not even have to replace some of the parts. We might just new parts on top of it instead of completely reinventing the wheel, because I think, as said, that's probably not really going to work out as we've planned it. And I mean, also, if we look at, for instance, the case of Snapchat being very successful with Snapchat stories, I know Snapchat is not a Web3 application, but just for the sake of the argument. And then Instagram just completely took over this idea and integrated it into their service. So I think making the argument of like a Web3 application, which would offer a morally superior social media, is not really something which people are going to go for. They rather want to see this network effect. They want to be on the network all their friends are on. And if that network then happens to offer a service which makes them maybe have better control over their data, that's obviously even better. But I think, therefore, it's easier to just integrate those kind of services into the existing Web2. And if we look at the current legal situation, we can even see that sort of, at least in Europe, the law is somewhat on our side, because you probably all heard of the GDPR, the European General Data Protection Regulation, which has a really interesting article, which is it's Article 20, which basically allows internet users to port their data from one service to another service. So what does that mean? If you, for instance, listen to music using Spotify, you can then take that data from Spotify and put it into another service, say Apple Music, or maybe there's just another service you just like it more because they treat artists better, or maybe it's just cheaper, or you just like their UX better. So in theory, Article 20 would allow you to take your music library and port that music library from one service to another. So somewhat the legal foundation is there. But I've spoken with a lawyer about this because I don't know that much about the GDPR. And this guy told me basically that the problem with data portability as it is right now is that even if you want to take your service off from like a Web 2 entity to maybe like a Web 3 entity, or if you just want to regain this control over data, or maybe you want to sell your music preferences, also very interesting use case, then that's all not really possible right now because as the GDPR stands right now, a service like Spotify would have up to 30 days of time to sort of bundle up your data, prepare everything for you, and then send it to you. And they could do so in form of an Excel sheet. So the problem we have here, or you're facing here, is interoperability of the services and also the speed in which the data is being ported from one service to another service. Luckily, though, the European Union is thinking about amending this Article 20 through their upcoming EU Data Act, which will come out, or which will come into force in 2021, at least if everything goes as planned. And I don't know, with the current situation, it might take a little bit longer for them. But yeah, and under that framework, you could then hopefully achieve something which is being referred to one-click rights. So that you're using a service and you just click somewhere and you get all your data and you can take it from one service to another service. So even if the law is not 100% on our side yet, we've built a demo, which I can send to you if you want to check it out. Please hit me up for it, which basically allows you to pool in together with your friends your Spotify streaming data and kind of do something like crowd-selling your data. So you can first crowdsource your streaming data and your musical preferences, what kind of playlists you're subscribed to, what kind of artists you like, and you can all pull that data together into something which we at Streamer call a data union, and you can then sell this data. So far, we haven't heard anything from Spotify yet. I guess the data union isn't big enough yet. But right now, it's kind of like in this legal gray zone. And we're hoping that the EU is going to sort of extend this Article 20 into making data portability really like a reality you can make much more actionable than it is right now. So another use case I would like to talk about is Netflix, because what if individuals would get together and create their own data economy and put together their Netflix streaming data? So, because so far this data has only been owned by Netflix, and actually it is quite valuable. And what if we use the tools of the Web3 to pull this data together and then sell that data together? Because actually a marketeer from the UK told me that if 15,000 people would come together, they could sell their streaming data of 1 year from streaming Netflix. They could sell that for £3 million a year. That's 200 euros per person. I mean, it's not really crazy much if you count it over an entire year, but at the same time, for some people, that's quite a lot of money. And also one thing just on the site, later on, I'm going to be speaking about other use cases, which are not necessarily about selling data, but which just highlight also the value of pooling in data together. But when it comes to this use case, this is like a lot of interesting information which you can crowdsource together, which when it comes to, it doesn't only come to like your preferences, like what kind of shows are you watching or what kind of lifestyle do you have, but also when do you sleep, when do you work, and when are you at home and doing your Netflix and chill thing. But in that case, it will be a Netflix and earn, because you can actually monetize that data for quite a nice sum of money. So, and I think by offering people to sort of pool in their data into data unions and to sell their data, because obviously nobody is forced to do that. But I think that gives people or internet users the freedom of choice whether they want to sell their data or not. And also it gives them a fair chance to receive a cut in the value they're creating. So for instance, right now, a lot of people are watching Tiger King. If you've already seen that, it's a terrible show on Netflix. I highly recommend watching it. And they could then see that you're binging this right now while being in quarantine. And there's this one character in Tiger King, which is this tiger lady, Carol Baskin, and she says the ownership from property and money comes from doing things in a certain way. Those who do things in a certain way, whether on purpose or accidentally, get rich. And the kind of reason I chose this quote is because I think what she's saying there about on purpose or accidentally is quite interesting, because right now we've been our data has been sold sort of accidentally without us having control over it, but we can also sell our data on purpose. And then, well, we might not get rich, but we might take a cut of the value we're creating. And then a company which sort of got rich accidentally by selling user data is JumpShot. JumpShot is, you've probably not heard of that company. I also haven't heard of them until recently. They used to be a subsidiary of the antivirus software Avast. And Avast is a European antivirus software. A lot of people have that installed on their computer. And by installing Avast on your computer, you basically give that software a fuck ton of rights to see what kind of stuff you're doing online. It gets access to your browser and it sees basically all the data going through there. And obviously, a lot of companies are interested in knowing what kind of websites you're visiting, and knowing how long you're staying on a website, or in knowing what kind of things you're looking at for on Amazon. And basically, JumpShot was a subsidiary of Avast and kind of made use of all that data being produced from Avast's user, and sold that data for several $100 millions a year to companies like Google, to companies like, but also consumer brands like Pepsi, also consultancies like McKinsey, Home Depot, Microsoft, TripAdvisor, or Yelp. And none of that value which was created and was actually shared with the people who chipped in their data, and they weren't even asked about it. There was like this tiny window, this opt-in window where you just tick a box, coming back to the tyranny of terms of conditions. You just tick a box. You don't really read all the information which is being provided to you. And you just tick and you say, oh yes, okay, my data goes there and there, but you're not realizing that other people are making millions and millions of dollars with that. And the practices of JumpShot got now recently exposed in an investigation from Motherboard and PC Mag. I think that happened only 2 months ago. And they basically, as a consequence of that, JumpShot got closed down and their 150 employees got laid off. And right now, there's sort of a gap in the market because this data is no longer being provided, and all those companies which used to be clients of JumpShot can no longer get this data from anywhere else, because there is no such a thing which is collecting all this data to such an extent as JumpShot did previously. So a data union, which has been built by a team from Turkey, which is making use of Streamer's data union framework, is it's called Swash, and basically it's trying to fill this gap, but it's trying to turn this thing upside down. So thinking back of Tiger King Carol Baskin, who says you can get rich either accidentally or on purpose, this is the case now where you can sell your data on purpose. You won't get rich with it though, but you can sell your data on purpose with this. And basically it's a browser integration which you can install in any browser, and then you can choose what kind of data points you wish to share and which data points you wish to keep private. So that could be what kind of things are you looking for on Amazon, what kind of videos are you watching on YouTube, that could be what are you searching for on Google. And right now, this data is being siloed off because only Amazon knows what people are searching for on Amazon. But if you are a startup and you want to get like ahead in the game and maybe also start an online business where you want to sell physical goods, it would be very valuable to know what kind of things people are looking for on Amazon. And then you could subscribe to this data package and gain new insights. And I think there is also, beyond that, there are so many other use cases where this could help researchers, where this could help universities, where this could help governments, by just opening up the access to those kind of data sets. Also, another important thing, I don't know if I've mentioned that yet, for Swash, you can also add in a delay, so your data isn't shared instantaneously, but maybe only after 10 minutes. So you can choose whether it's being shared in real time or whether there is a delay built in, which I think is important as well, because you might be doing something and then you realize, oh crap, I actually don't want that data to be shared with everyone, and then you can just delete it. So in return for your data, you're getting paid in crypto. And because you're providing your data in nearly real time, you're also being paid nearly in real time for your data. And I think that also cycles back why, excuse me, why we need Web3 applications and why we need blockchain in order to actually make this happen. Because if you think of the current fiat banking system, it's just not fit for handling microtransactions, and it's also not fit for handling thousands of transactions a time for micropayments. So if you think back of the Netflix example, where you have 15,000 users being in this Netflix data union, it's impossible to pay them all while they're watching a certain show, but you would have to wait until a certain interval and then pay them. But then you would still have the transaction costs and sort of the administrative headache of doing this. Whereas using blockchain, you can just automate all of this and pay people instantaneously for their data. And at Streamer, our developers have used this framework, which is called Monoplasma, which is an Ethereum sidechain technology, which can be basically used for what we are calling broadcasting money. So you can send microtransactions to millions of people at a time, in like a continuous stream. So while you're streaming or broadcasting Netflix, the money can be broadcasted back to you. Yeah. And as I've already mentioned, there are lots of different use cases for data unions, and I don't think it has to be always about selling your data. So I think the main focus should be on what kind of value can we together create by providing this data. Because right now, this data is only owned by the tech giants, but think of what's possible for researchers, startups, governments, SMEs, if they all get access to the data, which is currently siloed off. And I think also if we think of the current pandemic, which is going on, there is probably a lot of data points which would be interesting, which we could then crowdsource and then make them accessible to researchers or to governments. Obviously, people need to have the right to opt in or to opt in. I think that should be stated very clearly, whether people want to pull in their data or not. But yeah, I think in general, data unions are a great tool to sort of integrate this way of pooling in data together and then sharing this data with others on a marketplace, and in some cases, getting paid for that data. So yeah, if you're interested in building your own data union, we do have a community fund at Streamer. So if you have an idea where you're saying like, hey, this example of Netflix is really cool, I want to build a Netflix data union, then we're happy to support you with some funding for doing this. Or if you have maybe like a really cool idea for a COVID-19 tracker using this data union framework, then I'm also happy to put you forward to the people who are administrating our fund. Yeah, and I think that's already it. I'm looking forward to hearing your questions if you have any. You can reach me at malena@streamer.network, or you can find me on Twitter at Runstead. And yeah, thank you very much for tuning in, and I hope you're all staying healthy for wherever you are. Yeah.
Hey, thank you, Marlene. Thanks for your talk. Now, do we have any questions in the channel, in the interspace, or in the chat? Okay. Anybody in the, so there was somebody or there was a mention raising hands, but I'm not sure if this was a question. No. So but perhaps Marlene, I would be really interested to hear your thoughts on COVID-19. I mean, I think in many European countries, there's currently the discussion if we should use data tracking for, getting control, the spread of COVID and maybe other epidemics like this. So, and of course, everybody looking to Asia where they have a much better access to data. So do you feel that you are suddenly, that your conversation around such data unions is a different one? Maybe it's pretty early, but maybe you already had some first notion on it.
Yes, so I think there is kind of the debate around whether data should be now opened up because of COVID-19. I think it's kind of split, right? There is this one camp which is saying, yes, everyone should now pull in their data, whether it's voluntary or not, for the greater good in that sense. So people are getting quite utilitarian about it. And on the other hand side, you have people saying like, no, this is my personal freedom and privacy and it should not be violated. And I do agree that people should still opt in and have the ability to say no to that if they don't want to pull in their data. I mean, at the same time, things should go hand in hand right now with the current measures which have been taken already as well, right? Because in most European countries, we have a lockdown anyways, where you're only allowed to go to the supermarket or going for a walk. So I think going forward, what I could imagine could come from some governments is like, well, you're allowed to go out if you're using such an application, and if you're then tracking and tracing with whom you're getting in touch. I personally would rather prefer a version where people can voluntarily opt in, because as much value as there is in like providing this kind of data points, I think there is also always space for abuse. And if somebody for some reason does not want to share this data, but has still a reason for going out, then they shouldn't be forced to share that. So yeah, I think it's a very tricky question.
Yeah. And then there is a second question on that. I was wondering, I mean, there's always this difficulty in encouraging people to use services like that, to create a data union, to aim for monetizing their own data. And this is somehow weird because you feel like, hey, are you really fine that your data gets exploited and you just don't see anything from it, and other companies are creating loads of revenues based on that? And I felt this was also a little bit the discussion, at least in Germany, where we had a huge, or still are having a huge discussion on, is it really a good idea to grant the government access to such sensitive data, and should we do that? And on the other hand, it's just ridiculous because LinkedIn is doing it all the time. The services are tracking your location all the time. So, I mean, it feels like it's totally unbalanced. Maybe this is a matter of education as well, but I felt maybe the best thing of this discussion is that people, again, are getting aware of it and are willing to take responsibility. But then the second question on, since we're talking economics, are the incentives and the revenues I might be able to create enough to take the responsibility and the effort of managing it?
So I think when it comes to the incentives and the money which people might be able to eventually make, I think it's a fair point, because I think for some data sets, like the Netflix data set I mentioned, the 200 euros a year, I think that becomes quite attractive for a lot of people. I think especially younger people. Whereas with the other application I introduced, Swash, you probably won't be making more than a couple of euros a month with it. However, there has been a study by the American economist Jérôme Lanier. I'm not sure how to pronounce his name. He has a French name, but he's American. He is arguing that he's arguing in a New York Times article, actually, that you can make 20,000, like a family of 4 in the US can make $20,000 a year. So I think that is definitely a strong economic incentive. He bases that again on another research, which I haven't read, where people explore more the details of how this figure comes together. And I wonder also when it comes to that figure, whether that means that there are certain data points you just give them away once and you get that money, or whether that is an amount you can expect on a yearly basis. Because I think some data points, once you've revealed them, I mean, most people, for instance, they don't move location every year. They move maybe like every 5 years or every 10 years. So that information can only be sold once and never again. So I think it is definitely, there is definitely an economic incentive, but I guess also then one of the critiques which has been on when it comes to selling data is that at the end of the day, people are going to be more likely to sell it. Those people are going to be more likely to sell it who need the money, whereas those who don't need to sell it, they just going to rather opt in for their privacy. However, as you just said as well, is everybody's selling it already. So Google is selling that data, LinkedIn is selling it, Facebook is selling it, all those other services are. And I think, so one aspect is the financial and the monetary aspect of it and the value of that data. But the other one is, and that's more intangible, and I wonder what future incentives for that could look like. But the other aspect is to sort of open up those data sets to researchers, to new startups, to SMEs, to for machine learning or AI learning, because currently those data sets are closed off and not that many people have access to it, or you have to pay high amounts of money for getting access to this data. And I think that, like, in the name of science could be another incentive, but honestly, I wouldn't really know yet how a good incentive could look like, because obviously you will then have to incentivize people to download that, to install this, to like be a member of this data union. And those are already quite a lot of steps, which I don't assume every individual would take just to like make some SME profit from that data set at the end of the day. So yeah, it's a tricky question, but I hope we can solve it going forward.
Yeah, absolutely valuable. So I'm not sure if you are going to take part at the Covidathon with Ocean Protocol, since this is also around data privacy and fighting COVID.
We are actually taking part in a different hackathon. There's so many hackathons around this topic right now. So since most of our developers from Streamer, they're mostly in Helsinki in Finland, and the Finnish government has also a hackathon set up. So they are participating in this one with 2 different teams. So yeah, but they're working on some solutions as well, hopefully valuable ones.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's of course a lot of activity around that, but hopefully also a lot of new creative ideas how dealing with it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Cool. I think, I don't know if Julie's in the channel. Not yet. Okay. So if there aren't any more questions, then I think we take a brief break. Thank you, Marlene, for this presentation.
All right. Thank you so much.
And we will be back in 20 minutes with the next talk. It's Shebnem Rusichka, and she will talk about fractal ownership. So we will be back in a couple of minutes. You can chat in the chat space. You can move over to Parallel Society, the other channel in the interspace, and I'll see you in 20 minutes the latest. Yeah, I hope you're still around. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye. Hey, Angela.
Shabnam, you're already there.
Yes,
a
quick update. I thought it got through to you too. It's going to be about token engineering process, the talk.
Oh, I have a different title, obviously.
Okay.
No, no worries. So maybe you can,
I mean,
you can briefly advertise your talk at in a couple of minutes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that you're not very surprised. Now you have 20 minutes.
No, maybe again. So because I'm a bit confused. So the title of your talk is?
Actually, I did update the form I filed is token engineering applied.
Okay.
From ecosystem design to model to code.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, with the examples of like Receipt Fund, Molecule, XO Foundation, etc. So about what we've been talking and discussing and sorting out the last couple of weeks and months.
Okay, I've updated it on our side, and then I will introduce it as token engineering applied, if that's okay with you.
Yes, perfect.
Wonderful.
I think it's already updated in schedule, so I didn't check with you guys. So sorry.
No problem.
No worries. So I can definitely recommend Shabnam's talk. I mean, this is the conversation we have in the token engineering community. At the moment, very intensively, but also, I mean, over the last couple of months. So how to give everybody a picture of the process and what is important. And of course, this is under continuous development. So I'm really looking forward for your presentation, Shabnam. And I see that Julie has just joined us, and she told me she'd like to take the chance taking this break, and she'll
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Yeah, I just wanted to say that tonight we are having a party again in our little Vienna space in Cryptovoxels. I'll post the link in the chat in a few minutes, and I hope many people will join us with their MetaMask accounts logged on. So you can customize your avatar and give them a name and stuff. And if you want some beer, join our Crypto Wiener Discord. I'll post that link too. And order in the beer waiting queue. There you can post your Ether address and we'll send you some free beers.
Yeah, that's cool. I saw yesterday that people are really queuing up for having their beer, and this space is really amazing.
Yeah, the boys did a great job there.
Yeah, cool. Okay, so don't forget to check out the party tonight. You'll post the links in the chat so that everybody is aware. And you can, I think everybody can join with the VR headset or just in the browser, correct?
Yeah, it's possible in the browser. I would recommend Chrome as it works best for me. And it's really a much better user experience if you come joined in with your MetaMask account, so you can customize your avatar. And for customizing your avatar, you just delete everything after the Cryptovoxels link, after the slash. So delete play and the chords. And then you can just log in with MetaMask and change your avatar color and name. And there's also the place where you can put the beer in your avatar's hand after we send it to you.
Ah, cool. And maybe it's also a good time to, to give the people who built this space a mention.
Yeah, that's Ross. He's doing the Ross and Nisla. Nisla is also a crypto artist from Vienna, and Ross too. We are all together designing the Crypto Wieners. You will see them also if you take a look around our place. You can go to the museum too, where the Wieners are standing and hanging on the walls. So yeah, those two guys are the main builders of all the stuff. So Ross is in real life also doing stage work and audio and video projections and stuff. So he's missing a lot of jobs right now due to the virus. So he spends all his time building his stage and optimizing Little Vienna. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's really fun taking a walk around. Just take the time to properly load everything. Sometimes it takes several minutes so that you can also hear the music. But then it's really amazing. I'm spending a lot of time there partying.
Cool. Yeah, so see you all there. The link is in the chat. Crypto
Yeah.
Waffles, and it starts at what time again?
I think it's 8 o'clock, but it's till midnight, so I think the peak will be around 9 or 10. So when the talks here are finished, then everyone gets a shower and then comes to the party.
Oh yeah, dress up.
Yeah, dress up your
and in
avatar.
reality.
So I'll post the invite to our Discord here too. So feel free to join and take a look around. And if you want a beer, just post your Ether address in the beer waiting queue channel.
Cool. Thanks a lot, Julie. See you tonight.
Yeah, looking forward. And great job on moderation. And it's really super, super great user experience. I love it.
Yeah, me too. So it's awesome. And also thank you to everybody who contributed preparing Cryptoeconomics Lab. It's really great fun watching all the talks. Thanks to all the speakers and thanks to all the people watching it and contributing, asking questions. It's really, I enjoy it very much. Okay, we will be back in a couple of minutes. We will have a short break. 3:40 is the time when Shabnam is starting her presentation. So see you, and please stick around.
talk is going to be given by Shebnem Rusicka. Welcome, Shebnem.
Hello.
Welcome. Thank you for taking the time and for joining us. We appreciate it. Shebnem is going to be talking about token engineering applied. And Shebnem, you have 30 minutes for the talk, and then we have 10 minutes for a Q&A session. Yeah?
Okay.
So the floor is yours.
Perfect. Let me share my screen.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. One can even share just one tab. Okay, so first of all, thanks for joining everyone. It's going to be about token engineering applied. So I would ask for a show of hands who is already into token engineering, but I guess it won't change the course of the talk much. So token engineering or engineering in principle is both a design phase of what are we looking at, what is the problem, how are we going to solve it, and then apply a method and automated tooling to it. And with token engineering, it goes really down starting from a design of an ecosystem, what is a token economy, who are the stakeholders, to modeling that ecosystem. And there we really have great new tooling that I'll dig deeper into. And how do we get from that model to the actual smart contract code that we want to deploy on a blockchain and hopefully not update too much. So it's a real rocket science process. And we have great people in this community who help us get there. For me, it was really those 4 people who got me into it. Sherman, back in 2017, when I heard her DAO stories, I was just blown away. And Trent, who started the token engineering or towards this engineering principle and practice. Michael Zargam, whose work and tooling basically really helped me get into that, or get totally hooked. It's CatCat. And of course, Angela, our token engineering global community maker, the life of it, who keeps us engaged and committed. And basically, big thank you to all of you guys. Without you, I wouldn't have a grasp on this. And now, of course, I want to share it with everyone else. Because we have a very short and very lively history of tokens. It started with, pre-sales and ICOs, and it's still getting a lot of people into trouble, not to mention all of the backholders from then. And in 2018, the people who really had their heart into this stopped and asked themselves, okay, the token distribution matters. We want to incentivize our network with it. So we heard and saw airdrops, work tokens, like you get token contribution tokens for your contribution to the network that is valuable. That was around 2018. And around that time, we also wrapped our heads around, okay, guys, these are actually value networks. And we are just thinking about how to reconfigure and reshare or redistribute that value in a digital manner. And that's when we got into this, okay, it's basically revenue share securitization on a digital ledger. And that's got a name, it's securitization. It's a typical financial instrument that makes a lot of things more liquid. And if we can put it on a tokenized manner on a global ledger, it's going to be a hell of a liquid market. That was the beginning, but starting with that and starting with the decentralized exchanges who used some of the techniques, we also got this understanding, okay, DAO wasn't the thing back in 2016 that just blew off and went away. It is this fundamental pattern that we are seeing and can create or make useful. And that basically is really about economy. So we're building digital economies. We might even just drop the token at some point. These digital economies have incentive layers and financial features built into them. And I learned a lot about an engineer's view on those digital economies. Economies are networked systems, digital or not, but digitally they become globally networked. They are complex and dynamic, means they are in constant influx and change. So you have to look at them in nodes and edges, stakeholders and their relationships, okay, or in stocks and flows. And if you have never heard of stock and flows, like or heard of it in a book back in the days, then literally it's a wake-up call. And go grab those books or join the token engineering community, and we help each other to get into this new or into this way of thinking that we need. So these networks are not just complex, but also they change over time. They change the moment you do something. Even your incentive mechanisms, your tokens, will keep the system in constant change. And in ways that you cannot foresee, because these systems are not linear. So that is actually, hell-breaking laws, but that being digital also has an advantage, namely we can have real-time data about this complex dynamic network systems. We can model and then build our assumptions, but now with the data, we can also validate those assumptions really coming from the system and not from some theories only. And we can improve. And in that improve part lies the whole beauty of tokenization and designing incentive mechanisms. But also this is where it can really blow off. So that's why we need to step back and gather our tools and put on this token engineering hat and keep exchanging the knowledge and building it. Digital economy is everything you didn't learn in econ, but there are also in the economics coming new schools of thought, they say, okay, but it's really about people grasping that it's not, you cannot just do with a simple model. It's about time, systems changing over time, ergodicity, it's complex economics, it's business dynamics. And these are some links you can look later on. It will give you a feel that things become much more exciting, but also we have a much bigger responsibility. So what you can expect from this talk and moving on as well, it's about applied token engineering. So there are people who go into the foundations, this multidisciplinary scientific ground floor foundation for us. Token engineers from all colors come in and look at these token networks and build the tooling. And my perspective is as a computer scientist who dealt with decentralized energy systems for the last 10 years, is how I can apply what is now available. So I will be talking about tools and processes. And I said, this is what I learned from others as well. And examples I will give, especially at the end, towards the end, from Electroseed Fund. This is what we're building in my network. IXO foundations, alpha bonds, which are super interesting and related to us. We're having exchanges and collaboration there soon. Molecule is a network that is already online. So it's basically funding new crowdfunding for crowdsourced research, drug research really. And Fairmint, basically a new type of VC where you get to, or it's a new funding for startups with growth potential. And all of these examples have one common denominator. We all look into value creating networks or products, or networks mostly, that are decentralized and that need funding, that need continuous funding, and how we're basically going to give it or tokenize these future revenue shares, but also how these tokens then should be distributed so all of the stakeholder incentives are aligned. And I haven't mentioned this here, but a common stack, later on, I go deeper into it. A common stack is an effort also to actually build more tooling for easier access towards the same principle that we are now discovering or describing and making it more accessible to others. Now, I hope you had now enough time to get the link. There's a Gitcoin grant for the token engineering community where these grants are matched and really help us to keep sharing this knowledge and create these resources. So what got me excited the past couple of weeks in lockdown is really, I come from computer science, and we have this book, The Design Patterns, made by the Gang of Four. And this business model generation book that most of you for sure know. Basically, we are living in a space where I see those two books converging in something that we could call token design patterns and token model generation, and really explain it in the same manner. And since, as I mentioned, all of these projects have one pattern, these are crowdsourced and crowdfunded projects. So here's a link to an annotated table of content in the making. And the book is going to be tokenized. And at the very least, it will give us a very basic dog fooding experience. So I hope you'll join there as well. And that's something I will be discussing more and more in the coming weeks and days. And from there, the token engineering community, especially Angela, is working towards the tech bootcamp. She will be talking about. These are all the events that we want to create, build together, and create a knowledge exchange and knowledge creation and sharing platforms, which now need to be more and more online. We all have the feeling. So it's great to have this non-con experience go so well. Good. So let's get into it. What is token engineering and what is it when it's applied? It's basically, this talk will be about these two parts, but there is more to it. And I want to explain the whole process once at least. So in the design part, really, we look into stakeholders, value creation, value sharing. How do we create buy-in from every stakeholder? These are typical things you ask every time you create a new business model. But as we said, since all of this value creation and value sharing will be tokenized later on, and the buy-in will be really programmed into those tokens, this design phase is not just ideation, it's really part of an engineering design phase. And we have tools for that. So for example, this ecosystem design toolkit I will show, and also something which was new for me, but it also has a tradition in trying to figure out what the stakeholders think and how they react in such complex networks is games. Games are really modeling and co-design and simulation with people. And for me, as a non-gamer before, it was a real revelation. But there are really other undercurrents that feed into that, and there's a big area there. And what I found is Le Grand Jeu. Again, these are the tools I will go deeper into. Then on the engineering side, we have what software engineers, what engineers, electrical engineers, etc. know by heart. These are models and simulations in engineering part. This is creating an architecture, having development process, automations, automated tests, and security audits, what software engineers know by heart. And this part, basically from design to engineering, would really work smoothly if we also had a modeling language in between, for token networks. We don't have it. We are using other stuff at the moment. But again, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Now, the tools on the engineering side, as I mentioned, one can model and simulate in Excel. This is what most of the token engineers currently still do. Power system engineers use MATLAB, for example. And we have a lot of token engineers coming from these engineering backgrounds who are familiar with MATLAB and Excel and now are getting into CAD. I will go into that later on more. And then, of course, from that model and simulation of how this token network is designed, how it reacts, the agents and at the system level, then we need to pour it into code. There, I don't go into at all, but at the end, I want to give a couple of thoughts to think about. And the systems are multidisciplinary. The teams, Cryptoeconomics is multidisciplinary, so the teams need to be multidisciplinary. The tools we are using come from different areas, and the process is and has always been an iterative one between engineering design and engineering the deployment itself. And I don't know, you probably know by now this, what I call the Cryptoeconomics flower from the paper Cryptoeconomics Foundation. And it really shows nicely. On one hand, we have this computer science, control theory, systems engineering, OR, where the tooling is also pretty well laid out. And on the other side, we have economics, game theory playing into it, decision science. And for me, it's really new: political science, governance, philosophy, law, ethics. It really blows my mind. But we need in our teams, when we really go for it, we need people who are willing to go over their own comfort zones and look into the domains of others and try to get this common understanding. And this is what I really value in the token engineering community, that it's full of people like this who, who sleep much less, but really go out of their way and then take their time, even if their projects are running haywire, to create this common understanding. It's also super exciting. So let's go into part one, the design of a token economy. These are three big questions that come up. And the one is, what is the purpose of the ecosystem? Who are the agents, the stakeholders in your ecosystem? What are the boundaries and who are outside? And how do you keep the power balance? What do you want the system to do? Or what do the stakeholders want that system to do? What do they join for? What is the optimization function? When you have that, then you, at the very least, once or twice or all the time, ask yourself, is this even desirable? Because a lot of things can go wrong. And if they can, they will. So it's really good that we know we have better tooling now, because 2 years ago, I really didn't dare to go forward with one of the greatest projects that came my way. But now with Electroseed Fund and with the tooling we have, it definitely is achievable. A lot of things still can go wrong, but at least we will know them, hopefully, before we deploy these systems. So, second part, what are the resources of these agents, of these stakeholders? What do they bring in, and what is their motivation to bring in at all and to share it or to offer it in the network? And some of the network players will be subsidized. But still, there must be peer potential. There should be no center of gravity, no natural flows to a single superpower. Also, no incentives for free riders. So, what we want to create in this second part of the big question, or the second big question, is: do we have a sum game that is positive? Because zero-sum games tend to move towards that single power, towards these platform economies. And when we have a positive sum game, Where does this value surplus, this reward that we want to share for incentives come from? These are the questions that are very businessy. And the third part is even very political. So how is this ecosystem going to be governed? And there all of us are very, very fond with the Austrian governance, where some principles say it has to be standardizable, it has to have a very easy sanction system, and the easiest is basically rewards. It has to have legitimacy within the system and also outside, and the people in the network will have to buy in, meaning they will need to understand, no matter how complex the network, they will need to really want it, and they most probably, to do all of that, should be able to create it from the beginning. So for these three big questions, we asked them a lot of the times, and a lot of the times we also wanted to just cut corners and make an MVP, but that doesn't work like that. If you don't want to end up in the old world, we really need to create a new one. And the Electroseed Fund is basically the thing that keeps me up at night, is an ecosystem that shall accelerate the access to clean energy in the developing world, as well as in our developed regions where people want to have clean energy. And there we have to ask, who creates the value? These are the smart microgrid operators, the people who bring those solar and storage to people on rooftops, to villages in sub-Saharan Africa. And also the value is the social and environmental, and especially in developing countries, the economic impact that clean energy access has. So these are the value creators, the operators and the customers, and the ecosystem's purpose. Don't need to go into details, but it needs to de-risk these capital costs, incentivize the high impact. And from that, the question you have to ask is, okay, who are the other stakeholders who can help, who can add value, and what are their motivations? And this can become really, really complex, or you don't know where to start. And having a toolkit like those canvases we know from business model generation is very helpful. And I found one from Ville Olorantes called Ecosystem Design Toolkit. It's built on Simon Cicero's platform design toolkit, but it incorporates this Elinor Ostrom's governance thought. And the result of it can be the input specification of modeling into a computer-aided design tool like CAD. Here, I really can only give a quick overview, just that you have a feel what is the canvases and how we used it in Electroseed Fund as an example. Is basically, this is the rainbow canvas, where you deeply and multiple times think about how to arrange, how to involve your stakeholders, and who are the ones who create value, who are the ones who add value by helping those in the core, helping the value creators, who are the ones intrinsic investors, because they are deeply coupled to the people at the core of it. For example, the diaspora of the people in rural Africa, who now can have their own electricity supply, own infrastructure. It's a very strong tie. They have intrinsic motivation to support or to be part of this fund. So, and then you can think about sponsors. In our case, it's the SDG 7 Clean Energy Access, and it's quite easy to identify sponsors who also have a more intrinsic motivation than, for example, just some investor. And on the outskirts, we have the regulators who are also part of it. So this is the biggest part. If you have done it once and you feel like this is it, then you can go into ecosystem member profiles. I don't explain all of it, but for each of those companies that you named, we have 4 microgrid operators. We ask what are their characteristics, what are their valuable assets and valuable capabilities. And thinking about that, you will see at first you don't know all of them. You don't know all of them equally well. So it gives you motivation to go out and have another deeper conversation. And when you come back, you have these profiles. Then you can ask yourself first, but also then start to communicate within the ecosystem. What is this motivation of you guys? Why should you really come and join into this network? And you do that by setting up this matrix, by asking who gives what to whom. And from that matrix, or after that matrix, really you have to ask, how is this ecosystem is going to governed? And these are typical questions. For example, who can participate in modifying the rules, who decides and who decides who decides? These are really the tough questions, and you have to pose and ask each one of them. And you shouldn't do it alone. You should really involve the stakeholders. And this is one tool, Le Grand Jeu. It's a game, it's a board tabletop game, and it's got already a really big fan. And we tried it multiple times, and you can adapt it to your network as well. Here, we go into basically also having a VR version of it. So there's also Gitcoin grant for that. And basically, it really gives you the potential to better interact, to involve the community from day one. It needs to be in person in the beginning, but hopefully we will also have digital versions of it. A lot of people pick this up and they're working with it. And for Electricity Fund, it was really tough because we're bringing many topics together, and it really helps for people to actually get crazy stuff like tokenized funds, but also the financial engineering stuff like diversification. Why do we pool these smart microgrids together? What is value? These beads, the black ones are revenues and the white ones are the social impact, and this triangle is an augmented bonding curve. And it feels really different if you can experience this type of new funding mechanism, right? Of which only the geeks talk in their geek tongue. It involves people in a different way, but also it's a very different way of doing things. So we have this adaptation. It's called Electricity Fund. We will keep working on it, and it really has also explained the augmented bonding curves that are being developed as tooling for the community in an open source manner in Common Stack. Definitely check both out. Now, coming to part 2, I realize I actually only have 2 minutes, and this is the real deal, the real part.
Don't worry about it. So next is scheduled for 4:30.
Okay.
We should have a break, but if you need a longer time, that's okay. We will just not have a break.
I will not do too long, but definitely 10 more minutes for part 2. Yeah. So basically now as you remember or recall, I know I'm going through this very fast, but we have this canvases are very familiar. We have this game, is really, you should check it out and try it out. And that gives you really good documentation and experience of the stakeholder dynamics, and maybe stories emerge that you couldn't think of, especially what could go wrong and how are these stakeholders or participants going to game the system, or do they even find better ways of solving a problem. Now from there, the engineering part begins, and this is where I feel more comfortable, but also I'm more how do you call it? More perfectionist. So But as said, I wouldn't do this, or I wouldn't stay here and say we have it if we didn't have. And we really have all the tools we need and can really now say we do engineering. And for that, moving from design, from business design even to engineering design, and from there to real engineering and deployment, we need at least 2 people on each side. One is really the domain expert and the token engineer, where we really have this requirements engineering and modeling and simulation part that must at some point go into scientific computing or be done with these tools. And on the other side, then we have the token engineer talking with the smart contract developer, getting from this modeling and simulation to say, okay, what primitives did we use? Are there any boilerplates that we can reuse code? Or is this a completely new design? Do we need a new architecture? And then once the architecture is there, the development is done, how is it going to be deployed, maintained? And also before it's deployed and maintained, security audits need to be done. But on the right-hand side, we really have already, even in the token engineering space or token system space, good tooling and good processes. But what's really new and really makes the life of the smart contracts developer easy is having these models and simulations actually helping them to parameterize the code, etc. And this is a luxury that the smart contracts developer teams should look forward to, or should really also get themselves into it. And in the middle, because it's modeling and simulation, it's a lot of maths. So, and there really definitely finance math. Okay, securitization, it's part of every token network. Part of it, then the domain math, in our case energy, how does the network resource really flow, what is it affected by, etc. And also in our case, but in general, these 2 domains will meet in what's called control theory. It's about complex systems and how to design safeguards right and left, so you have a path and you know you cannot go off rails. A lot of math. But also what I want to put in there is we need to get out of our techie world and really look into the ethics and the psychology and the philosophy and the anthropology of what we are touching there, because it's cryptoeconomics is deployed in people's lives, and token engineering can quickly become social engineering, and you don't want to be responsible for such a thing. So work in multidisciplinary teams and seek out people who are going to help you get this ethical point of view in what you're doing. Super important. And in that second area, let's say the luxury we now have is this data-driven modeling and simulation tool. It's designed or it's developed by Block Science, Zargam and team, who basically used it in a lot of their works and created it from their own process. It's an open source framework now in Python, that you can also couple with your data pipeline. And that's especially important if you have a digital mostly network like Filecoin, or also in our traditional cyber-physical systems like smart microgrids, where we have an energy network, decentralized energy network, but also that network speaks and talks a lot of data. We can get that data, couple right into from the data pipeline that is in Python into CAD, and really replace our assumptions by real-world deployment data and feedback from the system. This is really great. I cannot underscore it enough. And a second part that is also new is that the tooling allows not just the system model or not just an agent-based model. Typically, engineers are used to use those models, but different in different tools even, or different tools for it. But in CAD you can, and you have the opportunity to use both, and it is very good for token networks. Because we are putting in smart contracts, invariants in those system designs that are going to affect agents, but also agents or system stakeholders will act in unforeseen ways, and we need to figure out how these two system and agent level interact. And what are these unforeseeable emergence that we can at least have a feel for in the model. The engineering process, as mentioned, is an iterative one. It's about identifying the optimization goal. What is the outcome that we want? And it's about really defining or adapting existing primitives, combining them, or generating and capturing new patterns. And this is, for example, something since Block Science team and the people around CAD, it's an open source community already, are into and have already experienced a couple of models. We already see that there is a great reuse potential, and there is now a Gitcoin grant live, especially also going into that, into really making this open source community more resourceful. So definitely go check it out. It's a great entry point to the CAD community as well. The Gitcoin grant site shows everything you need, where to go next. And basically it also, once you join the community, you really get into the state, okay, what is the model? It is described by state variables, update functions, policy functions, which is really the logic of the agent or the system, or the external effects that the system have. You define everything in a function as functions, and basically this CAD, this differential games engine, runs the simulation of that model for you. You can do parameter sweeps or Monte Carlo runs, meaning you can see how the system reacts in unforeseeable ways by unforeseen events through these two methods. Again, now I will go through the examples, and each one of us is differently far ahead or not. Electroseed Fund and me now, really we are at the beginning, and we successfully get into the mood of thinking in systems. And this is basically the first round where I say, okay, this is how I would model Electroseed Fund, and this is basically multiple systems interacting, as you see, the energy system, then the financial or the tokenization system, which includes in itself a curation system, and these need to be defined through state variables, which is in this funding scheme or in this tokenization scheme, it's about the liquidity reserve, the funding pool, these are the stocks, the revenues that come back in from the funded projects, and the impact that those projects created, which are valued. So the great thing we are able now is really evaluate intangible things as long as we can quantify the data. Policies, parameters, I don't want to go into it because we don't have time, but you have here an example, and I will also add some more links that you can go through the GitHubs, basically. But once you have defined the token network in these variables, policies, parameters, you can start quantifying and stating your assumptions. You can start quantifying the model, and then you can ask real big questions and just run the simulations. And this is really great. I've seen it in other projects. For example, Molecule is entirely open source, and Ben Scholz did most of the modeling for them. Or in that team. It's from Linum Labs, and basically this is my go-to resource when I want to learn or got stuck. Again, this is how they used it, and they're really already online. Since January, they have their crowdfunding for the research projects going. This is their model architecture, which they put into CAD code. The CAD simulations they run. Multiple experiments, etc. And from that, then this model can go one-to-one almost to parameterized code. And as I mentioned, the luxury is that now you don't have to think about, okay, is it going to be 10% or what is going to be the tax or the token value, initialization, all of this you get through the system model. And another example is ICSO Foundation. Sean also had a talk yesterday, and they also run all of these simulations. And once you run the simulations, you have data about your system, about how it reacted. And now you can ask very specific deep dive questions. For example, the ICSO Foundation asks, okay, at the alpha bonds, this innovation that we came up with, how is its liquidity potential? And they run multiple simulations and they put all of this out there. And you can imagine it's an entirely different universe of transparency and creating trust. Being that rigorous with your network and that open, we didn't have that in the past years. And this is a new game. And this new game needs a lot of heart, and that I see comes from this Common Stack community. It's a really great community. Of course, there is also block science and Giveth, so the people who built the other tools already behind it. Jeff Emmelt, Griff, you heard, I'm sure, a lot of their explanations of Common Stack already. It's basically really, as I mentioned, we have these patterns, this code that we develop, it can be reused, but then it can be really brought into building blocks as well, so that, it's almost like, can you imagine in 5 years there will be a version of no code for this token networks? It starts with Common Stack, where you can really have governance tools, funding tools, analytics tools for complex token networks that have been tested and tried by many, many, many others, that have been improved by the entire economy. This is basically the Common Stack, creating common tools for the token economy architects of tomorrow. And they already started with open sourcing one, which is the augmented bonding curve. As I mentioned, all of the other examples have this notion of a bonding curve, and it is augmented for funding. And again, all of us use the same pattern, that we securitize the future revenues of the projects, and also that we make visible the impact that they create, or in some sort of other incentivization, other network, creating this positive sum game. People care about more than just revenues, and that you can also program into your token network or token design. And that is, in my view, is what the augmentation part is. And they've built this great simulation. It's out there. Again, this is a Gitcoin grant you want to support. It really is about building better interfaces to all of the geeky stuff that we build and refine and then refactor. I think I'm at the end. So that was the end. I just want to maybe put out there a couple of thoughts or an outlook where, when I have to look at the horizon, this is it. How do we move from this model to production code? And there, I had mentioned in the beginning, if we had a common modeling language between a tooling like CAD and between an IDE like Truffle or alone, let it be just the programming language be the same. That would create, again, a lot of ease for the development deployment, a lot of reduction of errors that will come from a model that needs to port it into a code, but by many different people without an automation. So a common modeling language, which is also in the grant of CAT, check it out, would really help get a lot of more efficiency and a lot of less error in the process. We could really directly map from the model to code that then can be formally verified before we deploy it. And the second big thing we really need to take care of now. We are getting real, and we cannot just gather all the data, or we cannot. So we need to create this privacy preserving architectures that are able to analyze data without exposing or without putting it all into one place, but leaving it at the data owner's place. In our case, these are the smart microgrid operators. It's their system's data, and we want to have decentralized analysis of this data as well. This is an entirely different ball game again. It's more as software and machine learning and privacy question rather than token engineering alone. But one thing you can keep in mind is we need to move away from data pipelines to data pods. And really just one last thought, and I'd like to discuss this, is it's super hard to cut an MVP for complex token networks. How do you cut it? How do you make this first minimally viable product? Is this even a product if we're talking networks? If we really create an entire sector like a finance sector and make that a feature of this product, it's more a revolution. So is there something like an MVR, a minimally viable revolution? And also really we need to think about keeping things decentralized, the entire architecture from the beginning, software-wise, but also governance-wise. Otherwise, we will be using the same methods that create, platform economies and create monopolies, and add some hope to it and hope that it's going to be a different outcome. I don't think so. So I believe there's still a lot to be done, but the tooling that we have now really gives me a very good night's sleep. So with this, I am at the end.
Good. Thank you very much for the talk. Thank you for the presentation. We have one question already, or a couple of questions in the chat already, but we don't have much time. So if it's okay with you, Shabnam, I will read it out, and we can of course continue the discussions in another room, but for this room we have a next speaker scheduled.
Perfect.
So the question would be, what would be the big picture economic optimization using an example? And if possible, let's use an energy sector example. So what would be the big picture economic optimization?
So especially in electricity fund, the economic optimization is two ways. One is traditional financial optimization. By diversifying and by pooling, we create a much more stable fund. And the second is by incentivizing the people running those smart microgrids and using those smart microgrids, to incentivize them to operate them optimally, and to incentivize them to use it more efficiently. It's a new game that was never there before, and making that part of this economic game, again, I think this is the game changer. So you have a fund basically that doesn't need an asset manager, a fund manager, and you don't need to, you can really incentivize every stakeholder in there to keep that fund afloat, to reduce the risk of bringing in projects to, not bring too risky projects, but also you can incentivize that people, the curators, bring in projects that are more impactful. And then you have something like a cat model that helps you see into the multiple complexities of it. Where could this thing go blow off? So this is really new. And it doesn't exist. And for us to be able to say we have tooling to make this real is a game changer. You haven't seen this in Siemens, and Siemens is a global player, for example, right? So it's a huge potential. And also, if you've seen Sean's examples yesterday from impact and impact funding, again, the ability to decentralize and coordinate entirely differently the impact funding model is a game changer. And for us, making this transparent, making it trustworthy through these open system models, again, is a game changer. It's just, we just play with game changers, basically. But also join token engineering community, and we can have these deeper discussions. I'm really happy to have them with you.
Thank you, Shabnam, so much. Thank you for the amazing talk and for taking the time. As I already mentioned, you can all continue the discussions in another room. So the link to it is Interspace Chat Cryptoeconomics -Hangout. So you can continue there. You can even create your own room. And here we need to continue to stay on schedule. Thank you very much, Shabnam, and hope you can stay here for the day. We are now happy to welcome someone very, very special to us, someone who's been supporting us and collaborating with us a lot in the past year. Angela, we love working with you. You've seen Angela today and yesterday, but now she's in a totally different role. Angela Kreitenbeiss will be talking to us and giving a talk here. She will be talking about the sustainable, let me just take...
Current state and future of Web3 sustainability models.
Amazing. Thank you, Angela. Yeah, so I don't think we have to introduce you much, but yeah, please do so if you'd like, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Tatjana. Okay, finally, I managed to have 40 minutes to talk, not only being the moderator.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll share my screen. Okay. So I hope this works. Can you see it? Can you see my screen?
I'm still seeing you. How?
Okay, wait. Then I take a different route. Is that fine now?
No, not for me.
Oh, maybe. Is it maybe possible that this is due to the cause that I'm still logged in as a moderator?
I'm not quite sure. I was able to share my screen.
That should not be a problem since I can share and be a moderator.
Okay, again, I share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Unfortunately, no.
Oh no, what's wrong? Shabnam, how did you do it? You just took the icon on the bottom left, right?
Shabnam, you're still muted. Could you maybe unmute yourself?
Take the entire screen and then share it.
Yeah. Does it work, but the entire screen is the safest?
It might be a browser issue as well. Chrome works best.
Yeah, I'm using Chrome. That's funny.
Okay. Gesamten Bildschirm?
Ja,
Ja, da musst du noch draufklicken, aber auf das Bild, was du dann siehst, musst du nochmal draufklicken, dann wird teilen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any kind of donation.
be it research or work-wise, would be interested if, how is the distribution of people coming new into it or already experienced with token modeling?
So do we have anyone in the audience who has experience with that or is hoping to engage with something like that? I'm seeing someone named Magenta in the audience. That's funny. The provider here, T-Labs used to be, or not T-Labs, T-Mobile.
Okay, I've restarted a couple of times my browser. I tried to share, I tried to send, maybe we can just do it this way. I record the talk and we will distribute it, I don't know, afterwards or on Sunday, because I actually, I don't know how to sort it out at the moment. It's such a pity, but well, don't have any better idea.
Yeah, sorry that we weren't able to help either. Something is obviously going on, but yeah, we will enjoy the talk anyway. Feel free to start anytime, and we have time, 40 minutes or so.
Okay.
Oh, I think she just left the interspace. Let's see if it will work when she comes back. Oh.
Yes.
Oh, all right. So would anyone like to start a discussion while we're waiting for the next talk and for her slides and her talk? Does anyone have anything to say and to add? If not, I will just remind you that we had a slight change in the schedule. So Griff is going to be talking today at 6:10 Vienna time, and we will have Vasim, who was supposed to talk in that slot, later in the evening at around 9 p.m. today. Also, don't forget to donate and to claim your POP tokens. Join the after party tonight, and maybe we'll just take a short break now and see if Angela can come back before the next speaker. Thank you all for being here and for being patient. Let's see how quickly we come back. But definitely at the latest, we are having the next speaker, which is Will Ruddick at 5:20. Thank you, everyone. to have you, Will. Thank you for taking the time.
Thanks.
Will will be talking about network currencies. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So you'll have 30 minutes for the talk and then 10 to 15 minutes for discussion or Q&A session.
Okay. Just you may need to butt in there and just let me know when that is. But
yeah, no problem.
Great. Cheers. Okay, so maybe just a quick on background. I started doing community currency work about 10 years ago in Kenya, and I kind of got into the field of it maybe about 20 years. And it was this sort of kind of grassroots kind of movement around the US and Europe, things called mutual credit back then. And a lot of it was spurred by Bernard Leotar, who wrote this book, The Power of Money. And and there was a long history kind of before that as well, where municipalities and small groups were trying to create their own currency systems. And there was one in Germany, actually in Austria, called the Weir. No, sorry, that was the Wargel in Austria, and it had all these properties of enabling a community that was undergoing a huge depression to connect with each other. And so what they did was they issued this little voucher, and it was backed by local like municipal services, and you can pay your taxes with it. And so they just basically made a currency at a time when there was no currency to be found, or there was a huge depression going on. And they created a stamps on it, and those little stamps, you had to renew it like every week. And you had to basically buy these little stamps to renew it that you would stick on the back. And so basically it had kind of like a negative interest rate, if you will, like it cost money to keep it moving around. And they reported this sort of like 3x or 5x, the local circulation of the economy within just a few months. And it was this great example. And I mean, this is way back when. This is like a World War II story. And when the governments kind of came back online, they outlawed this idea. And then there's been lots of examples of countries and municipalities or small groups creating their own currencies and trying to make them thrive. And then sort of national currencies coming in and saying, or national governments coming in and saying, no, you can't do that. And so there was this resurgence in like the 80s and 90s of these types of groups that came around and said, well, can we at least create some sort of barter credits? Is there any like legal framework left for communities to actually be empowered this way and take kind of charge of their own kind of economic well-being? And what would that look like? And so there was this resurgence around in permaculture groups, and something called LETS came about, local exchange trading systems, and many versions of that. Eventually it branched onto computer systems, old kind of SQL databases and Drupal apps. There's one called Community Forge in Switzerland that's still around. It's a little Drupal app where you can create your own currency. And then sort of like more commercial businesses got into it. There's one in where is it, Amsterdam or Utrecht, called Stro, that started doing a pretty professional version of sort of banking software that could have multiple currencies inside of it. And then there was this whole birth of things like mileage plus miles and reward tokens and loyalty credits, and then then we had Bitcoin. And so there was this huge kind of, if you were into this movement back then, and then when, Bitcoin came about, there was a lot of people that were doing this kind of work. They were sort of cringing. They were like, oh no, because, here was another example of sort of like gold mining, where it's like, 5 people own the gold mine. They get to mint all the currency. Anyone who else wants some after that, it costs more and more and more for them to do so. And so, those people who got in first and minted those coins, got a lot of money. And then everyone said, oh, well, we can do this too. And so you got into the ICO world, where everyone was creating their Tron coins, and you weren't really sure what they were good for. And so if we kind of take this narrative of like, okay, there was these first, there was people trading cowrie shells, and there was people trading salts, and then, national governments and, kingdoms forming, and all different types of, debt instruments and things like that being created. And then this sort of bloom of financial industry, and then the technology to create currencies getting simpler and simpler and simpler. until what we have today is public ledgers where anyone can create tokens. And it's as easy as 5 seconds. Anyone on this chat, anyone in the world can go and just mint a token on Ethereum, for instance. We're on a side chain of Ethereum. What we use is called XDAI right now, just because it's fast and free. But so anyone could make their own token on there. And so it's a really interesting situation. And when I first started doing this work in Kenya, we were printing little pieces of paper as our currencies, and we'd have graduate students monitoring how fast they circulated in communities by trying to track with little logbooks their serial numbers. And one little voucher that had a 20 written on it, which is like 20 shillings, is about 20 US cents, was circulating about twice a day. And it was, over a year, they said it was roughly something like 700 meals being sort of created that were not being eaten before because of that one little piece of paper. And so there was this idea that there was a lot of goods and services that could be traded in these communities here in Kenya that simply wasn't being traded. Like, markets were not as efficient as they could be. There was not enough liquidity. There's lots of goods and services on offer, lots of demand, but there was nothing to meet them, no medium of exchange. So the idea was, can we use these ideas from the past and present around kind of mutual credit systems, and could we issue a credit into a community and get them to really develop the rules and own it as much as they could. Although it was, being able to print these currencies now was a big problem, and then lots of other problems. So we did this printing for about like 8 years. Different communities all over Kenya creating their currencies. We would get people with suitcases to bring printed vouchers, security printed vouchers from Germany to do this, and it was a serious process dealing with all of that, but it was really interesting, and it was really lovely to see communities taking care of each other in a different way than they had before. And so we did a lot of survey work, and we had about 2,000 businesses at one point that were saying, we did a survey with, and it was like half of them would say it was for financial reasons they were using it, because it was more circulation, more turnover in their business, more customers, and then the other half, it was just like a community thing. It was basically like, I think they would describe it as like a way to identify, a way to have a positive identity, because they had such a negative identity, because mostly we're working in slums, informal settlements. And so this is a positive way to belong and take care of each other, versus the fight for national currency constantly. There's huge volatility in these markets here, where even from paycheck on a Friday for a casual laborer to Wednesday, all of a sudden there's no more money in the system by Wednesday again, and so that sort of weekly cycles, then seasonal cycles, where it's really like number of meals people are eating is literally going up and down with the season. It's really intense, the volatility here. Not to mention how it is today. So we're in a very different situation right now. So these ideas of community currency, they were fundamentally just effective in communities that really lacked a medium of exchange, and in a way that I would never see happening in the US. In the past anyways, and not in Europe either. They were sort of like fads there. They were sort of like a fun social thing, like get together, but it wasn't about like feeding people or, sending your kid to school, or, everything from paying church tithings to, everywhere that money goes and sort of facilitates community, you could use essentially a little voucher, right? So there's a lot of problems with that, right? We can't print those for everybody. And how does that work in different communities? How many are they printing? And how do they establish relative value with each other? And how do you create sort of membranes or connection to the rest of the market? Then, because it's not about isolation, it's about, sort of safety and collateral. And so it was, I think, end of 2018, I got in touch with the guys who were doing these bonding curves at Bancor in Israel. And Eyal Herzog had worked on this Bancor protocol, this open source protocol that basically has two equations in it. One is a pricing equation that basically says that your exchange price for your token, that your community currency, is equal to your reserve over your supply of those tokens times all times a leverage factor. And so the idea is to say that the community is backing these local currencies with their goods and services. That's the fundamental thing. But then there was this other idea of saying, well, can we also have, I mean, we have local collateral in a way in the tomatoes and the chapatis and the hair salons. Can we also have some collateral in some kind of reserve? Now that reserve could be anything. In the case with these smart contracts, it could be any ERC20 token. And so the idea, so when we first started this work in Kenya with grassroots economics and using blockchain, we were using and still are sort of just a virtual reserve. And the whole idea of that virtual reserve, it wasn't BNT, it wasn't any sort of market connected currency. It was just another virtual currency. The idea in that case was just to say, well, that is going to be the currency that we will airdrop basically into the reserves of all these communities around Kenya. And they will all create a credit supply of tokens relative to that reserve. And that gives them exchangeability with each other, right? So that's how we first operated with about 11 currencies in Kenya here, just this last year. And so every currency in Kenya got basically an equal amount of this reserve. We created an equal amount of tokens. So to give you an idea, in terms of just the math behind it. So if we have 1 million tokens as reserve, that would be like $10,000. So maybe I'll back up a little bit and talk about the contracts. So it's not that complicated to understand. And I don't know how much background there is on contracts here, but the idea is that you've got this contract, let's call it the converter. And that holds two things. It holds some reserve. So that could be some ETH. It could be, right now it's anything ERC20, but it could be a tether. It could be, right now we're using a DAI. It could be a virtual token, like we were just saying. But so, for instance, let's say I've got 100 DAI in there, in that reserve for this community. And this community is the one that's basically owning this contract. Which can be permissionless, but basically the community currency now, the supply of these tokens is basically shares of that reserve. And so if I have 100 DAI in there and I create 400 tokens, and I have this leverage factor of 4 up in the numerator there of my pricing equation. So right, price is leverage times this reserve over supply. And if my leverage factor is 4, then in this case, I have 4 times 100 divided by 400, which would be 1, right? So basically what we've said is, we're going to create 400 credits and we're going to call them all equal in value to the reserve, right? That's what you would call like a spot price if you're talking about shares, right? So you have an asset, which could be a house. In this case, it's whatever our reserve is, which could be any token. And we say, let's create a bunch of shares for that token. Great. So what we've done, so instead of going back a few years where we just had pieces of paper, these were backed by the goods and services of the users only, with no real on-chain collateral, no asset that you could count. I mean, you can't really go in and count the tomatoes. So the idea was to say, well, let's do that like we did in the past. It's still backed by the goods and services of the community, but let's also put a collateral in there, okay? That collateral in our case in the past was just another virtual token, but it gave those currencies relative value to the next community, right? So if I want to trade with the next community, essentially what I do is I take my shares, let's say they're called will shares in this case, and I burn my will shares, and I pull out some of that reserve. And what happens is that actually reduces my exchange value. And then I take some of that reserve and I put it into the contract of my neighbor who I'm buying from. Let's say it's another village. Let's say they're gym tokens. And I put my reserve in there. I'm adding to the asset. I'm adding to that liquidity pool of gym over there. And I'm minting some gyms. And in the end, Jim gets some of his gyms. And that's basically how it works. Each member in the community here, they're using a feature smartphone, a feature phone, like a Nokia button phone. And there's this little menu here, and it says send. It says, press 1 to send. Then it says put the phone number of who you're sending to. Then it says put the password in. We take that information. We're sitting there on the telecom waiting for these to happen. We push all that to the blockchain. Right, and we provide back a receipt that is an SMS that goes to both parties, and all of that is just happening, without them really, they don't have to convert the tokens; it's just done automatically. And every individual there has an opportunity to basically say that they're in a certain community, and they're able to change that community, and that community basically specifies what token they're using. Right, that's their like home token, so they always convert back to their home token. So it's not like we have 1 million currencies in everyone's wallet. everyone decides what is their home currency. And you could make this in any way you like. You could have 5 different home currencies or whatnot. We're just trying to make it basically easy enough to use for a woman selling vegetables on the side of the road. And so right now we've got, about 1,000 transactions a day among about 12,000 users. And they're trading their basic needs every single day using the blockchain, using their own tokens. And right now they're backed by this virtual token. In the next sort of week to month, we want to replace that reserve token with XDAI, and that'll be an avenue in which Red Cross can start supporting, like seeding some of these companies, or not companies, but mostly they're cooperative businesses within communities that are creating these things. So it's the actual creator of them is generally a group of 25 women. That is a savings and loan group. So what they do is, every week they're putting some money into a little metal box usually, and they've got a little ledger, like a physical ledger that they're keeping track of that. And so what's going on now is that they have also this digital vaults that they can put their tokens into, and we also just airdrop into these communities. So we work with the chief and the elders. Everybody's everyone's got a mobile phone or they've got a SIM card. So everyone gets 400 of these to begin with. The chamas, or these savings groups, get an extra 10,000 to begin with. So that's which is okay. So 400 of these tokens would be like $4, which is like a meal for 5 people in a day. So it's like a household feeding itself in a day, just about. And 10,000 would be like $100, and which is, that would be, the income of 5 people in a month, depending on where you are. So they start with that sort of seed capital. They've got their vouchers attached to that. We also call them community inclusion currencies these days. CIC has been the term that the Red Cross has adopted in sort of rolling these things out. Originally, we were looking at using them in refugee camps, and then coronavirus hit, and we're basically using them right now to target, basically how to give aid effectively. So the intention behind them is still the same. It's, to build resilient local economies and enable people to trade when they don't have enough national currency. But there's also this effect with Red Cross where we can say, okay, well, how do we intelligently seed those communities? Because it's not just about, taking a bunch of random people in a village and getting them to trade more with each other. That's part of it, but there's also just this huge need for, basic needs. So, right now it's soap and water. People barely have enough water to drink, let alone like wash their hands or maintain hygiene in any way, like especially in the informal settlements is really bad right now. There's no way to really contain or quarantine those areas. And so we're looking at, huge problems in the next, few weeks. And things are already getting really bad. We've got locusts in the country, food insecurity is horrible. So that's one target right now. Another one is how to use these credits to support, 1 million people that have no jobs right now, to sort of boost the food security of the area. How do we get all these, the industries are all shut down now. There was, Kenya was exporting $5 billion of food to Europe. So can we turn that back around and start feeding the country? Because they get something like hundreds of thousands of dollars of food aid every year, and that's been going up and up and up. And right now, the question is that even possible? So what's going to happen in the next bit? I think I've probably getting pretty close to my time, and I think maybe it's a good time.
Yeah, we still have 10 minutes for the talk. Or
Okay. Well, maybe I'll get a little bit into what we're doing now. So the basic smart contracts we're using are still the latest of the Bancor protocol, which is, it's been through a lot of auditing process and saves us a lot of time in terms of, having to build some of this stuff from scratch. Although I know a lot of other organizations like Aragon that are looking at bonding curves, and we're working also with Block Science at the University of Vienna that is helping with doing agent-based modeling and doing the analytics around augmenting these bonding curves in different ways to basically limit volatility. So when I say that we're using a leverage of 4 right now, right? So that what does that mean? Well, it means that there's a certain volatility to the shape of that bonding curve based on what are the nominal transactions on that curve. So, you know, if I've got $100 as backing and I've created 400 tokens, but my normal transaction is something like $70, I'm going to have huge amounts of volatility almost no matter what my leverage is. I mean, you know, so in that case it was 4, but so if I had a leverage of 10x of my credit that's being issued, you know, with a collateral of 10%, we'd have a lot more volatility. So there's a lot of just modeling around the communities we're working with to basically understand what is the sort of liquidity risk and volatility risks associated with them. So far, like the whole point of the bonding curve in a way is to produce a market such that as the reserve starts to drop out and the price starts to drop, as people are cashing this out, that it is lucrative, it's and meaningful for people to also buy back in, right? So that basically that, you know, as the price drops, for 1 shilling now, let's say I can get 2 of these vouchers, and as long as the community is still locally backing them, essentially all that's happening is that your credit space, your collateral is shrinking and growing. So I mean, that could happen with tomatoes that are also backing the voucher. It could also happen, like, let's say a school collapses and needs to be rebuilt over time. So these are sort of natural things that happen in currencies. And I know that, you know, often when I talk about these things, people think a lot about the fear associated with sort of fractional reserve banking. And what I like about what we're doing is that it's very honest fractional reserve banking. In other words, you can never pull out more currency than the reserve you've put in other words. So the way it works on the bonding curve is like, if I'm cashing out my first token of that 400 that I created, well, I'm going to get a price of about 1 to whatever the reserve is. So let's say it was dollars as XDAI. And then the second token I'm going to cash out, I'm going to get like, 0.999, something like this. And then the next token I get, 0.97. And so it's almost like, as I'm pulling out the reserve, my share price is starting to drop. It's like you're pulling wood out of the house, and whoever holds shares of this property or something, their share price is going down. And vice versa is also the same. If I'm building up that house, I'm adding back to it. So it's a way of, and I'm not really an advocate of using XDAI or DAI as a reserve or the US dollar. It's just something that people trust right now that we can use. And so there's a whole really exciting path forward around deciding what those reserves can be in terms of like what's in the DAI. Why is it just Ethereum? Well, DAI is doing a lot of these multi-collateral DAIs, and there's other projects like Open Libra, for instance, that are and Celo that are doing really interesting stuff on creating reserve spaces and different types of stable reserves that could be conglomerates of baskets of different types of indexes, for instance, and things like that. So I think that's a really exciting space. It's meaningful for us to connect it to fiat right now as a reserve, because that's what everyone knows, and that's sort of our unit of account in Kenya. Everyone knows the price of a spoon, or they know the price of 1 kg of unga in the denomination of shillings right now. So it makes sense to use essentially a token that we can connect to shillings, right? So at least the US dollar to shilling rate is pretty stable right now. So but this is a big question with coronavirus and all this stuff going on. So there's a next big step of saying, well, what should those reserves be? That's my daughter in the background. And then getting national governments involved as well. I mean, it could be that the next version of reserves are digital central banking notes. IMF really has been kind of promoting that idea for a while now. What else is going on? For the Bancor contracts themselves, we have a little open source sort of version of them where it kind of steps you through the deployment process, which I think, if someone's used some of the Aragon stuff, I think maybe it would be pretty familiar to you. But the idea that you're creating this contract that has some reserve, you're minting some tokens, there's this bonding curve that attaches the two together. And I really like the idea of people starting to understand these and create interfaces for them. I mean, our interface, we have no web interface at all. It's just USSD, like feature phones, and a little command line interface. And so that's a big space that I think there's a lot of organizations looking at how do we build interfaces for the next generation of credit systems, and which is one way to describe all this stuff. It's the difference between sort of a reserve system and a credit system. A credit system is about trust in your community. It's about IOUs, and it probably should not be run by for-profit banks. And so if we can decentralize that system and allow any group in the world to create credit in a de-risked way, right, such that there's collateral. And I don't want to diss all the currencies that have been out there like Bitcoin and whatnot, but the idea that we can't just have a million totally separate currencies and expect there to be meaningful markets between them without some sort of underlying protocols. And I think it's really interesting and important to get through our heads is if we want to create credit spaces and we want to link them together, we need basically some kind of like DNS-like system, some sort of indexes that basically, if Jim is going to create his token, well, where does he register that token? Yes, okay, let's say he connected it with this reserve. Well, that makes it compatible with this set of currencies within this sort of standard space. So if I want to connect my currency as my municipality to the next one, well, they better have some similar standards. They better have some similar underlying protocols. And if we want Red Cross to use these types of systems, of course, they've got to have a lot of ethical standards and risk and liability type standards associated with them. And so this idea of a community of currency, this network of currencies, which are essentially credit systems with this potential sort of like mountain range of reserves that sort of connect them all together, right? So there can be lots of disconnected reserves. Those reserves can be connected through relays or secondary markets that connect them. And so that landscape of connected credit systems that are attached to different reserves, like, we could have a Binance BNC reserve token in Uganda, for instance. That was actually one of the we were talking with them, I don't know, about a year ago about they wanted to support projects in Uganda. We said, okay, great, but where are we going to get all these Binance tokens? And they're like, okay, well, we've got this many of them, but the issue is that, like, well, okay, first of all, like, how are we going to create markets that are connected to just this Binance token? And then how do we connect to those markets that are not yet connected to those Binance tokens? And it comes, the same with the Bitcoin guys. They'll say, hey, we're the biggest blockchain used in the entire world, and, Bitcoin's everywhere. And you get into these problems of just saying, well, look, how is this village in Kenya going to get your Bitcoins? And, in a way, we've sort of just said, well, let's let these village in Kenya just create their own tokens, and they can attach it to any reserve they want to. Now, if they happen to have Bitcoin or Binance tokens or something that's fiat exchangeable, great. If they don't, well, they can still have a virtual reserve that is perfectly useful. It just means that they're not going to be able to exchange that virtual reserve necessarily with other communities unless they build a big enough community around that virtual reserve that gives the virtual reserve value. And that's exactly kind of what BNT was in a way. That's, so Bancor created their own version of this, and they said, okay, everyone buy our reserve token as BNT, and now they've created a stable version of that. I think it's USDB. And basically that was sort of the idea, is like, we're going to create a network of currencies that connect to us as a reserve, and that gives us value. And that was their whole profit model in a way, was to say, well, let's basically make a profit or stay in business and pay for our costs by promoting the value of BNT as this network token. Well, a village 20 villages in Kenya could do the same exact thing, and it's just as valuable to them locally as it is for Bancor in Israel. And so that's this really interesting space of saying, people need credit systems like right now. We need to employ millions of people to do the farming to feed the entire country in the next few months, for instance. How do we do those things? How do we build these systems? I know a lot of people advocate for like 100% reserve and things like that. It's just, well, we just don't have that much money, practically right now, to do that. Like, we can't just go in there and drop, US dollars or whatever they are on all these people who need a medium of exchange. So that's where we are right now. I think it's a super scary but super exciting time. We've got a phone staff here in Kenya and some field staff as well, but they're working 24 hours just managing phone calls, like people, resetting their PINs and things like doing transaction reversals and stuff like that. And then going and knitting together their communities. Especially during crisis, like the most valuable thing you probably have is your community. And so it's nice to see that this is another way to identify community. I think we need lots of ways to identify community, and I think this is can be a very positive way to be part of a community, to have this sort of shared credit space. And learnings from the last 10, 20 years of this type of currency development, like mutual credit, is that it's good to de-risk that. Right? It's good to have some sort of common reserve. So one, you can connect to other community currencies and have an automated value system, an automated pricing system between those currencies. Two, it's good to have some sort of backer of last resort, and at least being able to point to that collateral on chain, right, is much better than any bank in Kenya, right? Because they can't point to their reserve on chain. They can't point to the reserve at all. Like if you audit a company or a bank in almost anywhere in the world, like it is a nightmare to try to understand what's behind the credit they're issuing. So if you were to do it this way, you would say like Wells Fargo can issue Wells Fargo bucks. And those Wells Fargo bucks could be equal to $1 as long as they maintain this reserve value. And if that's transparent on the blockchain, we could have a very, a much more robust and secure financial system, right? Instead of this sort of like, we're just going to mint as much money as we want without any backing. So like everyone's trying to make their own Bitcoin basically constantly all the time. And we get this hugely inflationary markets. And if this collapse didn't happen because of coronavirus, I guess all of our lives we've been hearing people warning us of imminent collapse. And so there's this kind of question of like, how do we build credit systems? How do we, move forward in a transparent, honest way? And then, and why wouldn't we do this stuff? And usually that's just because we want to hide the source of our credit. Or we want, like Bitcoin, we want the value to go up 16,000%, right? And we want the first 5 people to have minted them to be rich by the end of that, right? Like, what's the reason not to have some sort of on-chain collateral that you can point to? And this is a very complex space, and I'm not trying to diss anybody, but it's just, I think it's time to wear grown-up pants in this world of credit creation and token creation, especially when right now anyone can quite easily make their own tokens.
All right, wonderful. We've had the conversations in the morning about how does one identify with a community, and I think your talk fits in very well. Thank you so much. We've had a couple of questions in the chat, but someone also raised a hand here in the interactive space, so I would like to reward that and give the mic to the fellow spacer.
Hi.
Hi.
I've been living in Nigeria for 20 years, so I can understand a bit of what you're going through. So one question I have is, okay, with mobile phones, it's the technology is disseminated. It's quite easy for the people to use them. The question is, in what way do people now interact with the blockchain? I mean, I understand your concern, and really I'm with you, but I don't. I find it kind of difficult to imagine how does people interact with the blockchain.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, we've got a server sitting there at the telecom, right? That's connected. There's an API to the telecom, and every telecom in the world has these APIs, and usually it's called USSD, which is unstructured supplementary service data. It's like a layer under SMS. And basically, if you dial this little like a short code, so we put these up in like shops everywhere. I'm sure it's backwards for you here, but like there's a short code here. So if you dial this like star thing, you get a little menu that pops up on your screen, any phone, right? And then we're just so we've created this little menu for them, and based on that menu and their password, we basically push those transactions to the blockchain on their behalf right now. Okay, and as people are using smartphones, they could just access the same thing on MetaMask, right? We actually don't have any web interface or wallet that they're using right now yet. So that's actually a big thing that we're missing. But it should be really easy to make that. I think anyone could basically, I mean, you could use MetaMask.
Yeah, it's an analog wallet.
Yeah, it's just a little analog wallet that everyone can just use right now. Yeah, exactly.
Great. Look, this system is quite interesting, what you said, yeah? So please try and document this in a piece of paper, with a picture and just make a picture of that, and it's an interesting way of this interface with the blockchain.
Yeah,
it's very interesting because it makes people visualize blockchain. Otherwise, blockchain is just an abstract idea.
Sure. Yeah. Anyway, we've got a few. We'll share some links maybe later. There's a white paper and some of that stuff. So, but you're right. We need a lot more documentation, and that's been a. It's just there. It's like literally a handful of people. That's it. Of volunteers doing this stuff. So that's probably one of our main issues. Is just it'd be nice to have like one full-time programmer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Great job.
Yeah, documentation is always difficult, especially because everything's changing so fast.
Yeah.
All right. So I see Grace has asked a question in the channel, but she has also raised a hand. So Grace, if you'd like to speak, that would be even better.
Sure. I saw you were rewarding people for raising their hands, so I followed the directions. So my question is about, I've heard people say that when they're doing these programs in these locations, the more that they're integrating more and more communities, the more it draws the wrong kind of attention from authorities. So how big does this have to get before it draws the wrong kind of attention? And then how big does it have to get before you can't stop it? And maybe if it's connected to the telecom, it could always be stopped. So that's my question.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. We've been sort of waiting for everyone to have a smartphone and get internet access for a long time. And I think a lot of the world right now has enough internet access, and there are places that have, like, even here, like they're pushing like mesh networks, and that's getting really big in like South Africa and stuff like that too. So bringing internet out to people is still the way forward. I think that this is just a stopgap. Ideally, in a more perfect world, we wouldn't have to have any sort of managed systems like this at all, because we're sort of centralized in a way that I would prefer us not to be, right? Like, ideally they would hold their own private keys and all that kind of stuff, right? And I think for most of the world, like with smartphones and whatnot, you guys can do these things. There's some ideas around the technology of telecoms might still be around for quite some time, and we might still have billions of people sort of dependent on telecoms, more than the internet. So it's just a stopgap right now. And I think your question in terms of authorities and whatnot is when they took us to jail for doing this stuff back in 2013, it was just everyone was sort of scared. They were just, they could just kick us out of the country, or or at least me. I'm the only. I was originally from the U.S. and I've been here for like 12 years, and I have a family here and everything. But still, like, that was the fear, is they're going to kick me out of the country or something like this. And but in the end, it was a total embarrassment to them, right? So the media came in and said, these people we're not taking any money from people. We're not. It's a nonprofit, like there's nothing, you're helping women pay school fees with tomatoes, basically, right? We're creating these little barter networks, and these are in the most populated slums in Kenya, where the government's not really helping them at all, and so, it became a public and so I would, if you're going to go down that route, I would say make it as good for people as possible. Don't take any profit off of it, and let them take you to jail for that, please. Have some guts and do something good for people. And if that's illegal, then great, because that will spread awareness, and try to make that as public as possible, right? It was definitely in our benefit that the media was around in those things, and that here were all these people that were using the system to send their kids for daycare and stuff like this, right? And it was the local police that were they were catching people crossing railroad tracks and make them pay big bribes, or they take like 12-year-olds into the jail for a week, so their parents have to bring them out of jail just for crossing a railroad track. So the parents were trying to pay with these currencies, and that's when they alerted the authorities and said, "Oh, these guys are doing," So it was just, if you can expose that type of corruption in the first place and make it public, in the end, the government came and started helping that community. They built them a road. It was really embarrassing. So I think that was a really positive thing. And in regulation today, I mean, so that court case, we went all the way through to the Attorney General. We did petitions, and they basically said there's no law being broken. And in order to make this illegal, they would have had to make a lot of other things illegal as well in Kenya, like any kind of like voucher system. Like it was really hard for them to sort of, why would this be illegal exactly? You know, and what regulation does it fit into? And I, you know, I think becoming regulated, and in fact, you know, making sort of a fool of the current banking regulations, which are horrible. There's almost nothing actually, right? And so we're way more regulated than them because we have transparent contracts on the blockchain that you can audit and you can look at, you know, this is the collateral behind it. Here's the reserve, you know, what, you know, it's way more regulated than a bank in a sense, you know what I mean? Like it's self-regulated. So I think really pushing that, and with Red Cross, it's just, you know, phrasing this as an aid voucher, it's a no-brainer, right? So you just, so wait, so we're going out and giving aid vouchers because we don't have enough cash to give all these people. They're able to trade with each other, right? And Red Cross helps seed the backing for them. So there is some cashing out behind it. I think that's, you know, that's the way to really make these things push forward as fast as possible to help the current situation in a way that, you know, if you know, everything, the entire, you know, neoliberal economy gets back on its feet, you know, in some sort of Elysium, you know, state system in the next few years, and they decide to outlaw these things, well, hopefully by that time they're so widespread and people can use them on smartphones. So even if the, you know, I mean, there's still a smartphone for almost, you know, every other house in Kenya almost right now. And so you could still have a credit system like that. In fact, the old credit systems were like a guy with a piece of paper that everyone went to that guy and said, you know, so I mean, you know, a smartphone in almost every other house is close enough anyways. So, yeah. Cheers.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. We've had another question in the chat. How is the exchange rate defined? Do you already address this? If not, could you maybe explain?
Yeah, I think you know, it's really good to look at the Bancor protocol white paper is a nice one. Also, I've got a bunch of videos. If you look up Village Market Simulator, I write a lot of little simulations for this stuff that are visual, so they're kind of fun. And it goes through some of the equations. But basically, the basic pricing system is just to say your price is equal to L, your leverage, times your reserve, divided by your supply. So your reserve would be whatever you're backing it with, and that could be a virtual token. It could be XDAI or anything like that. And your supply is your credit supply. So that's what we're issuing. That's the CICs for Red Cross, the Community Inclusion Currencies, and whatnot. So that's it. That's our pricing system. Now, the bonding curve basically says that as I burn supply, I get rid of it, and I pull out reserve, how much reserve do I get? Depending on the levels of leverage, depending on the levels of reserve and supply that exist there, and vice versa. If I'm adding more reserve, how many tokens do I mint? And so those equations are really interesting to look at, and that's what we're looking a lot with block science right now.
All right, thank you. There's another question from Shebnem. She's asking, how do you identify or reach out to the communities? Did you find a way that scales? Or are you still crucial to advocating accessible CICs?
Yeah, so I mean, what we've done in the past was we would go in through the chief and elders and youth groups and the chamas, these savings groups. And it's usually just people referring us to other areas. And there's a referral program. So like basically if you enroll somebody else into the system, you get some tokens for that. There's a lot of incentive building in terms of centrality. So if you're if you're trading with a lot of unique people above a certain level, you get more of even a weekly boost or even a daily boost into your account. So there's a lot of sort of distribution that way. And so that creates a lot of virality of it spreading. So, I mean, right now we're spreading it anywhere from 20 to 100 people a day right now. And that's still very slow. So, I mean, you know, we've gone up, I think, 500% enrollment in just this year. So for the last year, since 2019. But to make it really viral, I think that this whole work with Red Cross is really exciting because they've got something like 1.5 million employees, and you know they're all franchised around the world. But if this is an effective method to help communities build their local resilience and support each other right now, I think it's something that could be rolled out, a lot, at least, if not now, then, the coming 6 months to a year, all over the place. A lot of the limitations, like, we've mentioned, of like connecting it to mobile phones, but if there was a smartphone-based version of this, I think it would be quite easy for people to just adopt and use everywhere. And by this, I mean, you've got some blockchain that you're using. I mean, what we're using right now with Red Cross is XDAI as a blockchain. It's the POA family of blockchains. Is basically just ERC20. It's a side chain off Ethereum, and essentially it's deploying some contracts, which anybody can do, right? You're just deploying this converter. You're adding some collateral to it, and you're minting your supply. Now, I have got a MOOC you guys can maybe check out on the website. It's old now, but it was a MOOC around creating paper currencies. And so, one of my friends, Griff, likes to always say that, you don't want to give people bazookas without training them how to use them, sort of thing. So, and I'd like to think these are not bazookas, but they're definitely, serious instruments. And so building a community around these things and, ensuring that there is that local backing and that all that's behind them. And there's Griff. Hey, man. Making sure that that local commitment and backing is there, and so that this reserve piece is a collateral piece. It's not the only piece, right? So if I'm creating 400 tokens and I only have 100 DAI behind them, well, am I actually backing them with my goods and services? Is that the real backing, and then the collateral behind that, or is it if I've got 1,000,000 to 1 leverage on this, and nobody knows that, and I've created 1,000,000 tokens and I've only got $1 behind it, and then I tell everyone this is worth $1, right? So there's those kinds of standards and training that really people need to understand as well. And we need, the ability to audit these contracts is also super important.
Yeah. Well, first of all, amazing success rate on the inclusion for 1 year. That's amazing.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Yeah.
Congrats.
Yeah,
wow. Griff is actually our next speaker. Thank you, Will, so much for taking the time. Your presentation was very interesting. Thank you. We will maybe make a very short break. You can continue all the conversations and discussions in another channel. So the link is more or less the same, just instead of Cryptoeconomics-lab, type Cryptoeconomics-hangout. And if Will has some time, maybe you can continue the conversations there, or otherwise just with your fellow spacers. Thank you. And Griff, let's maybe check your screen sharing because we've had some issues with it. Thank you, Will, so much.
Sure.
Okay, cheers.
And while we're checking my screen share, let me just say Grassroots Economics is the coolest project in the world. Hands down. This is the most important project. This is the most important crypto project out there. And they have a Gitcoin campaign right now where if you take 1 DAI, they will get, hold your horses, 230 DAI for 1 of your shares. Yes, exactly.
I didn't know that was true. That's cool.
They actually have 2 amazing Gitcoin grants. Do you want to talk about your Gitcoin grant really quick, Will, while I check?
Well, I think what's cool about this concept in a way is that by attaching it to XDAI, it means that basically anyone in the world can basically invest, if you will, or support or stake money into local economies, right? So if Griff creates his community currency over there, and where are you, Barcelona now, or no? Yeah. So obviously there's got to be several of these in Barcelona, and Griff is going to have his, and it's connected to this group of businesses and this community or something like this. And if you're basically putting money into the reserve of those, you're minting tokens. Like if you're Red Cross, you're donating those tokens also to the community, but also you could hold those, and even as a community member, it means that you're staked into that economy. And I think that's a really positive sort of, it ties into this sort of proof of work kind of concept of just saying, well, the benefit, like for you to do well with your investment into that economy means that that economy is more resilient, right? And so I really like that idea of just, being transparent with what we own as a currency. Like you're holding dollars in your pocket. Well, you're basically are invested into the US military system and things like that, right? No, not to knock the man right now. We hope that dollar stays stable for quite some time. Yeah. But yeah. So any of these grants, right now it's really important because basically that's exactly where it goes into backing these currencies. So they're circulating, but it also gives people a buffer because we can't buy everything, right? There's still petrol, there's still all kinds of stuff that these groups need to buy, and so it's really important to have that membrane that connects these credit spaces into the national currency spaces as well. And also, it's showing Red Cross that this is a different way because they do drives, right? Pledge drives, and everything's about calls right now. And if this is a way to multiply their impact, they need to see that works. And so that's what we're working on with them right now, and hoping to roll that out. So thank you, Griff.
Yeah, are you kidding? I can't. Well, I'm also on the Gitcoin grant. I don't get any of the money. In fact, all of your donations go straight into these bonding curves, which then get multiplied by 4. And then all of a sudden, 1 DAI turns into 4 DAI worth of Kenyan shillings for the people on the ground, and then it gets stuck there. It gets stuck in the villages and has to rotate and circulate. So they estimate that it's like 10 to 20x the impact of a normal dollar anyway.
Yeah, and that's, we don't even know. I mean, it's just like, how long is it circulating there for how many years, and how much cash is going in and out of the system. In the end, the hope is that it's a million X, right? That you're creating sustainable economies, right? That those loops don't end, right? They continue for generations.
Yeah, this is how much the Common Stack loves grassroots economics. The previous Common Stack talk at NonCon was all about grassroots economics. Like this is the most important project out there. This is why I'm in crypto, honestly, and I'm glad I don't have to lead grassroots economics. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, man. Yeah, we're all in the Common Stack together for sure.
Yeah, exactly. And we're excited to help out more.
Yeah.
Well, should I get started on my thing?
Yeah, sure. Let me just remind everyone that you can post your questions in the Discord chat, or if you're in the interspace, please feel free to raise your hand and we will keep it more interactive. Otherwise, we're next with Griff Green, who is the founder of Giveit, co-founder of Common Stack, and many more things. So.
Yeah.
Griff.
Yeah, I'll start this party off. Oh, good. My links were going through. Okay. I couldn't get the chat to work, but now I can see the chat. Oh, this is my epic Gitcoin list. If you guys want to see other Gitcoin grants to donate to, that's the spot. And yeah, so as she said, I'm Griff Green, and I want to talk about how we would build a commons today. I have lots of introductory talks about Common Stack, but I'm going to try to take it to like a little bit more of a in real life. How will this work eventually? And but to give some background, we got to ask, is our economy doing a good job? Is it getting the job done? And I think in a lot of ways it is, right? And what is the job of our economy? What is the whole point? What is an economy? I could give a whole talk on what isn't. Well, I probably shouldn't be the one giving the talk on what is an economy, but that is a really deep question. And economies do a lot of things. And so the 3 things that I'm looking at specifically is it distributing resources fairly? And this is one of the values of having an economy. It's a medium for exchanging resources. It's a way to reward people who create value. And it's also a way to incentivize behavior that we want to see in our communities. And I would say that the economy that we have right now does okay at all of these things in some ways, and in some ways it really sucks. In obvious ways that I'm sure you can imagine, it has some holes. And the biggest hole in the economy is filled by nonprofits. So we live in a market economy. As in, if you want to buy something as a customer, then you can find it. We have incredibly complex resource streams around creating a cell phone in your pocket. Ooh, can you mute your? And that's really nice. If you as an individual want something, you can become a customer in the market economy, and a for-profit company will satisfy your every wish and desire. Because the market economy is really good at distributing scarce resources that are excludable. And that's the key. If you have something that you can exclude others from enjoying, like a movie theater, then you can create a business model, right? You have to buy a ticket to go see the movie. And so now you can have a regenerative value creation. You can have a business model that rewards the people who are creating value. Nonprofits get screwed. This is just the sad thing. In our market economy, that the value creation that nonprofits have, because this is something that I actually always have trouble getting people to understand. And I think that most of the people in this room know it, because I know a lot of the people in this room and I've talked to them about it before, and they just understand that nonprofits create value. They are providing a service to our community. That's why people donate to them, because they like the value that they're creating. The problem is this value is non-excludable. They're taking care of forests. They're taking care of the homeless. They're they're giving away products and services to the community at large. So communities can win, right? The problem is they don't have customers. Their customer is this like amorphous blob of society. And therefore, they suffer from a tragedy commons issue, specifically the free rider problem. And it's really difficult for nonprofits to create a business model. That's why they're nonprofits. And it's the real distinction here is that they are creating value. It's just the value is accessible to everyone. And this is where the common stack comes in. We want to create sustainable funding, incentive alignment, and novel coordination techniques for supporting the production of public goods. Public goods are non-excludable by definition. And so I just use the term public goods as basically anything a nonprofit or a government service provides. To do this, we hope to build a foundation of tooling and documentation to allow innovative communities to design their own economy around the value they want to create. In the end, this will never work if it's a top-down, hierarchical, we'll tell you how to solve your problems like thing. That just doesn't work. People need to build their own systems so that solve the problems that they see on the ground. And that's what we want to do. We want to create a system of training and tooling where people can come in and figure out, just like Will Ruddick did with grassroots economics, create these MOOCs and these systems, get them in place so people can come in and apply these tools where they want to. And this is what our system really allows, is a third way, a new way for society to solve to provide excludable goods, to provide public goods. There's generally two ways, a government or a nonprofit. And we're building a third solution. And because we live in this, like the market economy is really so big that we call it the economy, like it's the only one, which is not true. But that's basically how we see the world, is through the market economic lens. Because business models for public goods don't work, we create economic models to incentivize the production of the value that communities actually need. And we're not just creating this, we're not making this up. This is something that cryptocurrencies have brought to the forefront of society. Blockchains are basically computing power commons. And they've solved the tragedy of the commons by creating an economic system I'm starting to read the comments. Oh no. Okay. They've created an economic system that rewards people who contribute to the commons. And in that way, using generally inflation, they can incentivize continued production. So my favorite example, I don't know, I have two favorite examples, Primecoin and CureCoin. I think CureCoin's probably more like, relatable today, because CureCoin is, they've turned the proof of work of their blockchain to point at this product called Folding at Home. folding at home was something that you would run on your computer altruistically. So if you wanted to contribute spare resources as a donation to researchers in Stanford, they could basically use your computing power to fold proteins for cancer research and Alzheimer's research. And I believe they're even using it now for COVID-19 research. Yeah. And now, but then in 2014, more than a decade after folding at home was created, CureCoin was created, making folding at home the proof of work for their blockchain, just kind of simplify their solution. And ever since then, CureCoin has been the #1 contributor to folding at home ever since its launch. And that's because people are doing the same work, but they're rewarded with the inflation of the currency. So if you have the choice to donate your computing power and get nothing, or donate your computing power and receive a scarce resource that is still just imaginary, magical internet money, right? Then you're going to choose to run CureCoin if you can. And what's really cool about CureCoin is Monero miners who don't even know what CureCoin does. When CureCoin's price goes up, they will actually turn off their Monero miner and start pointing their computing resources at CureCoin and start folding proteins for COVID-19 research just because they will make money. They don't even know that they're helping they're helping researchers all around the world deal with this crisis, and they don't care. They're just in it for the money, and that's incredible. Turning something altruistic into something that you can profit off of is something that I think is generally the killer app of blockchain tech. And our goal at the Common Stack is to make it work for anything. As I said here, this is computing power, right? So let me turn off my Telegram because it will keep popping up. That's just computing power. But this is actually everything. Right? We want to make it like nonprofits do a lot more outside in the physical space than in the digital space. So I'm going to talk about how we could use Common Stack tools and technology to support the COVID-19 crisis. So let's just start with where we are, right? We have a public health economy already. There are donors and taxpayers, and their money is, and sometimes money is just created. I should put the Federal Reserve there too or something. But we have money coming in, and then decision makers decide what to do with those pool of funds. And then they use those funds to help the public health, to fund projects in public health. So that's great, but how do the decision makers know what the right choice is? How do they decide between different options? They don't have very good feedback mechanisms on if they made a good choice or a bad choice. In fact, they're not incentivized to make good choices. If a bureaucrat in the government says they want to do something really great with the money, they solved the whole COVID crisis with this one good decision, they receive their paycheck. They receive the same paycheck that they receive just in the same situation where they decide to just blow the money on hookers and blow, and they still receive their paycheck. And that's clearly not the right incentive structure to bring good decisions to the table. So what we do is we can create a parallel public health crypto economy. And we do this by doing exactly what Will does. We're creating, in a way, a local currency that can pool funds for public health. And so this becomes a circular economy that will allow us to measure the inputs and outputs. Like Will said in the question and answer section, we can be way better regulated than any government agency because every transaction is completely transparent. And not only better regulated, but better managed. Because if you can't measure it, then you can't manage it. And here we can measure all the inputs, all the outputs, and even add results to it. And so now what's really interesting is that we can turn the donors and the taxpayers and the decision makers into token holders. And we can make sure that the people who are making decisions have skin in the game. Now, we do this using bonding curves, and I'm going to kind of take a pause on the let's create a commons conversation and really talk about what the hell is a bonding curve. Because I know bonding curves, they're complicated, blah, 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 but they're so magical. This is the second price discovery mechanism we have ever discovered. I mean, this is such an economic primitive, like such a core economic primitive that solves so many problems. In our current market economy, in the current two-sided markets, price is completely free floating. To exasperate, look at what happened a couple Thursdays ago on what we were calling Black Thursday, where the crypto market just tanked. Honestly, not that many people sold. So yeah, for sure, some people sold. But the real problem was that no one was buying. No one wanted to buy Bitcoin in that moment. And if you have a two-sided market and it's not very liquid, there's not a lot of market participants, and you have one person who wants to sell, but no one who wants to buy. You have no buyers. No one wants to buy anymore. But there's someone who wants to sell. Well, they will keep lowering their selling price until they get something. And the price can literally just free fall. And this is why the SEC exists. They say, listen, you cannot create a publicly traded asset unless you have a liquid market, unless we believe that there will be enough buyers and sellers to prevent this complete free fall that will happen, or extreme rise that can happen if there's not enough buyers and sellers. And so two-sided markets work great if you're a giant organization, or if you have a lot of buyers and sellers. And as well, they're also really simple and well understood because we've been using them for at least hundreds of years. A bonding curve, though, solves this problem for especially illiquid markets, as in markets that don't have a lot of market participants, because the price is algorithmic. The way a bonding curve works is, well, I'll show one after this slide, but basically you get to set the price of every token in advance. You don't know what the price of the token will be in time, right? That's of course unknown. That's dependent on buying and selling. But you do know that the 1,000th token created will be created at a specific price. And what that does is it allows this, it creates kind of a buyer of last resort. If Bitcoin and all the other cryptocurrencies were on a bonding curve, you wouldn't have seen that free fall on Black Thursday. A lot of people would have to sell. We wouldn't need buyers. The bonding curve can act as the buyer every time. And I think that what's really important about bonding curves, and the most important thing and most important use of it, is that you can use it for small markets. And so we're going to create a bonding curve. Oh, there it is. Okay, I'm going to zoom in here. Oh, I got it. Okay, so this is a bonding curve. It's kind of just a random bonding curve. You see, you can create any bonding curve. You can create any kind of bonding curve you want. So let's just say, like, we'll do a bonding curve that's like this to the 1/2 power. Okay, we get a nice curve there. You know, it's cool. Every token that is created, when someone creates the 20th token, the price is always going to be 4.47 cents, right? And when I say create, that's basically buying. Because in a bonding curve, I forgot to say this before, in a bonding curve, when you buy a token, you can buy it from someone else, or you can buy it directly from the bonding curve. And when you buy it, that token is created. It didn't exist before. And so in a two-sided market, you have a set number of, let's say, Amazon shares. In a bonding curve, the bonding curve creates and destroys tokens on demand based off of the predetermined tokens prices. So what's really cool is you can do anything. You can do anything with this bonding curve. You can maybe, let's make a little valley. Let's just say that this is actually 3 and this is 2.5. And we'll have like a little bit of a valley there. Why not? Let's see what happens, right? It could be fun. Maybe it'll make people get stuck there. Maybe not. I don't know. But this is what's really cool with the bonding curve, is that you can do with it whatever you want. You can determine how the market will react to supply and demand in advance. Okay, so that's our little bonding curve aside. Let's close that, and we're back. Okay, we're going back to our scheduled programming, which is the Salud Commons. So we're talking about creating a commons for public health. This commons is a token, basically a bonding curve that wraps 2 pools of funds. So in the normal public health space, there's just the funding pool. The funding pool is the money that the public health decision makers use to get stuff done, right? And this is what actually creates value. This is and that's the most important part. The funding pool is the engine of the commons. It is where value production is incentivized. The reserve is what we add. The reserve is part of the bonding curve. This is where the money is stored. When tokens are created, money goes to the reserve, and tokens are emitted based off of the rules of the bonding curve. And the reserve is this collateral that is released when Salud tokens are sent to the bonding curve, and is stored when Salud tokens are created. So reserve is what gives the token obvious value. Just like in Will's, in grassroots economics and the CIC currencies, they have a reserve, but they don't have a funding pool. So that we're taking what Will did with grassroots economics and including normal government bureaucracy and hoping that we make some magic. So the real question is, when you're designing these commons, is what is the relationship between the reserve and the funding pool? And this is such a complex question, and it has so many interesting details that are important that we believe that it's almost irresponsible to deploy one of these things without using some kind of simulation software such as CAD/CAM. And that's why we are very connected with CAD/CAM. So let's just look at how the economy would work once it's running. If the Salud Commons is managed well, it'll attract more donations, right? If people are doing good work with the funding pool, then other people will be like, oh man, yeah, there's a health crisis right now. I want to support it. I believe in the Salud Commons' ability to address these issues. I'm going to donate. But what's interesting here is it's not really donating. It's pretty much impact investing. So they will send their euros to the Salud Commons, and they will end up getting tokens in return worth the exact same amount. And that's the crazy thing. They're donating, but it's really almost like an ICO or a stock purchase, an IPO, where they are getting new tokens created for them. And whenever the internal economy of the Salud Commons grows, then the price will go up. This is a very simple thing that we do, and it doesn't have to be this way. This is the magic of bonding curves. But the simplest thing is when the Salud Commons grows in size, the price of the token will go up. And this is where the augmented bonding curve comes in. So when people want to sell their tokens, the price will go down because now they're actually extracting funds out of the Salud Commons. But what we do is we create exit tribute. You can almost think of our tributes, we call them tributes. You can almost think of them as like taxes for the economy. This is what funds the funding pool. So when people decide to leave the commons, it hurts the commons. You're taking value out of the commons, and maybe there's another commons that you think is doing a better job. Salute Commons isn't doing a great job for public health in general. You'd rather see a COVID-19 like anti-fake news commons, and you want to support that. So you burn your Salute Commons tokens and you take your money back, and you can then send it to the other thing. But when this happens, now the crowd, the people who are in this community are leaving. The price can represent this fact, the fact that people don't have as much faith in the Salute Commons as they used to. So the price goes down when the tokens are destroyed. But now this is just, again, this is, oh no, that's not good. This is just when, this is just our default system, right? In the end, this is where CAD comes in. You can build whatever commons you want. You can create whatever system you want. You can make instead of using the exit tribute, you can have an entry tribute. You can have, people can donate directly and get tokens for, that can't be sold into the bonding curve, but give them voting power. So yeah, there's lots of design opportunities in this space. So now, how do people make decisions in the Salute Commons? I think I've gone a little bit long. I'm a little behind, so I can't go into conviction voting as much as I'd like. But we have this governance system called conviction voting, where all the token holders basically get to, like, whenever they want, they can go and pick their favorite public health projects. I mean, these people are supposed to be interested in public health anyway, right? So let's trust their opinion, and let's hear what they think are the best projects to support for the use of these funds. And to make that really easy, we have conviction voting, where there's no time time limits. People can come and vote whenever they want, and if they don't vote very often, their opinion actually grows over time. So anyway, conviction voting has a lot of details, but I have to keep going. Okay, how do we start one of these things? And this is really the crazy thing about bonding curves. If there's another thing that everyone needs to know about bonding curves, right? There's two things. The second thing is that you want to be the first person to buy into a bonding curve. Because when you buy into the bonding curve at the beginning, you get a lot of tokens, because at the beginning, in most bonding curves design, the price is really low. As the supply grows, the price goes up. So the people who put in money at the beginning will get more governance power in the commons than people who come in later. And so when we start one of these things, we call them hatchers, the Salute Commons hatchers will pool their money, and the money will be split between the reserve and the funding pool. And let's say that they raise $1 million, and let's say that 400K goes to the funding pool, 600K goes to the reserve. And we designed the token bonding curve such that when 600K is in the reserve, the price of the token is actually 25 cents. So when the reserve has 600K, the price of the token is 25 cents. So now, this is how we get to make magic internet money happen for the commons, okay? And I know this seems wild, but the hatchers put in 1 million, right? 400K goes to the funding pool, 600K goes to the reserve. It creates we're going to say that the hatchers bought in at a price of 10 cents. So let's say that 10 million tokens were created because they put in 10 cents euros, let's just say, right? And now they get $2.5 million worth of tokens left. Like, what? How is this possible? This doesn't make any sense, right? This doesn't work. Well, actually, this is how it works in our normal markets too. It's kind of crazy. But like when Amazon did their IPO, they created $500 million worth of Amazon shares, but they only sold 10% of them. So they collected $50 million worth of money from accredited investors, and gave them $50 million worth of Amazon shares, and then created out of nothing half a $500 million in Amazon shares. And this is a similar thing, but with us, it's transparent. It's clear, because this is an example of a bonding curve that does this, right? Where at the beginning, the tokens were really cheap. So they were buying really cheap tokens. And then at the end, the tokens were more expensive. They were 25 cents. And so the average price of all the tokens that they bought was 10 cents. This is generally called slippage. I also like to refer to the market cap illusion. The fact is that Jeff Bezos, when he made that sweetheart deal with the SEC, and he made $500 million worth of Amazon stock, and also got $50 million from the public, right? So effectively, Amazon had created, well, anyway, Jeff Bezos gave himself half of the tokens that were created, half of the shares that were created. Now, this is a shitcoin of all shitcoins, right? Like, the one guy gets 45% of all the tokens in existence, and now he's the richest man in the world, right? He's got $130 billion or something like that. Well, we all know that despite the fact that we say he's the richest man in the world or whatever, his $130 billion is not worth $130 billion. It's not. If he sold all of that stock right now on the exchange, I mean, you would see the market tank like no other, fall like a rock, because there's not enough liquidity to buy all of his stock. So his $130 billion, maybe it's worth 10 billion. Who knows? We don't know how much it would be worth. With a bonding curve, this exact scenario also occurs, but it's transparent. We know, and these hatchers know, that they have, on Etherscan, it says they have $2.5 million worth of tokens, but they know that there's only 600K backing them. They are fully aware that their $2.5 million worth of tokens is worth 600K because it's transparent. Unlike Jeff Bezos, we know exactly what would happen if they sold all their tokens. And this is why it's so important that when we do any kind of cryptocurrency stuff, any kind of digital asset, financial assets, that we include vesting. Vesting is really important. Vesting is really important because otherwise these hatchers have misaligned incentives. They will have a race to exit. They will be like, oh my God, there's only 600K back in our 2.5 million. I need to sell now, right? We have to make it so that they can't sell, so that they're incentivized to make good decisions. Oh, we'll get there in a second. So they're incentivized to make good decisions with this 400K that will bring in the funding pool, that will bring more people into the community and make them trust that these hatchers are altruistically minded and that they're in it for the public good. And now these hatchers will be also rewarded when they succeed at providing the public good, because more people will come in and the token price at 25 cents will actually rise as more people donate to the Salute Commons. So let's build a more specific commons. Let's talk about how we would start one of these things, because the Salute Commons was kind of a general public health commons, and I think that's bullshit. I don't think those things will work very well if it's too broad, if it's this whole global thing that has such a wide scope like public health. I don't know that it would succeed. I think it's way easier to have a specific goal in mind. And so let's talk about creating COVID-19 Open Research Commons. So the COVID-19 Open Research Commons, or CORC, is what I'll call it. Its goal is to spread knowledge about COVID-19 research like all around the world, making the knowledge accessible for everyone. There's a lot of fake news out there. We don't know who to trust, and everything's moving so fast. It would be so nice if we had people who were incentivized appropriately to, instead of making fake news and clickbait, that they would actually create trusted information and curate trusted information that in real time that people can, believe in. And so their goals, their first goals, are just to call out fake news, especially from official sources, right? Their goal is to take research around the world and publish it in multiple languages, especially in China. There's so much information in China, and none of us have access to it. It's very difficult to reach. But if we had a trusted third party that was international and not political, then maybe we could trust it. And so that's kind of its first efforts. And if it grows really big, then it can add a few more. Maybe it can also fund open research studies, like experimental research that seems promising, or even create an immunity ledger to track immunity. So if we know who's immune, then maybe they can go out and work jobs, and not everyone has to be quarantined if there's some people immune. There's other ideas that they could come up with. But it's really important to just nail down like some small things and start with a core piece. And when starting these things, you generally aren't going to start decentralized fully from the beginning. So we always want to have a community steward. One thing that I've seen from DAOs that have been successful in our space is that like MakerDAO has Rich Brown, and he does an amazing job at managing the community. And he's almost invisible, right? Amin, very much more visible for Mulek, but he made Mulek a success. It wouldn't have worked without Amin. And I'm going to use the example of Peter Pan, because Peter Pan is another one of my favorite community stewards for Metacartel. But this is a more exciting picture of him. So, and this is a different Peter Pan. This Peter Pan is more of an expert on fake news and research. So Peter Pan cannot be the only person in the commons. It's really important when we're starting these things that we collect people who are aligned with the value of that the network proposes to create, right? And this is true for all decentralized networks. This isn't something just for commons. This is for every blockchain that exists. Every coin that exists. If you have a bunch of people who are like, hey, I got an idea, let's create, we can make a lot of money if we create a sharing economy website or something like that. And maybe we can get a bunch of people to buy into our ICO, and then we'll be rich. If that's the idea, then it's a shit coin, okay? It's not gonna work. The people who started it, the people who have all the power, they're going to bail and dump the coin because that's how they make the most money. If the purpose is to make money, decentralized networks don't work. If your purpose is a little bit higher than that, and the people is much higher than that, and the people who are starting this and have power in the organization, especially in the beginning, believe in that, then your decentralized network would succeed. In Bitcoin, it was Satoshi and the early devs who were very cypherpunk oriented, and they wanted to see the end. They wanted to see a free currency. Or maybe in Ethereum, the Ethereum Foundation, Vitalik, and these guys, they're not in it for the money. The money is nice. It makes it possible to dive in. But the real thing that they care about is creating actual value for society. And it's the same for the COVID-19 Open Research Commons, for Cork. It needs to be made up of expert researchers, probably researchers from the medical field, researchers that can do good work and find good resources, and also fact check them quickly, right? And know what is right or wrong. And ideally, they would be internationally respected and have a reputation of being politically neutral and altruistic. So this is Peter Pan's first job. He's got to find these people. The Cork Commons, the Cork will not start without a trusted seed. And what we want to do to make it easy, because maybe these researchers that come in, they may not really know how to work with MetaMask and how token bonding curves work. So while Peter Pan needs to go find all those researchers that are superstars that know how to find good information and curate good information, they might also want to bring in the Common Stack trusted seed. So this is why this is what we're working on right now in the Commons Stack, is to build a large group of people who can be trusted to be altruistic and can become experts in commons management. So this is what we're working on right now. We're trying to build out our trusted seed. We need to make sure that they are value-driven, not profit-driven. And we need kind of a large group, because like the COVID-19 commons, there might only be a few people in crypto, maybe 10 people in all of crypto that care, that have some kind of background in this that would be beneficial, and or even have interest in this commons. So we need a large group of people with diverse interests to create this this Commons Stack trusted seed. And in return for being part of the trusted seed, the C-Stack token holders, that's how we manage the trusted seed, they can actually hatch commons. So they can, they'll be part of this group that other commons, when they want to hatch, they'll look to and be like, oh yeah, we need some token engineering expertise. We need some like blockchain people in our commons that have done this before. So that's where C-Stack token holders come in. They can just say, oh yeah, you know, 2% of our hatch goes to C-Stack token holders. They can buy in. And then the trusted seed also will have governance rights in the Commons Stack, and will decide what commons we work with and this sort of thing. So this is now time for a commercial break, because there's some crazy stuff going on. If you want to be part of the Commons Stack trusted seed, the best thing you can do is donate to our Gitcoin grants. So Gitcoin is running a promotion where it's not really a promotion. The Ethereum Foundation and a few other people donated $250K to distribute to projects on Gitcoin. And the Commons Stack actually has about 7 projects that it's affiliated with, that if you donate 1 DAI to these projects, they will receive, some of them, upwards of 400 DAI, right? We saw Will Ruddick, and we have 2 Gitcoin grants with the Grassroots Economics. There's the Commons Dashboard Prototype, which is by Multiply. And then we have the full-on Grassroots Economics campaign, which Will runs. And we have a few others. There's Give It 2.0, which is basically a DAO to fight COVID-19. And it's a Reddit-style upvote DAO, kind of like conviction voting in a way. And it's an early prototype of Give It 2.0. And of course, CAD, another great Gitcoin grant. If anyone donates over 100 DAI to the Commons Stack Iteration 0 or the Commons Simulator Gitcoin grant, then you will be rewarded with C-Stack tokens, and you will be able to prove that you're altruistic, and so we should probably trust you to be part of our trusted seed, and so you will receive C-Stack tokens. Anyway, back to our scheduled programming. Once you have the trusted seed locked down, once you figure out who you want to trust to hatch your commons, then you need to actually create a mission statement, right? Notice we have not launched a DAO yet. There's no smart contracts here. This is the cultural build. It's very important. It might take months. It could even take a year of discussing with how, this is not, yeah, I'm sorry, COVID-19 Open Research Commons might be difficult to launch in the time that we need it, unfortunately. But this is because it's really important to align everyone who participates in this commons around a mission statement, around values, legal strategies, policies, procedures. We need to look to the research that we've seen out in the world around building communities. And Eleanor Ostrom, she wrote 8 principles, which I really hope everyone will just check out. It's 8 sentences. It's so worth it. Michelle Ballins, who actually spoke in my slot earlier, I'm so honored that I could give up my spot so he could speak. He's another amazing researcher who has done a lot of things around how to build peer-to-peer communities. There's a lot of research out there outside of blockchain space, and there's a lot of research from inside the blockchain space. I mean, look at what happened with Steam and Hive right now. That is worth studying. there's a lot of interesting things going on around how communities work with decentralized systems. So not only do you need to get your act together, you need to follow Eleanor Ostrom's 8 principles, but because now we're adding in this extra weirdness of this being on a blockchain, we need to also look at the successes and failures in the DAO space. So once you've done your cultural build, you have the people, you have the plan, that's when you start launching the actual project, right? And part of making the plan is also determining, which I should add in here, is doing the CAD simulations so that you can parameterize your commons and actually make your commons specifically for the people who are going to be involved. Because CAD allows you to make agent-based simulations. And if you know the core group, the trusted seed, the people who are going to hatch your commons, people who are going to provide initial capital and have a lot of governance power in your commons, then you can do really nice agent-based simulations. And you can try to guess how people will react to the price going up, price going down. And if you can design your system in a simulation environment, you can run 10 million simulations, look at the worst outcomes, and then add in extra features to avoid those worst outcomes from being so bad. And this is the power of simulation tools. This is token engineering, and this is why Angela's work, Sebnem's work, Will's work, obviously Michael Zargam and Block Science's work is so critical for building the future economies of this world. But once you have done all of that work, then you can start deploying smart contracts, and the trusted seed, the group of hatchers, can start contributing funds, and then we can go into what I described earlier with the Salute Commons, where there's a hatch, there's vesting, and there's starting to be real work being done. So, of course, the COVID-19 commons will not work right now. MetaMask is really annoying. We don't have the crypto UX nailed down yet. So that's why the common stack is really focused on the commons within the blockchain space. Specifically, token engineering commons is going to be the first commons we want to launch. Once we have our trusted seed built, we will start building the token engineering commons, and we want to iteratively develop 4 more field test commons, 1 field test commons for each core piece of the common stacks, I don't know, our plan, our models, right? And then each time we develop one of these field tests, we'll iterate on every piece, right? We'll improve the models, we'll improve the UX, improve the cultural and technical playbooks. So right now, we're building our trusted seed. We're looking for experts in digital governance, or decentralized governance, or digital governance, honestly, and token engineering. And we hope to train them to be, we really just hope that they'll participate in some commons and have kind of an idea of how commons work. And if you want to be part of our trusted seed, please go to commonstack.org/apply. Or of course, you can donate to our Gitcoin grants. 1 DAI in most of these grants will get at least $50 for all of the people. Please consider going on Gitcoin and donating. It's a huge opportunity to funnel money to the projects that you care about. So even if you don't donate to ours, that's fine. Just go out there and donate to other projects and feel empowered to move some of the Ethereum Foundation's money to good causes. Yeah, and also I have all these links to stuff you can learn more about. I tweeted about these slides. So all of these links are accessible. I will also post the slides in the Discord chat. So that's it.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Greg.
Yeah.
We have exactly 10 minutes for a Q&A session. Would anyone like to raise a hand? Yeah, I see a hand from Grace. Grace, you've made some comments in the Discord chat, but I think it's much easier if you just speak up here.
Yeah, the comments were comments. This is actually a question. So I first of all, I love it. It's really, the explanation is very, very clear, and it makes a lot of sense. I mean, it is crazy, but it's not crazier than the current types of markets that we have, and it's that model works. My concern is about growth, right? One of the problems that we have in our current economy is that because everything is based on future value, right? So this stock issuing that you were talking about with Jeff Bezos, it's based on your company needs to grow, right? So your seed starts, and then your bonding curve is based on the fact that your nonprofit will grow. And what that's caused is kind of like it's a little bit of a situation where our economy always needs to grow at the expense of all kinds of things, usually our happiness, because we're so growth. And right now, when everything is stopped, even though fundamentally there is enough food for people and enough shelter for people, because the financial system is based on the need for growth, we find ourselves facing potential financial crisis. And so I'm concerned about creating nonprofits that will be based on the same fragile kind of curve. Can you address that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in the end, it's all about scope. Now, I believe, I agree that the growth complex is an issue in our current society and our current models. It doesn't necessarily allow for things to die. And sometimes projects can be short-lived and they should be allowed to die. It shouldn't be this thing that a project has to have a forever complex. The problem is that, well, this is what we know. And so, you know, within the first models of the common stack, we just have to work with what we have. And what we have to avoid scope creep and being too idealistic about being able to create the right answers ourselves, we are trying to do our best to work with what we have and the models that we know work. I do think that there is an advantage in this system that we are not relying on, we are creating our own economy. And when you create your own economy, you're creating your own currency, and the story of that currency can be different, right? Now, the story of every stock is we need to make investors money. To do that, we do X, right? That's the story of every stock that exists. The story of a commons will be we need to make value for our community, right? If your commons goal is to save the Amazon, right? And you know that when you contribute to the commons and that commons gets bigger, then they will be able to have economics of scale to actually save the Amazon, which is a problem. So then you can feel kind of better about becoming a Save the Amazon Commons token maximalist, right? I only work for Save the Amazon Commons tokens, because if this economy grows, then it'll be easier to protect the lungs of our world, you know? So when it's really about the story of the money, the story of the currency, and the story of the financial asset, and if it's really a story that you believe in, that you want to become a maximalist in, it's okay for it to have. I predict, I can only theorize. I also have concerns, but it may, I think it'll be, I don't think we'll see the same results as we see in our current economic system.
Okay, thank you. Another fellow spacer has raised a hand. Anonymous, could you maybe speak up? So I see Thomas has raised a hand, but also another person beat you to it, but the person is not talking now, so Thomas, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, Griff. Hi, Jeff.
Thank you for having me in that last one. That was really fun.
Yeah, it was fun. So yeah, we should talk about it at some time. Another question. So basically, when you do the hedge phase, and when you need to get this kind of momentum, that's basically you get enough funds into the pools. what do you think is all needed to get enough momentum? Because basically it's if you say the commons of, let's say, saving the Amazon or other kind of big commons, I mean, getting that kind of momentum by itself and then kind of getting them all towards funding into a token bonding curve, and then basically getting them tokens, managing those tokens, that's kind of a big leap, getting people to do that in something so alien what we're building here, don't you think?
I completely agree, and that's why I don't want to start with saving the Amazon. Like, it'll be a lot easier if I can go to all the experts that know, because it's really important that you don't let investors into your hatch. You really want the experts, because these are the people that are going to be making decisions about how to spend money in the funding pool early on, and probably for the life of the commons. They're going to have a lot of tokens, and so they're going to have a lot of governance power in how you decide that your organization goes about saving the Amazon. So, but the problem is, of course, that these guys, are they going to trust that this system could work? No, man, come on. They're busy saving the Amazon. I don't think that this can work for them right now. I think that we need to be able to point to token engineering commons, F2.0 commons, these other blockchain-centric commons that have a proven track record of the hatchers being rewarded, basically creating a win-win system where the values and mission statement of the nonprofit organization, the commons, is achieved, and everybody actually made money by doing it. I know that sounds like almost antithetical, but it's how it should be. If these commons are creating value for society, they should be rewarded. And that's the goal of the common stack. And so we first need to start with people who will understand and will be able to trust this. I think token engineers are the first people. And once we have a few examples in the nonprofit software space and blockchain space, then we can start expanding to real world issues.
Thank you.
I saw another one raise their hand.
Someone keeps raising their hand and then putting him back down. Would anyone like to speak?
Are you a spammer? Come on, show yourself.
I don't see a hand anymore, but we have a couple of questions in the Discord chat. So the first one was, I wonder if it's possible to get enough market data, for example, for stocks, for calculating where the current price would be on a bonding curve.
Well, the problem is that there's a lot of details in how you design the bonding curve, right? If you design a bonding curve and you take all the buys and sell data that exists, you could maybe a little bit, you could probably like back calculate a bonding curve that would fit maybe the initial buys and sells, and then maybe you could extrapolate that on. But that'd be an interesting project. I don't know. You'd have to talk to Zargam if that's even really reasonable or possible, or if it would produce data that would be valuable. I honestly don't think it would, because so much of the design of the bonding curve is done in advance. It needs to be done in advance. Oh, Z is here. Oh yeah, because he's the next speaker. Yeah, the bonding curve itself is the economic estimator. So it's hard to use data for a stock and apply it to a bonding curve. I saw another question. Does that answer the question? I don't have much time left.
Yeah, let's hope so. We have a minute left, so maybe
I have a question that I want to address that I saw Grace put in the chat.
Yeah.
The problem with the trusted seed is that power corrupts. I'm trustworthy now, but if I become trusted with $15 million or a standing army, it's not clear what would happen. And so, like, how do we, basically I would say, how do we deal with that? So with the common stack trusted seed, we actually are managing the trusted seed. This is a reputation token, and if people start behaving inappropriately, we will actually burn their C-stack tokens. Well, but honestly, we believe that just the threat of being able to burn C-stack tokens will keep people honest and keep them behaving. However, we
Wait,
will have a process.
we? Like, who's we?
What?
Are you? Is it the? Who are the we that are going to burn this?
This would be the Common Stack Association, and we have already burned a few tokens. Like one person lost their keys, and so we burned their C-Stack tokens and moved and created new tokens for them, because it's really about managing a community and managing a trusted community. And one of Eleanor Ostrom's principles is monitoring. And we need to monitor this community to make sure that they will and apply graduated sanctions to people who break the values of the community. So while tokens in a commons are immutable, Common Stack org can't touch them. That's something else. So when you hatch a commons, that's a different token. But as far as C-Stack tokens and our trusted seed in the Common Stack, this is something that we are curating. So people who donate, they have more skin in the game. They have more at stake in the Common Stack's success. So we can trust them with more C-Stack tokens. People who are contributing to the Common Stack, we do a monthly praise reward. So if you do something and we praise you in the main channel, then you're likely to receive Common Stack tokens because you have skin in the game. You've been doing things for the Common Stack org. So we believe you will uphold, there's a better likelihood of you upholding the values of the Common Stack org.
Okay,
Do you think, I'm concerned.
Sorry,
I mean,
move on with the schedule. We have a next speaker on. Maybe some of the questions will be answered by Michael, maybe, but you can definitely keep on talking in the interspace. If Griff has time, I will post the link to that room in the chat right away. Thank you so much for your amazing questions and keeping the discussion going, but we have to move on with Michael. Thank you, Griff, for taking the time and presenting all of this. And I hope you can stay for the rest of the day.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm definitely going to stay here and watch Sargam's talk. So we'll have after that.
Amazing. Okay, let me remind you, everyone, before we go on to the next talk, please do post your questions in the Discord chat or raise your hands here in the interactive space. We would now like to welcome Michael Zarkam. Michael, can you hear us? Could you maybe unmute yourself? Perfect. Hi.
Hi, I'm trying to get video on. Can you see me? Oh, no, I have a cover. There we go.
Yeah, now we can see you. Perfect. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, Michael is the founder of Block Science. He's working on the Common Stack as well, and he's a visiting researcher at our Cryptoeconomics Institute at the Vienna University of Business and Economics. So he's a very dear speaker of ours today. Michael is going to be talking in the next 40 minutes. And Michael, then we have a 10-minute Q&A session. Please feel free to start at any time and share your screen if you have any slides.
Great. I do have slides, and I am working on getting them in front of you guys. Let's see. I'm not a Jitsi expert, so here we go. Found it.
Yeah.
Sharing my screen, good old-fashioned iterate forever, and keynote present. Okay, so my talk today is called Foundations of Cryptoeconomic Systems. It's actually based on some research that I've been doing with the Cryptoeconomics Institute in Vienna, but also more broadly addressing sort of some of the philosophical and governance questions that arise. It's a sort of mixture of topics, but I think the main goal here is to sort of motivate the interdisciplinarity of the research and sort of show the sort of relative depth of the different fields that we're touching on. And so I will start off by sort of acknowledging the questions that we are posing in this field and the different fields that we're using to address it. So I recently finished a paper with Sherman Balshamger, who's the director of the Cryptoeconomics Research Institute. And in our paper, we ask a lot of foundational questions about who gets to make decisions under what circumstances, how does this change over time, and generally like understanding the relationship between decision-making processes and groups of people. I actually did my PhD work on algorithmic allocation of resources in networks, multi-agent systems, etc. And what we find is that even when the decisions about how to make resource allocations are done using algorithmic methods, you actually still need to have humans at some level making design decisions about those algorithmic policies, about what the goals of those systems are. And so you end up with a scenario where you have to consider individual decisions with respect to algorithms, like system or institutional level decisions, and that includes the creation or design of algorithms. And even in the case of sort of optimization paradigms, you have to ask, what are you optimizing for? And so there's a sort of inherent set of trade-offs that can't be eliminated through adding computers and by adding automation or administration of processes. So there's a gap between what a process can do for you and what you do inside of the process, and even adapt the process. So we want to make sure that we aren't thinking purely in sort of financial economic maximization terms, but actually thinking about sort of coordinated decision making in a world where there's no one right answer, but that means that who gets to make what decision when matters a lot. So a brief sort of aside for clarification. So I get a lot of different questions about the nature of my work and the work with all the communities that I do work with. And I think the confusion sometimes comes from the fact there's a lot of overlap in some of these things. So in particular, sort of token engineering versus CAD versus Common Stack often creates a question like, okay, like what is that? And so I wanted to sort of clarify it. And the clarification is pretty simple, actually. We have Block Science, which I founded, which is an engineering design firm. I'm an engineer, automation, decentralized systems, like decision-making, cyber-physical systems engineer. And I am super excited about crypto bringing these sort of model-based systems engineering techniques into social and economic systems with proper respect for what the governance of a large-scale system actually looks like, especially when it's infrastructural and a lot of people depend on it. So part of what grew out of that was the sort of CAD methods and tools that we built for ourselves and then open source. And we collaborated with the Common Stack and the token engineering community to get those materials open sourced. And we continue to leverage them in pretty much all avenues of our work. But as the community has grown around these methods and tools, we've gotten to sort of need more standards, best practices, developing patterns, and sort of doing what I consider the beginning of an engineering discipline, which is something applied inherently. But when you think about patterns and best practices, standards, educations about patterns, best practices, and standards, that's generally the purview of a discipline, not of a specific firm and not of a tool. And it's not about a specific method or a specific pattern. It's about coming together around valuing those best practices, patterns, etc., and evolving them and educating. So Common Stack, on the other hand, is applied, and specifically to these institutional patterns around managing public goods. And I'll speak a bit more about bonding curves, and I may make some comments about conviction voting. These are patterns that we are exploring, we're testing, we're iterating with communities to learn how to better manage shared resources. But ultimately, the product of this is not just computational tools, but actually institutional patterns, and sort of the essentially the constitutions or the bylaws and the sort of expectations and norms around those institutions are just as important to the health of that institution as the sort of computer infrastructure that you get from building smart contracts and building tools. So to the questions about we and who, the truth is that the institution is the we, and the effort is to build a healthy institution. Hence the research into the sort of best practices and standards in governance, and what has been learned through the work of Ostrom and others on what is a healthy institution. And actually, one of the main thrusts here is to try to make some of those patterns that work at small scales a bit more scalable, or potentially to identify ways of sort of incorporating them and building relationships between them so that you get, scalable federations or networks of smaller scale institutions where it's not so dangerous, where the value controlled by an individual group of decision makers who have been essentially selected through the internal institutional process are not, like, controlling an unsafe amount of value, or they're not essentially in a position to hide or opaquely seek their own interests at the expense of the institution's interests. And so those are the kind of applied areas. And the academic research that I've been doing both during my PhD at Penn and during my time as an affiliate with the VU has been very focused on both philosophical and mathematical foundations of this sort of human-centric yet data-driven set of systems. Like, we don't want to ignore the importance of data and computation. We just have to put it in proper contrast to the needs, wants, and the sort of differences or heterogeneity in the individuals, and actually give them enough freedom to express themselves rather than treat them as irrational as soon as they don't do the thing that we've pre-prescribed was optimal for them. So with that in mind, I'm going to unpack my perspective on cryptoeconomic systems by looking at a couple different fields and their relationship to each other and to designing and analyzing systems. And in particular here, I'm going to move computer science into the sort of material substrate. It's super important in the sense that when you build a bridge, you need to actually be aware of and use material science. For example, there are actually materials used in bridges that have adaptive sort of temperature size. They change size and temperature that helps make bridges resilient to fluctuating temperatures in different climates. And in a way, all of the cool stuff that people are building in computer science, from my perspective, is like the material science for engineers. Like, we can only do things insofar as we have the capabilities to build what we want to design, but the actual design is a higher level thing. And we're talking about economics and complex systems and systems engineering as sort of areas that exist that have literature that we can build on. And in particular, there are already some interdisciplinary fields that make heavy use of computation and data related to these things. And computational social science, operations research, and cyber physical systems are the fields that I'm going to talk about briefly today. So one last comment on the sort of role of the actual implementations on the computer science and software development at the lowest levels is that this is the technical capability, and it's necessary and important, and we're making tons of awesome leaps and gains in our communities, building out better layer ones, new layer two tools, etc. And that these sort of lowest level protocols, they sort of enforce information provenance. That means they can sort of prove the state of the system or prove the validity of computation in various peer-to-peer network configurations, which may be blockchains, but that also includes content addressable DHTs and other sorts of sort of proofs of validity. I'm a fan of Truebit as a tool for allowing sort of more complex computations to be made cryptographically verifiable. In particular, though, all of this cryptographically verifiable data flow or information flow or state change empowers us to implement these interaction patterns, which are essentially not yet the agent behavior. The interaction pattern is the set of rules or the games that you make available for agents to play. They include what you can do and what will happen if you do it, and they're patterns because they are not the specific actions. The agents then use the patterns to take actions, which kind of connects into a broader flow of value through a graph, both service and sort of effort, both inside and outside of the system. And I think this is where things kind of get abstract and hard. And some of the interesting research that relates to composing games actually comes from the category theory research. And I've been, sort of blessed to have some conversations with some category theorists who are both very theoretical mathematicians and computer scientists, as well as folks who are actually starting to try to cross-apply that literature to cyber physical systems. So if we talk a bit about what economics is, we can think of it actually as applied decision-making and the consequences thereof. To be honest with you, if you tried to define it, you would get, more definitions than he would get people trying to define it. Even this paper that I'm going to reference on retrospectives on the definition of economics points out this breadth and the sort of semi-consistency of it. So we'll just say broadly, it's the study of coordination processes, the effects of scarcity, the science of choice, human behavior, and essentially, how and why people behave the way that they do, which means that we're covering not just economics in the sort of neoliberal sense, but we're actually talking about this like political economy and the sort of processes of customs and norms, etc. So in order to do this, though, we are going to focus a bit on the institutional economics paradigm, where we are going to talk about the systems as being comprised of their own subset of individuals, firms, state, social norms, etc. So it's like a little bit nuanced. There's a sort of original institutional economics field, and there's a new one, and there's a lot going on here. But I'm going to use the term specifically to address this sort of scale thing, where we have, parts and wholes, and in a sense, our agents are, best understood through the perspective of behavioral economics, but that our institutions, which are groups of agents acting together, effectively becoming an agent in another system, it nests. And this is consistent with actually engineering paradigms, where there's a sort of recursive part-whole relationship required to understand how relatively complex systems emerge from subsystems in unintuitive ways sometimes. So I tend to address this topic using this framing, micro, meso, macro, that was published, among other authors, Jason Potts, who is very involved in the sort of institutional economics research of blockchain and of crypto. He's at RMIT in Australia. And this particular diagram is actually from our Cryptoeconomics paper that I mentioned at the beginning. And we talk about the relationship between the system, the ecosystem or the network, and the behavior that we see emerging, and the sort of measurement of the properties we care about, like, these are things like wealth distributions and market caps and sort of total hash power on the Bitcoin network, etc. And they're characterizations of something that's inherently more complex, but at a high level, they're like macro measures. And we use those measures, and we set goals, and we think about what we want. And when I say we here, I actually mean policymakers, either designers of these systems who are setting up optimizations that are built into the protocols. They could also be people with governance authority. In the systems framing, it doesn't necessarily matter who the we is. The we is the identity of the whole of the institution, and it can be specific centralized actors if such actors exist, like they would in a firm, but they can also be, again, the optimization algorithms or objectives that we've codified in our algorithms when we designed these networks, or something in between, where the algorithms help decide who gets to decide what under what circumstances. And from there, those policies are implemented through rules and incentives, etc., and they affect the rights that agents have, what mechanisms or interaction patterns are opened up to them, and they in turn act through them, which results in sort of system level metrics that are a consequence of the individual level activities. And we can see that those activities are affected by not just each other, but by perception, and possibly by things that are sort of outside the system from our framing perspective. So we always have to assume that there's sort of information that to be expressed or transformed into the system from outside. It's not a closed system. And so as we sort of go to unpack this, we talk about things in terms of complexity science, because in fact this field does exist and has been part of a long arc of systems research over many decades, and has sort of its current form today is sort of championed by organizations like the Santa Fe Institute, NEXI, which is the New England Complex Systems Institute. And it's important to sort of keep track of what's being done in these areas to better understand complexity, especially in the case of social and economic systems. So we examine systems as a whole, which tends to include, very simple things all the way up to extremely complex things. We're narrowing in on systems that are complex, which can include things like, you know, airplanes, but also social and economic systems, which we're sort of subsetting down to our cryptoeconomic systems, which have a lot of like standard complex systems properties. They're dynamic, networked, adaptive, multi-scale, and they have stochastic elements. And I'll sort of air quote the stochastic because one could argue that they don't actually have randomized elements, but rather that their models are modeled using stochastic elements because those are the best mathematical representations of the systems that are actually being realized. I will only relatively briefly address the concept of networked because I think this community understands it quite well. We have entities. These are real world identities, people, firms, etc. They have accounts. Accounts are the addresses in various blockchain networks that sort of hold the state specific to them, for example, funds, and nodes, which are actually peers and peer-to-peer networks. And in fact, you can be a member of many networks. So even one network is already a multi-scale graph, but we actually have a multi-graph of multi-scale graphs in order to really understand the crypto economic ontology that's emerging. So it's sort of important to get some intuition about how dynamical systems and games evolve on graphs, on networks. And I think there's a lot of advancement in that understanding. And in particular, I'm excited by the research being done by folks like Claudio Tassone and Andrea Baroncelli. The former's in Zurich and the latter is in London at the Turing Institute. And these kinds of data science-y researches are looking at the data thrown off by these systems and trying to better understand these networks. But there's also this sort of theoretical level of understanding in the network science community. And I've done some work with Victor Preciado at Penn to sort of really try to grok even the unobservable aspects of network dynamic processes. And we're actually seeing some of the complexities of the unobservable aspects of network processes with the COVID crisis right now. So kind of moving on from the complexity into systems engineering. The field of engineering is something that I think has some aspects that are not fully realized in the sort of software engineering best practices, at least not as we find them in sort of product and startup product development. And that's because of its relationship to complexity, actually. So higher order engineered systems, bridges, power grids, cars, airplanes, etc., they have this sort of property that they require multi-specialization, meaning you can't just there's not like any one expert. You need many people with different expertises, including people whose expertise is actually putting things together. And systems engineers are actually they're like meta product managers. They have to be able to manage products that are composed of products that are pretending composed of products, because you're putting together components into subsystems and subsystems into systems, where at the end of the day, the final thing is not actually complex to the user. That the complexity management is, I drive over the bridge. I feel like it's safe. I'm not worried about it. I don't even have to think about it. I just do it. As a user, I'm like almost completely agnostic to the complexity under the hood. But that puts a really strong ethical burden on the design, and is a reason why there's regulation around engineering and around the role of the professional engineers who are licensed to make final approvals of designs, because they actually have skin in the game. They bear responsibility for the final sign off that this is a safe thing, and it actually is a critical aspect of the engineering field that we put the sort of public good ahead of our fiduciary duty, which is something that's interesting, actually, because I think even in AI field, there really hasn't been a lot of maturation in the engineering ethics until very recently. It's becoming a thing where we're these decisions, they affect people's well-being, their lives, and as a result, we're kind of coming back around to the questions about how does one evaluate and decide whether something is appropriate for release onto the public when it will have effects on them. And so it's an interesting question in AI, but I think it's also a very important question in crypto. And one of the reasons why I'm a big proponent of the growing token engineering field is because it takes engineering as its sort of anchor reference point and looks at the places where we can, again, find patterns, find best practices. And then, in engineering, regulation doesn't work quite the way that it works in finance. It's more about whether you did all of the things that you could have done to make sure that it would be as safe as it could be, given the best practices. So, someone doesn't necessarily go to jail if a bridge falls down, but there's still a chance, because if it's shown that they were negligent in their assessment of whether or not the bridge should go up, or they missed critical sort of safety considerations, and that was in fact what caused the problem, then actually people are held responsible. But it's not as simple as a taxonomy of good bridge, bad bridge, because bridges are very contextual to the particular shores that they're spanning. So we expect crypto systems to also be very contextual to the sort of communities and value propositions that they are supporting. And sort of that kind of brings me to the sort of heart of what aspect of the crypto systems needs to have this like deep thought about ethics, and it's really about models. So it's very similar to AI. When you choose underlying abstractions and patterns that represent value and decision making and what the interaction patterns are, these models, they're performative. The way that you choose to measure value defines what value is and then affects people. And so we have to be very careful about how we make subjective choices of objective measures, bake them into the system, and furthermore, the capacity to sort of evolve them over time. And this also includes models of governance, models of sort of steering level decision making, because ultimately those systems affect how power moves over time, and whether or not the system remains sort of safe in the sort of sense that all stakeholders continue to have a say over its path. And I think this is an area where the discussions around capture and various interests, financial interests versus potentially operational interests, sort of take control over a system's sort of steering and make it maybe more or less suitable for the other stakeholders. So these are inherently multi-stakeholder systems, so they're going to have tensions between representations. There's not going to be necessarily a right answer. And so, how do we deal with that? So in a sense, though, we can start to unpack how to deal with this using tools like computational social science, where we look at the way that systems evolve over time, but not just based on their computational elements, but also based on their open sort of human inputs. So I talk about this concept expression, meaning the human actor is not optimizing for something other than expressing their own preferences. They have some private utilities, private signals, private preferences, possibly changing over time. They are influenced by the way the system works. They are influenced by the state of the system, but not uniquely. So when they make their decisions, they're actually conferring information to the system rather than optimizing for it. And in a sense, you could say they are optimizing for it, though, by providing that information, because they are part of the system. And that's what's really challenging, right? How do we reason about the sort of the interconnectedness of the algorithmic elements and the sort of human decision-making elements? And as I mentioned before, I'm actually very enthusiastic about some of the tools that sort of much more mathematical fields like category theory, like control theory, like optimization theory actually bring us, but not necessarily in their sort of first order, we just apply them directly, but more in our understanding about how these sort of structured processes affect the outcomes. And that kind of brings us back to our engineering ethics question. It's a bit like architecture in the digital space, in cyberspace. We're designing the shape of space, but then people are gonna, walk around. You don't need a giant hand to push someone down a hallway. It's a hallway. There's a good chance they'll walk down it and go through the door at the other end. So with that, another field that I mentioned, operations research, is actually it's actually closely tied to decision making around profit around sort of, again, this notion of a rational decision maker, which, to be fair, is still important. We're not throwing it away. It's just, it's there more to understand the constraints of the system rather than the objectives. So in OR, you deal a lot with operational expenditures, capital expenditures, return on investment, like you manage potentially very large scale combinations of lower level decision making systems. But ultimately, the job of such a system is to make sort of a consistent, reproducible profit in return for presumably creating something of meaningful value to another party. And it employs both theoretical and empirical methods. It has elements of both social science and physical science. It's just that a lot of the sort of work that would be relevant to us is maybe not the stuff that you would read in a management journal, but it's something that you might read in the sort of some of the more formal segments of the Informs community, or in particular SIAM, which is the Society for Industrial and Applied Mathematics. I think the key here, though, is that as we increasingly digitalize and automate business processes, it's actually possible to further decentralize them while meeting what I call the sort of profitability constraint. This doesn't mean growth unbounded. It literally means there's a constraint that I have to make enough money to cover what I'm spending and enough margin to make it worthwhile. And then, yes, maybe I would like to make more and more and more and grow and grow and grow. But there's a difference between the desire on one party to make more profit and the constraint, which says if you don't make at least this much, you won't be able to persistently fulfill this function. And so it actually helps with the translation towards a slightly more ecological framing, where you can think about the financial constraints a bit like the sort of eating food constraints in an ecological system. If there's not enough food to cover your energy costs, you are going to die. And a business in an economic ecosystem, if there's not enough value flowing to it, it's going to fail to continue to fill the operational costs that are required to be met for it to persist. And if that was a critical species in that business ecosystem, then it might die out, and it could actually cause a cascade failure of the whole ecosystem because something that was important, something necessary, became unprofitable. Imagine what would happen if suddenly the job of being a Bitcoin miner became so unprofitable for whatever reason that the miners just started to disappear. And eventually we didn't have a sort of cryptographic security claim that we were comfortable with, or an economic security claim relative to the cryptographic processes going on. That might undermine that piece of infrastructure. Hard to say because we haven't had an experience with that on something that was as large scale as, say, Bitcoin, but you can sort of imagine it happening with some examples from smaller networks that have had issues. So I'm going to talk for a moment about CAD/CAD and how it fits. So we use CAD/CAD in an operations research sort of paradigm, at least at Block Science, because we do some work that's not necessarily crypto related. But we can still think about this as a general pattern where we have formalized mathematical abstractions. These are representations of systems and processes. We can integrate them with real world data. We make projections into the future, and we use those projections to form design decisions or potentially governance decisions. And this is a sort of pattern of practice that I've used since well before getting involved in crypto. And in fact, building it out for the crypto ecosystem has been like a long journey, and we have a long way to go still because it's again sort of natively from elsewhere. And so we're kind of bringing it in and making an effort to make it available for the kinds of systems that we have in crypto. And that comes back to the effort to build out sort of patterns and best practices, because we need those patterns in order to sort of streamline the application of this procedure. And sort of with that, I will talk about kind of where this concept comes from. I associate it personally with the cyber physical systems literature. I recommend that everyone go to the tolme.berkeley.edu project/CPS and play around with this diagram, because if you click on things, it will describe to you the details of the bubble. But what I really want to point out about this diagram is that the systems have humans in the loop, they're networked or distributive, they're adaptive and predictive. It sounds a lot like crypto systems, right? They have cybersecurity elements, the gray section of here. They have actual applications in a wide range of industries, from healthcare to energy to transportation. It's actually kind of crazy to see how closely this maps to the kinds of things that we're doing. But I want to point out a really important aspect is that this middle thrust, this yellow and orange, is widely absent in the crypto community, and as compared to it being the sort of bedrock of the cyber physical systems community. And so with an kind of effort here, we're trying to do things like CAD, like token engineering, and projects like the Common Stack and others are working on their patterns to try to bring this sort of diagram together, to fill it in. And obviously it's an ongoing process, but I think it's actually important for people to recognize the similarities in order to pattern match and find the missing pieces and help fill them in as part of a broader maturation process. Because the cyber physical systems term was coined in the mid 2000s, but the sort of technological underpinnings of it were growing up and becoming put into practice before that. Some basic examples are sort of power grid infrastructure. Actually, our transportation systems are very much cyber physical systems. There's a thing that I think some people don't know, that many traffic lights, they have like reprogrammable microcontrollers that can change the policies for the lights. So you can even in some cases do that dynamically. You can have them like essentially networked to try to time lights to get throughput to be managed based on sensors. There's like sort of magnetic sensors that can detect whether a car is stopped at a light. There's like all sorts of cool stuff. And I think the idea here is that this hybrid sort of infrastructure with automation, with sensors, with humans making decisions are not actually just from crypto. They exist in the world around us, and we can like learn from each other if we can build better sort of translations and mappings where we understand where the similarities lie. So I'm going to make a great, like a toy example using a robotic arm that I find helps. And in that example, essentially there's a robotic arm, and you can imagine having a joystick that controls it. And that arm has some important properties, and that is it can only actually take certain configurations. So no matter what combination of inputs you put into the controller, the arm is only going to move in the way as the arm moves. It can't bend into positions that violate its underlying structure, like the lengths of the lever arms, the directions the angles curve. And you can think of a mechanism as being like a way of moving the arm. The arm has its own state space, which is sort of all of the points of all of the parts, but it also has a subspace, which means that there are places it can't be. And what's interesting about this is that this underlying structure is upheld for all possible combinations of all inputs to all of the mechanisms for moving the arm, which means that if we enter a world now where we give everyone in the chat a controller to mess with the arm, it might flail around and do some weird stuff, but it won't violate its configuration space. So this is a sort of like, shape or structural object. It's an abstract mathematical object related to the underlying model that was used to design the robot arm in the first place, but any properties that arm physically has are actually going to be inviolable under all sequences of actions over all agents. And this is the kind of sort of protection that we need in order to make these systems safe for composition. Because when you compose things, you sort of lose good reasoning about why or what someone might do on the mechanisms. So we have to move away from necessarily thinking about what people will do towards what they can do. And a short aside, that one of my friends from grad school, he's a product manager for a surgical robot company. And one of the things that he pointed out, that best practices for surgical robots actually ensure that the software doesn't have the ability to do certain things, that the physical robot is physically constrained against certain types of movements, precisely because it needs to be unable to do those things under all possible inputs, because it's part of the safety considerations of the robot. And there's a separation in the systems engineering between the software that sort of takes the inputs from the surgeon and filters or modulates it to be more precise, but then there's even the physical structure of the robot providing a configuration space that limits the risk of harm. And this is the paradigm that I'm really pushing with my research on configuration spaces for crypto. And we've been using bonding curves as a reference case because they're actually very simple configuration spaces that we can use to start to define not just that primitive, but what primitives are. And so I'm going to sort of speed over this. Chris Peruk presented some of it in an earlier talk. I think we'll continue to see variations of it. We'll continue to learn, but effectively, the argument is that a bonding curve can serve as an estimator for expressed price information by saying that the goal isn't just to have the bonding curve go up forever. That's not its point. The point is that over time, the heterogeneous estimates of individuals about the value of the token that it mints, and specifically that token isn't just a magical thing that you want because it's going to be worth money in the future. It has to have an actual conference of a right. It could be a right to a future revenue. It could be a right to participate in a governance process. It could be an arbitrary constellation of rights that are specific to the community that issued it. But then, in a sense, the bonding curve helps us value that right. So you're not buying it to speculate necessarily, though one might. You are buying it because you want the rights it confers. And then, in a sense, the bonding curve creates an estimator of the perceived value of that right. And it can move up and down over time. But ultimately, the augmented bonding curve design basically says, in order to benefit from this as a community, you need not go up, it just needs to move. And the nice thing about that assumption is that people's opinions being widely varying result in these sort of noisy market processes. And if you capture some of the friction from making transactions on these bonding curves and funnel it to the project being supported, you can in fact create sort of a continuous source of funding that is not tied to perpetual growth, as we sort of brought up in the previous, the end of the previous talk. So with that, I'm going to show a picture and sign off, I think. This is a video that Marcus from the block science team made with real data from the FDAI Uniswap, the old one, now Psi, but it was made a few months ago. And it basically shows the configuration space of a Uniswap instance, which is closely related to a bonding curve in that the minted token is actually the pool token, and it represents a share in the liquidity pool itself. It's not necessarily a bonding curve in the sense that it has a curve, but it's a bonding curve in the sense that there's a linear, and in our papers we call them kappa. It has a linear shape, and interestingly enough, it's like it has two different reserve assets because it has the swaps. And so it provides two composed mechanisms with a handful of underlying states. In that way, it serves as something like a robotic arm, and one where we can actually start to infer something about the nature of the system from its state and from the change in that state over time. What interests me the most about it is it does seem to serve as a really powerful connector, in the sense that it provides on one axis a connection between two assets, so kind of like a wire linking an economic network. And it also provides a sort of a buffering role, in the sense that people can put capital into the liquidity pool. When a Uniswap instance is higher liquidity, it essentially has more inertia. It takes more activity or a larger transaction to move the price. And so you can think of it in physical systems terms if you're kind of able to reason about spring mass systems or sort of other ordinary differential equations, and start to get a sense of actually how, in a circuit system, for example, the resistor, capacitor, inductor systems are capable of designing large classes of filters by combining certain primitives. We can think about these emerging sort of token operators, these differential operators, as the kinds of primitives that we use to construct systems. But I think the real challenge is that, at least from my experience, this systems design, this composition of mechanisms, bears a lot more similarity to signal processing, control, online machine learning, and other fields that deal with real-time sort of event and event-driven systems. Again, that's a little bit more CPS with event-driven, but like the knowledge and the capability for managing these dynamic systems is out there, and that we need to like work to not only find it, learn it, reframe it, and make it more accessible to our communities in crypto economics. So I will end with this sort of comment then, that this economy as an evolving shape of cyberspace, and that we are designing it and we are analyzing it and we are learning from it. And the exciting thing about this is that we realize that we're doing this and we're doing it actively, but it's also really important to recognize the hazards and the dangers, because creating new institutional patterns does not necessarily always work out well. And sometimes they degrade and reform, and we want to be thinking carefully about what we're doing and how our changes to our capabilities affect the way that we build things, the way we interact with each other, etc. So I'm going to end on that and go to questions. I ran over. I always run over. I'm sorry.
That's all right. We have 15 minutes still until the next speaker. Thank you very much, Michael, for the amazing talk. I must say, I don't know if you've been following the program today and yesterday, but actually almost, I don't know, every second or every third speaker has talked about CatCat, and everyone is using it. And I think it must be very rewarding for you to hear that people are, I mean, you probably already know who's using it, but it must be rewarding that every other speaker is actually working on CatCat. So thank you very much. Thank you also for taking the time. And we can go to the Q&A session now. Would anyone like to raise a hand here in the interactive space? Yeah, Grief, go ahead.
I mean, I feel bad. I get to talk to Z all the time. So if anyone has any questions, like, go ahead. I'll try to keep it short. But
yeah, hi.
Oh yeah, go for it.
Hi. I'd like to raise a question. Michael, you have shown us a huge list of disciplines to draw knowledge and methods from. And also we heard talks yesterday and today on, okay, this is really a broad space, a multidisciplinary space, and there is a huge range of knowledge that we can draw from. But on the other hand, this also sometimes it makes me think it must feel totally overwhelming. So like without having this and that and this broad range of backgrounds, you can't do anything. And maybe this is also a question to Griff. I mean, at some point you decided to start Common Stack. How to get a handle on this complexity, right? And not giving up, because I mean, it's really, we also had it in the chat, right? So.
Let me just say, on my side, I get Z, so I don't have to worry about it.
Actually, so I think the most important answer to that question is the thing I said about multi-specialization. So I am admittedly, like, I've been doing sort of automation and decision making and social and economic systems for, oh God, like almost 20 years, I guess, if you count the work that I was doing as an undergraduate. I did some consulting, I did some agent-based modeling, I did some evolutionary modeling, and my undergraduate thesis even was on sort of policy for tech adoption. And I sort of transitioned into doing more sort of robotics and multi-agent systems for second bachelor's, master's, PhD. And so like really long arc with a lot of mentors and a lot of fields, co-authors, etc. And so, I've had this sort of time to integrate up all this stuff. But one of the most important learnings was that any particular expert was actually an expert in a subset. So when I lay all of this stuff out there, it's not actually meant to say, go learn everything, but like it actually kind of means these are the topics we need to cover collectively, and probably more that even I'm not touching, right? And so what's important is that people have this sort of breadth depth T. You need to understand what matters. That's breadth. That doesn't mean become an expert in everything. And it does mean potentially gain expertise in a subset of things that are interesting to you or that like really meet your skills, or both. And that when we work together, we can create a sort of cover that handles like all of the necessary expertises for a particular project at a particular time, and we avoid, for example, missing things that we probably should have known we needed because we lacked breadth. So that depth-breadth mixing actually goes back to systems engineering and how we do things like I worked on building some robots, right? I wrote navigation systems. I was a high-level decision and control engineer, whereas someone else was responsible for the mechanical system. Someone was responsible for the power systems. Actually, I had a teammate who worked closely with me who actually put the algorithms that I was designing in basically mathematics and MATLAB simulations, etc., into the actual onboard, like basically, I think he was writing, it's a long time ago now, but he was writing C code, right? And he was compiling it onto the relatively like sort of low, the low levels. I'm sort of trying to figure out how to bring this up without degrading into technical jargon. Whatever. Point is, we had a sort of onboard or processor. It was actually designed to be relatively low consumer of power, so the computations had to be very sparse, essentially. So we went from the design of the algorithms and properties we wanted down to figuring out how to get them implemented in a way that wouldn't consume too much power, because it was an autonomous robot that did like ran grids on ice in Antarctica. So the thing needed to actually not burn power because that would waste its lifetime, and it needed to have the ability to charge up. It charged up, and then it would go out. And if you made algorithms that were too computationally intense, you would actually sort of shorten its lifespan. But at the same time, it needed to be able to maintain certain tolerances on its grids, because otherwise it didn't serve its function for mapping the ice flows. It carried a ground penetrating radar. But the point of this is that that team was 6 people, and even then it had sort of advisors and other experts, and each of the people on the team had a different specialization. So we shared the expertise and the breadth around robotics, but then we had sub-expertises. And I see that as being absolutely necessary in token engineering and crypto economics, and that's why you see mixed teams and why you shouldn't be worried about not being an expert in all the things.
Good. Amazing.
I think you should write. I think you should write a textbook on this, Michael.
I'm pitching one to him right now. I think he will.
Eventually.
But
a lot of work.
Just a comment, what Michael or what Zagam just said didn't put an ease on Angela's face at all. It's like and literally when I listened to Trent the first time, I'm like, okay, you know, I'm gonna dare it, but I don't know if I can make it, right? And talking to Zagam, it's still the same. But as you said, it is really, yes, all of it. But when we want to put it on a blockchain in a virtual machine that is not really very capable, we are going to break it down to a very simple mechanics. And actually, it's a very cool entry point in all of those complex or all of those different disciplines coming from crypto. So I think it's actually pretty exciting if we get to that textbook level. I think a lot of people will be drawn because of the actual simplistic beauty of it when you get your head around. Or you manage once through it. And I haven't managed once through it, so I'm still blown away.
I'm sure everybody feels that way. I see a hand raised. Cyprian, would you like to talk?
Yeah, hi, Michael. So I just wanted to, you talked about cyber-physical systems. What book or what paper would you recommend to kind of get up to speed on what you just talked?
Ooh, that's interesting. I don't know that I have a single recommendation because I was researching in that area, so I was dealing mostly with papers. I'm going to do 2 things. One, I'm going to come back to you the thread after, and I'll see what I can find that I think will be useful to answer that question. Just because I don't have a reference on my desk. I have some hybrid systems textbook I like, but it's not truly, you know, CPS. Depends a bit on whether you're doing application or theory. A lot of my graduate work was closer to theory. One of my co-authors is George Pappas, who's done a lot of work on automation in higher combination systems. But anyway, I will table it. I will get a response in the chat afterwards. And I will also actually give Shebnem a chance to see if she has an answer, because she's also from that field.
Excellent. So more applied, if possible.
I figured. That tends to be application specific.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
And the answer is approximately the same, because cyber-physical systems is itself multidisciplinary. You have this, for example, I learned it in energy automation. So, and it's part of cyber-physical system, but it's not the same what you get to learn at the university. And again, it's this rare multidisciplinary field as well. So a lot of journals are out there, but there is no single book. And we had this discussion a couple of months back, maybe. It was around Christmas, right? That we said, okay, actually, you just need a 10 pages summary of this is cyber-physical systems, and let's just move away from it, because what we actually have is not that simplistic. All of that you find in cyber-physical systems is about robots, and and there's a human somewhere pushing a button. But the kind of cyber-physical systems that we need to think about is what actually Zargam really brings or makes accessible. Is there's so much human stuff going on, especially if we are incentivizing and building a financial infrastructure into that cyber-physical system that's going to be basically money printing system. There's so much social, political, and philosophical and ethical stuff going on. I wouldn't recommend you go back to the basics of cyber-physical system, but really let's get this 10 pages out there and get you.
That would be awesome.
The actual exciting path that is opening up through cryptoeconomics.
But I think
the systems.
I think it's, as Michael in the field, we don't need to be all experts at every one of those fields. It's like a bit, if you know the T-shape person, it's like a kind of social HR theory, which is about people having diverse verticals where they are excellent, but others where they just know the basics so that they're able to build and to collaborate with other people with the same baseline language and the same baseline, a shared common language, basically. And so I think this is the point. Like, I don't know anything about cyber-physical systems, but I'm like, I really want to know just what I need to know, so that when I'm going to meet someone who is actually like a super professional at that, we can have an actual discussion and not me being like totally lost.
I have a comment on that though. Then actually, I have been continuously amazed by the quality of Wikipedia. I know this; it's a tertiary source, so I wouldn't use it as a primary reference. But its references are often good, and you can feed through to them. But actually, for a sort of fly by the top, sort of get the gist of something, as well as find references to the sort of the primary sources, I found Wikipedia is actually quite excellent, ranging from things like Kalman filters and Lyapunov functions all the way to, I mean, the quote that I gave from for the definition of cyber-physical systems, I tracked back down to an NSF document when I cited it for the paper with Sherman, but actually it was clear and present in the Wikipedia article, and it turns out that it was actually quite difficult to find the primary source. So I actually recommend, honestly, like reading Wikipedia articles, and actually there's a nice linked graph, and if you hit a topic that interests you, click through to it. It's amazing how much you can learn by doing that.
Actually, this is exactly the way I learned economics. I mean, I studied economics at master level, etc., like quantitative economics, but most of the good economic work is on Wikipedia.
By the way, I'd like to mention that we are also currently looking at our wiki that is existing. It's loads of material there, but we also had people, okay, I tried to learn what I need to know, as you mentioned, and where to start. And there's Tanner, who has already taken a lot of efforts in structuring the work. So I'll post the Telegram channel here in the chat. So feel free to join us and maybe contribute or give your inputs for how to make the materials accessible and well structured for kind of people coming in with a different background and different expectations.
Amazing.
That's pretty cool.
Thank you, Angela, too. Thank you all of you for the questions. I don't know if you guys can see, but Angela and Michael actually have the same T-shirt. They're in pink, and I brought mine out.
Where did you get it?
I was feeling a little jealous. Okay, Grief, unfortunately, we don't have time. I know you wanted to ask the first question, but since you get to talk to Michael, I think you guys can sort it out. Thank you, Michael, for taking the time, and thank you for the amazing talk. Thank you, everyone, for the questions, and we are on schedule. We have our next speaker right away. Let me see if Jakob is there, and if the speaker, if Paris Ovais is already in the chat.
I am here, of course.
Hi. Do we have Paris in the interspace? Paris?
I'm here. I was actually supposed to switch with Shiv Malik, but I'm happy to go now. I just have to get resituated. It's okay.
If Shiv is here, we can also do it the other way around. I didn't hear anything about the switch before.
I got an email. I'm good to go either way.
Shiv, are you here somewhere? All right, I think it's probably easier if he's not here to start with you, if that's fine.
Yeah, sure. Just let me get into the office real quick since I'm actually going now.
Thank you for the flexibility, and maybe in the meantime, let's just remind everyone there is a hangout room if you'd like to just hang out with the participants. Join the Cryptoeconomics - Hangout and post your questions in the Discord chat or raise hands here.
All right. Cool. All right. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hello. I'm just gonna share my screen, if that's all right. Let's see. Can everyone see my screen?
Yep, we can see it.
All right, perfect. So I'm gonna have to quickly figure out how I revise because Shiv was supposed to go before me and discuss what data unions were, which would make what I'm going to talk about a little more sense. So I'll probably dig in a little deeper on that. But I just wanted to say thank you to all the organizers. It's I produce some events myself, so it's like by no means easy to convene people digitally. So I just wanted to kind of share that with you. So it's greatly appreciated. I'm Faris Owais. I'm coming at you from Austin, Texas. So hope everyone is, just staying safe, wherever you are, and appreciate everyone kind of just joining together today. Because obviously we're all facing this, common challenge and, going about it in our own way where we're from. And it just I was thinking before this that, what were we talking about before this virus was, mainstream and on the top of everyone's mind. And, I find it very important to, with the Web3 community to kind of stick together and make sure that what I at least perceived as a prominent topic, that being digital rights, agency, data ownership from a legislative and business growth sense was fairly prominent and taking hold in meaningful ways prior to the virus kind of encapsulating our headspace. So I find these convenings very important. And today, in terms of just my, tiny contribution to the whole community. I was going to talk about the future of streaming, so like music streaming, which is the space I'm operating in currently, a vertical I'm involved with, and data unions, which is a framework we can get into. I'm the guy on the right, although I haven't had a haircut in what seems like forever, so I definitely look a bit different these days. The guy on the right is Shiv from Streamer. And Streamer is the one that actually builds data unions and the underlying technology behind it. Myself and Chelsea, my business partner, we're from Instigation Protocol. And essentially what we do is we collaborate with blockchain solutions, and we specifically help them do two things with enterprises, specifically commercialize and tell a vertical specific story within an industry. So we don't go all over the place. We go to a blockchain solution and we're saying, we think that your solution is very applicable in a very specific vertical. And we just focus all our attention there. And we kind of have our own business development process and kind of a storytelling solution, because we found that a lot of blockchain solutions were having a tough time doing one of two things: landing pilots, or contracts, or so spending a lot of their money trying to get work, or getting a contract or a pilot, but then losing money on it, which is kind of counterproductive. Or in the process, they were investing, a disproportionate amount in the technology versus the business side and tactical side of the whole ecosystem. So that's where we felt we could best support with, what we cared about, we're passionate about, and our skill sets. So we found Streamer, who was already doing stuff in banking and financial services, mobility with like Ford and Bosch and all that. And we thought music streaming would be cool for your data union framework. And although I thought Shiv would go before me and have a much more robust explanation of data unions to prep everyone, I'll just give a little like Cliff Notes version of it. Essentially, a data union is a framework in which if you're a producer of data, the value that your data is worth, you are able to then monetize on it in real time via micropayments. So within a platform, the data you produce creates value for a third party, let's say an advertiser. The money that data is worth usually then accumulates all to the benefit of whatever platform you're using. That could be Facebook, or we'll talk about music streaming, that could be Spotify. In a data union framework, portion of this proceeds of your data is worth goes back to you, the data producer. So this is, in short, what a data union is. Essentially real-time data sharing where the producers of the data monetize on the value they contribute to the platform as an individual, but then as part of a larger community. And we basically said to Streamer, we should take what you're doing in financial services and mobility, and we should do it in music streaming. So a good rule of thumb, when you're trying to find a industry to operate in, or a new place to explore at least, to see if you have a product market fit, is where there's very, very stiff competition. So in the music streaming space, they call it a streaming war, and where you see a lot of growth cap funneling in. So those usually create a nice ecosystem where not everyone, but you'll find companies that are looking for differentiators to find new ways to grow or new ways to differentiate versus their competitors, given how competitive and how cash rich it is. So, we found on this journey that, there's hundreds of platforms in the world, but they all tend to have one, some, or all of these problems. The primary problem is that growth is really, really expensive. So the music that actually gets on the streaming platforms, that's the biggest cost center. Acquisition, also costly, but then retention is increasing because so many more competitors are coming online, which is giving users choice fatigue. So like this is music, but in a video streaming context, you could have Netflix, Hulu, there's Disney Plus, there's all these ones. So consumers are getting quite tired and can only afford to buy so many. So that's why retention is getting so expensive. But most people are doing it at a loss, which is okay because there's so much growth capital coming into the space. In addition to that, there's been some kings of the industry have been dethroned. So for example, Spotify is a market leader, but they're not market leaders in, let's say, the Middle East, where there's a regional player called Ngami, which is all they want to do is just defend their space. In emerging markets, for example, you have streaming platforms that their main problem isn't growth, it's not the content, it's not anything, it's piracy, because there's not enough. So for example, India, You have 1 billion people, but there's only around 100 million that can actually afford to pay for a subscription. So more than often than not, you have a piracy issue where they're not even producing data on the platform. They're just using it as a media player. So based on where you are in the market, all these kind of variables, you'll encounter some of these problems. With that said, everyone tended to have the same playbook. So all looking for ways to subsidize user acquisition. Usually this is through partnerships. So for example, I don't know where everyone's from, but usually it's through a telecom partnership. So if you get a mobile plan, you get 12 months free of Deezer, let's say, or Spotify, or whatever the music streaming platform is in that region. So then the platform is then spending all their money to retain you at month 10, 11, and 12 in hopes of keeping you. Also, everyone is looking at their own way of optimizing content creation. Some platforms are investing in their own artists, right? So hoping that, and then they'll hope that they'll become big, and then there'll be royalties later on when they're very famous. Hopefully they found next Jay-Z or Beyonce. Some are taking a completely different approach. They're just eliminating the artist completely, generating AI created music. So based on the platform, they're approaching these shared problems in sometimes the same way, and sometimes in different ways. But ultimately, you just want to get more subscribers. So their main goal is to convert as many free users into subscribers as humanly possible. And this is kind of where we come in. So when you have a lot of growth capital, a lot of competition, the same problems, and the same playbook, we're coming at them and say, have you ever thought about value distribution as a competitive advantage? And in everything we do, I'm obviously giving the music streaming example right now, but in every vertical we go in with a blockchain organization, whether that be insurance or mobility or you name it, we're always talking to people that have a present day paradigm, and we're coming at them with a future way of doing things that they should act upon today. This will always be the case, and we're on good authority. We're pretty good at, and this is where the storytelling bit comes in, because we found a lot of the blockchain companies were talking in one language to everyone within an organization, when ultimately different people within organizations have different remits and contribute to the buying decision in different ways. But one thing that's become clear is that you have 100 companies around the world, and ultimately about 5 to 10 really truly get it to the point where they want to activate, because they see the potential for long-term engagement and new forms of revenue, but also from a brand standpoint. So Facebook example usually works well. So obviously, with data sharing and monetization, you would think that the economic aspect is primary, but there's also what it means in terms of creating a new ethical framework with your users that is appealing to a lot of platforms, particularly in Europe. So the Facebook example works.
I think the sound dropped, or is that just for me?
It dropped for me too.
Ferris, if you're here.
I'm still seeing the screen share, but I'm not hearing him.
Ferris, can you hear us? All right, he probably can't answer. Ferris, could you restart the window maybe? Or refresh? I can only kick him. I don't know if that helps.
I'm not sure, but maybe if you... Oh.
Now he dropped.
Okay, he will probably rejoin right away. Maybe we can use the time to remind people that they can donate for these amazing open source infrastructures. I'll maybe share the screen just for a couple of seconds to show you guys where you can find more information. So at the Interspace setup, you can find all of these rooms, and then also the donate button where you will see more information on how to engage with that. You can also claim your Poke tokens. Please use that. And the Cryptovina after party is taking place right here. You can always see the speaker schedule right here. And yeah, enter the chats over here. So this is the setup page. Please make use of it and find all of the information right there. And let's see if Ferris can join us again. Otherwise, we have next speaker. So our schedule is going until 10 p.m. today. So we have a pretty packed schedule. Catherine asked where he can get the T-shirt. Yes, the T-shirt was distributed at DevCon last summer, and there was a token engineering global gathering happening there. So the T-shirts were distributed there. I'm not sure if they still distribute the same T-shirts. Maybe we will get something else in September.
The easiest way to get one probably is to volunteer at the next Token Engineering Global Gathering, and then you will be outfitted with a super nice T-shirt.
The one in Berlin?
Yeah, exactly. That was last summer. That's where we all got the pink shirts.
And it's going to be in September, right?
Angela, I think she's still in the room. No,
She's
I think
still in the room.
yes, she's still in the room. I'm not sure if she's here right now. She's organizing it, and I think I'm not sure if it's still happening, depending on the COVID situation, probably. But it was planned to be happening.
So if you visit the Token Engineering Global Gathering website, you will find more info on that. And let's hope it happens in September.
Yeah, I hope so too. Actually, I was planning to do that, so I hope it's maintained.
Yeah. Oh, so welcome back.
Welcome
How
back.
long was I gone for? I just I finished up. I'm like, oh, this disconnected.
We tried to talk to you, but unfortunately, you didn't hear us.
How I mean, how far did I make it in?
It's probably about 7 minutes ago that you dropped out, I think.
Fair enough. Okay. Man, I was like wondering, I'm like, damn, I'm either on a roll or this topic sucks.
You were on a roll, though.
I appreciate that, my man. I appreciate that big time. Yeah, but I used up my time, so I want to respect everyone else's time. But I'm hoping that at least you got a gist of it.
You actually still have time, I think.
Okay.
Get to the token points.
I think we did schedule Shift for 9 o'clock. At least that's what my schedule says.
Yeah, that's correct. So we usually have a 10-minute break, but we don't necessarily have to have one. If you'd like to continue with the slides or maybe just start a discussion.
Yeah, I mean, we can. I think maybe best to start a discussion. I guess. I mean, did everyone kind of get the gist of what a data union was? Because I was also hoping Shiv would go first and then do the very grand.
It also had Marlene today, and she introduced a couple of concepts on data unions already.
Okay, cool. So yeah, we've been working with streamers specifically in like the music streaming space, but like if anyone, we do this in like different verticals, but for streamer, we thought music streaming would be a pretty ideal way to do it based on some market norms that are going on there, and we've learned a lot along the way in terms of how enterprise kind of like perceives value. And then been quite surprised that a lot of the platforms that are most interested are more interested, not from a commercial standpoint, but from an ethical standpoint, in terms of alignment with their values and how that can be translated into marketing talking points and things like that.
Absolutely. And I think that's a very interesting perspective that we don't often get to see, or at least, I mean, I'm a researcher. I don't have to do with a lot of the business side of things. But I think it's very interesting to see how you can approach this and how you can make it seem valuable to those you're trying to reach as well.
Yeah, I mean, from my experience in the different verticals we've operated in, it's been, maybe it's just how we do it, but like, I think it's been pretty clear that we're pretty good at getting value across. I think that's because we invest a lot in the storytelling side of it. So we don't say the same thing to anybody, and whoever's willing to listen jumps in. We say something very intentional to a specific type of person that owns a specific part of the decision-making or budget process that speaks to their remit. So we would talk to the chief technical officer different than we did the head of growth. We would speak to a friend looking to introduce us versus maybe someone we loosely know inside that wants to introduce us internally. And what I found was that no matter what, you need some form of urgency. Without urgency, they're a fan, but not enough to write a check for it. And in the music streaming case, our primary form of urgency is GDPR Article 20, and essentially copycat legislation that deals with portability. This is our, we're really hanging on tight to Article 20 and the threat that portability has on these platforms, and specifically how they all monetize. because essentially they can invest a lot of money in you, and then you, legally speaking, would be able to take that data, and this is what I was explaining at the end of the call, take all that data that they invested so much in you. So let's say on Spotify, they've invested $70 in you over 2 years. You would then be able to go to Deezer, say, hey, here you go, Deezer, create a unique profile for me with my music taste. Or what's more powerful, we have the technical means to do it, the legal means to do it, but we don't have the user experience means to do it just yet. We could all unionize. So maybe 70 of us, not a big deal. But imagine if 100,000 people got off Spotify and started to form a union and sell their data as a group, as a collective. That would be powerful. And that's what we're seeing as the future. And this is what we're saying this legislation threatens them with, which is why they should create more sustainable business models today to basically still be around in the future.
Absolutely, absolutely. As per these data unions, I think I'm not alone here when I say, for me too, that is something that is still a bit futuristic and a bit hard to imagine how that will look in practice. Will that be in the form of a browser plugin where I can click, I want to share this, and that? Malena touched on it a little bit, but I'm still not entirely sure how that will look in practice in the future.
Yeah, so its form it can take on different forms. So Marlene was probably talking about an app called Swash, which was developed on top of the Streamer network. So that is a browser plugin that deals with data across, like, she probably did a demo, but, very granular across maybe certain parts of the internet. It could be Amazon, could be your search, could be Facebook, could be Twitter. And then there would be potentially buyers for that data, and then you monetize and incrementally increase in value as part of a web browser plugin. What we deal with, my team specifically at Instigation Protocol, because we found there's two types of people in this world. There's type of people that want to build a product that has different values than the platform we use today, just no users yet, but hopefully those values then attract users, a migration of, and then new users to their platform built on decentralized technology and so forth, right? Our team goes into the belly of the beast, goes into a platform, right, and saying, hey, value distribution could be a really cool thing for you. So we're going to help you change your business model, not overnight, not everywhere. We're just taking a slice of it. So to answer your question, in a music streaming context, at least, that could be not even with everybody, but a specific cohort of users within the app. So you'd be on your Spotify. Maybe it's not you. Maybe they're looking for people under the age of 25, specifically in France, right? That could be it. And only those people would have a new feature on their app where they're either making money, so there's an internal wallet, or it's just subsidizing their subscription cost versus actually giving them the money, right? So what we're looking to do is find the lowest friction, lightest integration humanly possible to essentially prove out that distributing the value actually creates new value for you. That could be through a new app, that could be through a plugin, that could be, but what we're doing is finding light features that, because ultimately all roads lead to the technical team, and the last thing they want to hear is something that disrupts the roadmap that they thought they agreed upon in January, right? So we're trying not to threaten that, but at the same time, A/B test something in a particular part of the ecosystem and then expand it from there.
Very interesting, very interesting. Is there anybody else in the room who would like to ask a question while we're here? You can raise your hand, you can ask it in the Discord chat. Cyprian, please.
Yeah, hey. So I'm super interested by what you're doing with the data union because I'm currently building a platform for movies, for streaming movies with friends. It's basically like the Twitch of movies. Nice. And we basically want to decentralize everything. So the system is built on cryptoeconomic system modeling, where the idea is really to share and allocate the maximum of value created by the system to the maximum number of people, depending on the engagement and involvement of each users. Because you can, within the platform, you can actually create an event where you will watch movie with your friends or with your followers, and you can also create pages, which are basically a created list of movies to watch. And depending on if people attend to your event or they click on the links that you put on your pages, then people will attend that, and you will get a share
like a cut from the transaction that is made afterwards. And so we are currently designing the whole data pipeline, so data pods, like we had in an earlier talk. And for the moment, we are building it like a regular company, but the idea really is to switch that to a more kind of decentralized vision where every user is the owner of its own data. So yeah, this is where we are right now, and I don't know like how you guys work. Are you planning to be like kind of a marketplace for that at some point?
So a data union essentially is a combination of a marketplace, a network, and the Ethereum blockchain, right? So they you know, if you want to use the marketplace they build, great. It can be customized at a development cost. So their goal is to just have people build on the network, utilize a marketplace, and then leverage that marketplace in a way that makes sense for whatever the platform is. So in a music streaming context, it's a listener, right? And the streaming platform in the middle, and an advertiser, right? Or a data vendor. In different industries, the marketplace looks a bit different. So the streamer doesn't actually get involved in what sides of the marketplace you're trying to be. They just want to give you the marketplace to create a pathway for a person that produces data to then monetize on it with who already buys the data, but then have that bypass the platform and through a smart contract split the money accordingly, right? So in your case, if you're focused on more on the video streaming side, there are actors in this world that no one actually likes the streaming companies, video or music, besides the streaming companies themselves. The people that hate the streaming platforms the most are the studios, because the studios actually don't, and the labels in the music context. So I'll just stick with music for a second. But so labels hate streaming platforms. They don't make really any money off of them. And they also, the only way they make money is through actual live events. So this is why you see a lot of labels that are actually already working with a lot of blockchain companies and investing in them as well to overtake the Spotifys of the world, because the platforms actually don't help the artist or don't help the label. The same with the studios in a movie, in a film context, right? So, and there's different kind of organizations that are solving different problems. So in your case, it seems like you're really user focused, where I think that there is maybe something to be said around engaging other stakeholders in the supply chain of video streaming to have incentive interest to eliminate the current ones that we use, whether it be Netflix, Hulu, and the millions, Disney Plus, and the millions of others. So and then essentially also collaborate with others solving different parts of the puzzle. So for example, there's a lot of people building decentralized solutions specifically for royalty disbursement. It's a huge problem. All the people that actually go into making a film or a piece of music, it's insane, and it's very archaic. So what I would just do there is just as opposed to just focusing just on the user, start to find collaborations on the content side as well, because you both are basically trying to eliminate the same people.
That's basically working directly with the studio. We are already doing that, like Warner and Disney and like a bunch of them, Paramount, Sony.
Super cool, right?
Yeah, so that's the idea. They still don't know that it's going to be tokens, but yeah.
I would say that I think moving forward, because there's already like platforms that already use tokens. They're generally speaking, they're not like cryptographic tokens by any means, but the incentive models they already have, right? So I don't think it's a huge stretch, and particularly as you see more services that are trying to platforms that are trying to create service models, right? So for example, like Amazon coming out with credit cards and Apple coming out with credit cards. So I think you'll see a consolidation as these bigger players try to consolidate more users and create their own ecosystems, financial ecosystems within their brand, right? And I think that it may be hard to get a large company to do tokens, but I think some of the B-listers and smaller companies are more incentivized to use tokens, may already be doing so, but just not cryptographically, right? So the pitch there may be from a security aspect, it could be from a micro payment aspect, but I don't think there's overly too much resistance to it, generally speaking, at least in my experience thus far.
Excellent. Yeah, totally on the same track.
Cool, cool.
Anybody else in the room who wants to raise his hand? I followed the Discord chat, but so far I have not seen anything. Are there any other tips that, since I think you have a very unique perspective on that, that you would give to people who are not used to, how would I express that, to portray the value in different kind of perspectives and different kind of viewpoints, kind of general guidelines or tips?
Yeah, I mean, I would just like kind of now look in your virtual rooms, but look at your team, and if you find that you have an overly technical team, that's not necessarily bad. But I would look at who you think your potential audience is. So a big problem that I've run into with a lot of the blockchain organizations that I've encountered is that they generally have this motto: they're going to build something, and people will eventually use it. Versus, I'm going to build something that I think has applicability to a specific audience. And you need to kind of, at least at the very least, talk with someone that has more, that focuses on the business side of things, to at least try to find the right questions to ask to see if you're on the right path. Because I find that there's a heavy amount of investment that goes into technical development, like mainnet 2.0, mainnet 3.0, mainnet, like by the time we're done with this call, there'll be a 4.0 somewhere. But they haven't yet had meaningful conversations with enough diverse set of potential customers to identify if they even 1.0 is good enough or 4.0 is irrelevant. So I think you just need balance from a skill set on your team, or at the very least, some initial input from these type of people to test out your audience, find the marketability of it, and then see if your value proposition works. And if it maybe does work, but you're using the wrong language, what exactly that means. So I've been on calls where things from like microplasma to like sharding to like Byzantine consensus, and I'm looking at the other people in the rooms, and I'm like, I'm puzzled, so they're definitely puzzled. So if I would just kind of basically act like you're talking to a first grader, don't overly use technical jargon, talk about it if you're talking about a centralized solution, and then have them ask more specific questions. And then your goal should be to get to the technical person within their team. And then you can just use whatever you like to say, but don't, put it all on, the business oriented people, the growth people, the product people all at once. Then they'll just get, disincentivized from actually, taking you further into the organization to materialize a relationship.
Absolutely, that's understandable. Thank you for your time. I think, unless there are other questions, we're gonna start our search for Shiv, especially as we must have screwed up your schedule somehow.
It's it's all right. I hopefully rolled with it.
I've seen another raised hand. Please just unmute yourself.
Is this the same person who keeps raising and lowering the hand?
Faking us. Yes, somebody is misclicking the raising hand button a lot.
Maybe they're just waving.
Which is a good idea as well. Very nice.
Where are you based, by the way?
We're in Vienna.
Oh, nice.
We're at the Research Institute for Cryptoeconomics here at the University of Economics and Business. That's Tatiana. She's here. I'm here. Chris was here before. I see Michael's still in here. He's an affiliated researcher with us. So we're branching out all over.
I reached out to the city of Vienna, I think a year ago. They were doing something interesting with what was it? It was a data sharing, because they have a pretty robust smart city agenda in Vienna, and they were doing something with city tokens, I think it was. I'll have to look it up. But
did it have something to do with saving CO2 and being able to spend it on culture?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, that's on me.
Nice.
I'm leading that project for us.
All right, we'll have to tag up after this. I'd love to learn more about this. And also,
anytime.
I'm actually recruiting some people for a podcast with Smart Cities World. And we're trying to get like a series going of cities and like proxy, like I would call university a proxy organization with cities, working on data monetization, data incentives versus the more kind of like static open data model. which I think is, fairly not standardized and maybe a little outdated with the kind of dynamic economy that we're in. So I think you would have some pretty cool input on that.
I'd be very happy to join.
All right, amen, brother. Well, I'll make sure we have details and stuff. We can arrange.
I sent you an email while I was looking for you, so now you have my mail as well.
How long was I gone for?
It wasn't that long. It was like 5 to 7 minutes or something like that. But your audio dropped, and then you dropped out completely, and we had no way of pinging you directly.
Man, all right. Sorry about that. Well, hopefully I got most of the points across, and it was helpful.
I mean, you did to me. To me, it was super interesting.
Yeah, thank you so much for it. No, it was perfect, even though we had some cutouts. It was really good.
We got to mention that this is all in a very experimental setup, and this conference is also a bit of an experiment in digital interaction. So a couple of hiccups are to be expected.
Amen. I do plenty of hiccups myself, so I'm all good. Takes one to know one. All right. Cool.
I think we're.
Well, I gotta drop out.
Yeah, we're gonna take a small break and see if we can get Sheaf on here.
All right.
Thanks so much for your time, and please hit me up anytime. Let's discuss stuff.
Amen. Yeah, that'd be great. I'll talk to you soon. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
See you. All right, we're gonna have 8 minutes until the next presentation. If Shiv is not already here, we're gonna try to see where he is, and then we're gonna tune back in a couple of minutes.
So here's an interesting conjecture while people are hanging out. Do you think that there will come a point where this particular pattern where we have these interspaces replaces the sort of role of like radio or TV, where you just have like open like digital spaces? It seems like something that has happened because of COVID. People can't walk into a bar, right, and hang out and talk to whoever's there. So there's a difference between sort of scheduled communications with people where you like go and meet, and going into environments where the context of the discussion or the general demeanor is the context, and you don't have a specific conversation planned, and whether we'll actually find ourselves maintaining interspaces after the sort of social distancing crisis ends.
I mean, first you got me a bit confused, because TV or radio, I think, is a bit of a different concept, because I see what you just mentioned as very much possible, where you have the infrastructure in a digital way, and then you watch TV together in such a space.
I meant more like in the sense of things you do at home, like as opposed to things that you do out. But I can see it's like a weird mixing of the concepts, because it jumped to mind where I was like, oh, like, you could sit and passively consume someone talking on a TV or on a radio. Whereas here it's hybridizing that with the actual experience that you have socially if you go into a shared space and you engage in like whatever the context provides. So the expectations for the conversation are somewhat dictated to where you are, whether it's, at a park or at a bar or whatever. Would be the interspaces would have different like, purposes or assumptions or contexts.
If I understand correctly, yes, I do think that is going to be happening. I mean, at some point, we're going to replicate all our physical spaces in here, and then instead of sitting at home and having a passive social interaction, we're going to have a very active social interaction that is copying everything from the physical space.
That's already kind of happens with video games, to be honest with you. Like having played both video games and like sports, I've noticed that the social ontologies are very similar in those communities. Not perfectly the same, but like the idea of sort of like the sort of recreational, like sort of organizational patterns, and then you look at the digitized version where people play, like again, big raids and MMOR. Yeah, RP. Wow, that is really hard to say out. Massive online role-playing games or other types of games that people play have already got sort of institutional structures around guilds and raids and parties and whatnot. And we see them being mimicked by the actual like remote teams in the metagame with Raid Guild and like all sorts of cool stuff happening in crypto, where I would argue that some of these patterns like aren't, you know, to come. They already exist. They just have to propagate.
They do exist, but I think in a very experimental, I don't know, very steroidy way. The same way that we talk about crypto as being economics on steroids, the same way digital spaces are sort of social spaces on steroids, where if you don't have a proper moderation and reputation, etc., you get kids screaming, adults screaming, etc., because we haven't really figured that out yet.
Well, it doesn't remove the social systems aspects, which kind of comes back to our broader discussion, and actually a lot of the stuff that we talk about in the Institute is the, you know, recognizing the sort of co-evolution of the social systems and the technological systems, because you change the medium of interaction, you might change the social patterns and vice versa, but that neither one of them is sufficient to replace or subsume the other.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really hard to say where this is going to go to. Like right now, it's easy to imagine, okay, we're going to spend our time at home meeting in interspace and hanging out with friends, and that is going to be our new social construct. But it's the way that these spaces evolve in such a quick trajectory and just evolve from one thing to another, and social norms can't really keep up. I'm not sure where this is going to evolve to.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I'm sort of excited to see, though. I think I've noticed that our communities have actually adapted rather quickly, because we already have a lot of very physical decentralization, like geographic decentralization. So people are already in the habit of, and we've established those norms more slowly, and that groups that have not had as much prior experience or like slower of an on-ramp in terms of sort of digitally intermediated collaborative work, etc., are actually having a harder time with the transition.
A harder time, yes, but we've had this discussion yesterday at some point. I don't know who we have had it with, in the context of the legal profession, where they weren't really used to digital spaces, to digital collaboration as much, and where a lot can happen now because they haven't had this jump yet, and where a lot of progress can be made in very little time now.
Yeah, it's interesting, because what we're basically seeing is multiple types of adaptations that are different, like the different characteristics of the types of work and the sort of types of collaboration and the past experience with digital versus the admissibility of the work to being done in a digital space. Like there's a lot of features or factors that go into it, but it's interesting because it gives us a new perspective on the economy, because we're getting to see it through a different angle or a different filter, because we're seeing, what passes through are the things that have been previously already sorted out in a decentralized or a remote setting, and the things for which a remote setting is particularly well suited. But what's getting sort of suppressed or slowed down are the things that are either not particularly admissible to the remote setting, and the things where they might be eventually, but they don't have the communities doing the work don't have the norms or the experience or the practice of working remotely.
Yeah, but then there's two ways this can go. Either those professions or those social constructs that are not as well suited for it adapt slowly and just lag along for a while, or they are pushed into a form where they are more suited, then where they are more adapted or more adaptive to these situations.
That's interesting. I mean, this is our cultural, technical, and sort of situational co-evolution, because you think of it as a shock. You had a system of co-evolution between the social and technical systems, and then you had an event that was functionally exogenous to those systems that shocked it, and it kind of caused something that we can think of as like a punctuated equilibrium in the sort of language of, I guess that's a evolution language topic, term. But like the idea that you had a sort of pseudo-stable evolutionary track, and that an event that was large enough sort of shocked it and changed the trajectory that it was on, but it's still going to continue to evolve just as a result of its new state post-shock.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, I can maybe give an example where this would possibly happen first. So there have been many restrictions due to the COVID-19, but I don't know if you're familiar with what's going on in Serbia. I am, because I'm based in Vienna, but I'm from Serbia. So we actually have total restrictions on going outside of the house for the whole weekend now already. And during work days, we are not allowed to go outside after 5 p.m. And we are still under 1,000 people who have been tested positive for coronavirus. I don't know if that has happened anywhere else in the world. So I would say that these kind of virtual spaces would be very needed in these kinds of situations. But this is very much related to the culture. And I can't really see this going on in Serbia. That I wouldn't say we are more social, but I wouldn't see it as acceptable as somewhere else, maybe.
What's also interesting in terms, there's cultural, but there's also generational lines. So Kirsten, my partner, mentioned that her aunt and uncle who are in their, I think, early 60s have started using digital video chat, like some of the technologies that we sort of take for granted in sort of younger generations were not adopted at all by older generations, and they might never have been, in the sense that they just didn't need to, and so they didn't worry about it, are suddenly causing a sort of shock of adoption of these technologies amongst people who might have otherwise never adopted it. Admittedly, there would have been generational shift in the sense that eventually we would be the 50 and 60 odd year olds and we would continue to use these technologies, but some aspect of tech adoption is generational. And in some ways we just jumped the generational line where things move to people who previously might have never adopted them. And I don't know how much of that may propagate culturally in addition to generationally, but I like the generational example because I think it's actually pretty stark compared to the if a technology adoption curve accounts for the generational wave, that's like decades of effect before something goes from being sort of only the people below a certain age use it to everyone uses it. And I wonder if there are any ways in which that analogy could be used to make conjectures about cultural shifts that happen that would never have happened otherwise because of that shock event.
Yeah, totally. I also saw a post today on Instagram, I think. It said what was the technological drive in your company? And then there are 3 possible answers. First is CEO, second is CTO of the company, and the third answer is COVID-19. Definitely going to be a very big technological drive.
Let me just ask real quick, Shiv, are you in the room? I don't think so. I've sent him another email. But I think
yes, I'm here.
Oh, you're here.
Okay.
Perfect. Sorry for the schedule mix-up. There were some miscommunications about that.
Yes, so I'm supposed to be at 8:10. Is that right?
Depending on your time zone.
This is was I supposed to be an hour ago?
No. First it was scheduled that you were right now, and then I think you and Faris wanted to switch around a bit.
Yes.
And that did not make its way through to me, so I didn't update the schedule.
Okay.
So if it's possible for you, we'd love to have you now.
Yes, I can do it right now.
Yes, that is the original slot for you.
Okay. It's slightly early, but I'm ready to go, I think. It might. Sorry, I might.
If you want to take a couple of minutes, that's fine.
No, why don't I start now?
All right, perfect.
Okay, and just to say, I've got my daughter in the room, so she's just quietly reading in the corner.
Oh, she can join anytime.
She's my real world audience at this point. Okay, give me a second. Let me just share my screen. Why don't I do this by screen? Sometimes that's easier. Okay.
Yeah, we can see a screen.
Okay, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt the discussion on COVID. I don't know. What happened to the other talk? Did the other speaker not come through?
Ferris was before you, and there was a small technical issue where he dropped out but didn't notice, and kept his presentation going, and then he came back a bit too late to restart it.
Oh, what a shame. All right, well, look, I'll just jump in. Can everyone see my screen and the first title slide?
Yes, we can.
Lovely. Well, this is already working brilliantly. Maybe I should just stop here. Okay, so the title of this talk is How to Reclaim Your Data Dignity in a Few Clicks. Let me just start by saying my name is Shiv Malik, and I work for Streamer. I'm the head of growth there. And look, it's really great to be part of NonCon. You know, we kind of expected all of our events to be cancelled for the next 3, 4, 5 months up till September, so it's really nice to sort of join online and have this thing being organized like in such a sort of great really quickly. It's an amazing effort by the organizers. So I don't know how much you heard of Faris's talk, but actually this was supposed to come before Faris's talk. It's a bit more of an explainer on what we did, but so some of it might be a little bit of a repeat, but let's see. Okay, so let me just tell you a bit more really about myself first. So I'm a former investigative journalist for The Guardian, turned evangelist for the new data economy. And this is me back in 2012. Actually made it onto the news weirdly because I deleted my Facebook, and somehow it was it's one of these rare things back then. So they invited me to explain myself and sort of ask, why the hell have you done this? And it was about around the time of Facebook's IPO. And sorry, just give me 1 second, honey. So it was around the time of Facebook's IPO, and my argument was simply this: that look, Facebook is a sort of it's a pretty terrible platform, and I said, we've all turned into basically info slaves, and watching Mark Zuckerberg take even more money out of the system in a sense was even more galling. It's a way of monetizing our shared hopes and dreams and communications. And the newsreader's retort was pretty blunt. He said, look, you've lost this debate. There's around then there was 200, 300 million, I think, Facebook users. He said that, these people just disagree with you. And I think they were right. And I think what was clear to me back then was that if you were going to fight Facebook, somehow you had to do it with tech. There wasn't, policy wasn't going to work. I don't think changing people's minds was simply going to work. What you needed is some kind of technological solution. So look, fast forward to late 2017. I'd left The Guardian and what was my sort of dream job in a sense, and partly because actually Facebook and Google had eviscerated our advertising. And so there just wasn't enough money, and it was a very depressing place to be. And that made me even more motivated in a sense to go after Facebook or Google in some way. But I joined a group called Streamer, and a good number of you may already know what, in a sense, or heard of Streamer. But they're an open source project, and they did their crypto raise in 2017, sort of around the peak. And what they brought to the table was a number of things, which we'll go over in a second. But what they've done now is pretty, in my view, certainly, pretty mind-blowing. They've managed really to make a thing called a data union. So they've created the framework for developers to come along and build a data union. So what's a data union? And it's a way of enabling individuals to crowdsource, and then crowd-sell their personal information. So it's a way of individuals to bring their data together, to aggregate it, and to crowd-sell their information. Glenn Weil, if you know Glenn Weil, he's with Radical Exchange, and he does a few things with Vitalik. And Jaron Lanier, he works with Jaron Lanier. They would perhaps call this a MID, which is a mediator of individual data, but that's a bit of a mouthful. So we went for data union, a bit akin to credit union as a name. So I think it's actually a really powerful framework, such a powerful tool that it might actually, in the end, bring down Facebook itself. So let me just go over perhaps the state we're in. I'm going to try and make this quick because I think we all kind of know this stuff pretty well. At the moment, we live in, well, this. And if anyone knows what this is, it's the panopticon. Jeremy Bentham, the philosopher, kind of envisaged a way of running a prison, and this was his design. And actually, someone went ahead and built it, which is quite remarkable. I don't think it was an actual, it's meant to be some kind of replica rather than an actual prison in a sense. And it resembles in many ways the current data economy. Here is Google and Facebook. They have insight into pretty much everything that everyone around them is doing in the digital space, which is, you know, we're talking billions of people here. And this is us in one of these little cells being monitored and spied on. And we have some insight into stuff around us, but that's pretty much it, right? So it's a world of, if you want, data oligarchs and data serfs, right? Or info slaves. And out of that panopticon hell, what are the retorts to that? Well, there's been sort of these three visions for doing things differently, if you want. The first one is the open data vision, right? So Tim Berners-Lee, founder of the internet, the World Wide Web, set up the ODI, which is the Open Data Institute, about 7.5, 8 years ago, with the mission that, you know, all data in the world should be open, especially if it's coming from governments. They should share that. But, you know, that's not excluded to them. Anyone who has these big data sets, they should unsilo it. And all the world's data, in a sense, should be open for people to utilize, for researchers to use. And we should all just be sharing that. And that's actually been a pretty powerful vision. It's moved certain policy needles, especially in the UK, with the open banking movement. And in a sense, GDPR portability rules have been informed by that movement as well. The second thing has been the privacy or death kind of crew. The Electronic Frontier Foundation, I know a lot of people in crypto are themselves very pro-privacy. In fact, that's why a lot of people are, in fact, here. I mean, I would count myself amongst them as well. And the tools that they've had to deploy are actually being really successful. I mean, if you take it at the meme level, you know, people use Telegram and WhatsApp. Let's not scrutinize necessarily the technological efficacy. But certainly people are using these things because they believe that they give them a sense of privacy. So yeah, also pretty successful. And the third retort to the kind of data economy has been this ownership model. It's a really old idea, like people could individually own their data and have therefore control over it, right? Both in the kind of legal sense and the technological actualities. You know, if you were watching Andrew Yang, the Democratic presidential candidate, you know, he very much was a proponent of that. Yuval Harari has been another one. will.i.am, the musician. And the My Data movement has actually been one of the movements in that, but it's actually been a little bit disparate till now. But the main thing is that the technological successes coming out of that, or just anything, have just been terrible. There's been nothing on that basis, right? If you could name me a technology that allows people to have ownership over their data in a sense, I mean, there are a handful of them, but none of them have been in any way successful as the first two. So there is a reason for that. And the reason is that data ownership is an infrastructure nightmare. Hey, I'm talking into dead air at the moment. If someone just wants to reply, just so I know that I'm still online.
Yeah, you're online.
You're here.
Okay, good. It's always weird talking to dead air when you can't hear someone else's response, right? Okay. So let me tell you a story. This is a slide. It's a picture of a guy the first guy who downloaded his data and attempted to sell it. So this is back in 2000, and the guy was called Chris Downs. He's actually still a technologist now. He's pretty successful. Still very passionate about data ownership and stuff. But this is how the story went. So in 2000, he's like, hey, so he's like the first guy ever to sell his personal information on the internet. He's like, hey, I want to sell my data. How am I going to do this? So he went to like 200 websites and downloaded his information. In fact, it turned out he had to handwrite some of it, which is why it's handwritten here. Printed it out, like to go check things through, scanned it back in, put it on a thumb drive. And then he's like, okay, well, how do I like sell this now? So he put it on eBay, right? It's a marketplace. Why not sell data there too? And he got $360 for it in today's money, which is not bad. It's all of his sort of financial information as well, and lots of other things. So that's not too bad. And he was reflecting on that a few years ago, and he said, my God, like this just hasn't changed, right? The infrastructure how would I do this today? And he said, well, pretty much the same way, because there isn't anything for individuals, right? So what are the issues that Chris Downs faced and still faces? One is transport, right? You need to move data from one place to another. The second thing is discovery, right? You need to like have it on a marketplace. And there's a refinement to that, which is that, if you're a buyer, you don't want to haggle on eBay, certainly, with 1 million Chris Downses to create a database. And you don't want to also make sure that the data set you're buying is not just full of junk, right? And it's standardized, et cetera, et cetera. So you need to people need to be able to aggregate their data together and then have it discovered on a marketplace. And then the last bit is you actually need to pay people. And you might be like, hey, Shiv, like, what's the issue? We've got fiat, we've got crypto. What's the big deal? Well, it turns out if you want to pay 1 million people like 3 cents each, even Ethereum won't do that for you, right? We all know that the fiat banking system won't work, but even Ethereum won't do that properly. So you need to come up with some kind of bespoke micropayments solution. So that's pretty difficult. And this is why, at least I'd argue, why we don't have the kind of infrastructure until now that enables individuals to do this kind of a thing. So yeah, I said until now because I think we solved it, which is cool. I say we, I didn't really do much. Other people who are much cleverer than me did. So it turns out that Streamer was already like in its white paper, all about building this thing on the left, the network, right? So what is it? Like it's a pub sub network for real-time data that's decentralized, right? It's a bit like libp2p for those who are familiar with that, or with Amazon Kinesis, or Apache Kafka if you're using an open source solution. But it's it works with nodes taking fees from people who actually want to subscribe to the network. So they were already building that. And then they also, on the white paper, was this idea to build a marketplace. And we also had experience with Ethereum, obviously, having made our own token, but also smart contracting, et cetera, et cetera. So we're really well placed to actually, fulfill that criterion, it turns out, and a deep, rich experience in real-time data. The background of most of the founding team was in algorithmic trading. So we had all the ingredients there to come up with something that might actually work for this, right? That kind of transport, the aggregation and discovery for the marketplace, and then the kind of micropayment solution. So here's a technical outline of kind of what's going on for this data union framework that we've built. By the way, if anyone was at ETH Denver, not this year, but last year, they'll know that we kind of launched Monoplasma, which is this micropayment solution. So I won't go into too much detail here. But here's how this framework operates. You have a data source. Data comes in at one end, travels through the network, and is unlocked only when a buyer pays for it, and that goes through the smart contract, right? And that money is then distributed back to the data source. So it's actually, in a sense, a very simple, really simple framework. And it turns out that you can kind of exploit that in a number of different ways. And we've already had one project. We've got a number of projects actually building out of this framework and coming up with the ideas of their own. And one of those teams that has really already had a lot of success is Swash. So Swash is, what is Swash? So Swash is, well, the world's first data union, certainly coming out of this framework. It has 1,000 members already. In fact, it's had about double that, or maybe even more, downloads. So active users is over 1,000. It's a browser plugin, so it can sit in Chrome, Firefox, etc. And it garners your data, and we're going to see it in a second, so I won't go into too much of a description. You download it, you permission it to say, I'm happy to share this, that, and these data points, like my surfing behavior, or when I go to Facebook, I'm happy to share this kind of information. And it sends that, and because it runs locally, you're the one selling it, sending it through the network to a prospective buyer. And then when they pay for it, when they pay for that data product, goes through the smart contract and is redistributed out to both Swash, who make 30% of the revenue, or can make, at this point they're saying we only want to make 5% of all revenues. And then the rest of the money is then distributed by the smart contract to the end users, right? So you can start to see how, okay, well, that's just one idea. There are a good number of other ideas that can come out of this. And we're already in discussions actually with enterprises who also want to think, God, how can I revenue share with our consumers, because selling their data behind their backs doesn't work, right? I mean, that's almost proven now. Selling data behind consumers' backs in the end will get you in trouble, and you'll have to close your operation down. So you need to do it with their explicit consent, and also I would suggest revenue share with them to make that consent really obvious, right? Okay, now I'm going to do something tricky. I want to show you Swash, and I don't know if this is going to work. So let's see.
We've had one demo today, which was without any issues. So I'm hoping that you're keeping the trend here.
Okay, let's see. Okay, let's just, there we go. I could have made that a little bit easier. But here we go. Can you see that? Can you see Swash?
Yes, we can.
Lovely. Okay, well, this is going to work a treat then. So here's their website. You normally just say get Swash, and you'd take you to the Chrome store or whatever, Mozilla Firefox store. I've already downloaded it. I'm going to switch that on. It tells me when I switch it on that I've got 0.6 data at the moment. Actually, I had a lot more, but I had to, for various reasons, delete my particular application and reinstall it. But that's a little ticker that basically keeps the amount you've earned. So let's just go into the settings and get a deeper view into what it does. Okay, so first up is that earnings page. It automatically spins up a wallet, right? And it shows you a private key. This is all just for you, and it's all run locally, as I mentioned before. It allows you, actually, when you have it, the modules are not all permissioned. It's just usually search as a default, but I've turned most of them on. Somehow feel uncomfortable sharing my Twitter data, which is weird because actually I tweet that stuff, it's all public, so I should switch it on. But let's look at the search. You pick a search engine. Google is obviously at the top there, and you can say, like, I'm happy to share all of these things, like my search query, the ads, click link, search result, etc., etc. Again, with surfing, you go to your URL bar, like, I'm happy to share the visited pages, the visiting graph, etc., etc. And all of this information, we had a specialist look at this. This is the kind of information that you can't really get from anywhere else unless you're spying on people, right? People who are pro-privacy might be uncomfortable with this, but if people are saying, I'm happy to share this, and lots of people, it turns out, are, we did a little bit of product research around that, lots of people are, then, this is very rich information that people are willing to pay a lot of money for. And the companies that already provide this stuff basically do it behind consumers' backs and are overtly spying on people. And when they get found out, they have to close down. And there's a couple of examples of that happening in the last year or so. One of those companies with Jumpshot. So this is the data delay module, and it allows you to delay stuff that you're sending. and then there's other advanced features like the privacy slider down here, which allows you to set global privacy levels to low, medium, or high. You can see that, for example, the time string is down to the day with medium, but with high, you're just on the year that you sent it, right? So it just gives you a modicum more privacy on all those aspects there. Again, I won't go too much into it. So let me just go to the Streamer Marketplace. This is our website, and then you go to Apps and Marketplace, and you go, look, hey, look, I want to purchase. So this is what it looks like from the buyer's side if you want. You go tap in Swash, you find the product, you see it's there. I've already purchased it, so that's really handy. And let's just have an, okay. It might be a bit iffy, but you can have inspect some of that live search stream, right? Over here. This is, the result of 1,000+ people coming together and crawling their information, right? So you can click in on certain things, aspects of that. You can see the kind of, can start to inspect the data. This is clearly someone who's German, who's done a search, and this is the kind of machine readable information that they've returned. I think that's pretty much it. Are there any questions at this point? Or actually, I'm going to just go back to just that last bit of the presentation. So where's next? Okay, let me just give you a quick rundown. As I mentioned before, we had a valuation of Swash data, and we think it's worth about tens of millions. So potentially 30 to 150 million in the next 3 to 7 years is how much we think Swash can scale, and that's obviously one data union built off this framework. They've got first mover advantage. They've really picked something that's really smart, and they're also going to be doing it for mobile as well. So they're a Turkish team, by the way, I forgot to mention, and there's about 3 or 4 of them, and they're really, they really made a lot of technical progress in the last year. It can scale. We believe it can. We did some, again, product research on this, and it turns out a lot of people, once they understand the concept of a data union, that it's a bit like a credit union in that sense, about clubbing together, they like the idea. And if they like the idea and then they see something like Swash operate, then they love it. 3 out of 10 people don't like the idea, and then they really hate it when they see Swash. So it's a bit like Marmite, as we'd say in the UK. You either love it or hate it. But the good news is more people love it than hate it. So that's nice. And more than that, just on that point about it scaling, a lot of projects obviously facing on-ramping problems, right? You've got to get the token first to operate whatever it is, the DApp or a network or some other blockchain. This case, you just do what you do in the Web 2 world, and you get paid in crypto. And it's not you get paid in crypto because you're doing real work here that's of value because people are actually paying for it at the end of the day. It's not like the app that's paying for this. It's outside buyers who are like, I really want this data. So actually, this is an on-ramp into crypto. And that's really cool. And it's the only way to do it, right? Because of the micropayments issue. So it can't be done any other way, in some other kind of fiat way. And more data unions are coming. We've actually already established a DAO data union. So we're working together with Blockstack and Colony to create a couple of those. Again, that one is a mobile app, but imagine them being run by a DAO, right? Because at the moment, DAOs are mainly, by and large, like hedge funds, right? Very few of them are actually businesses with revenue. So that's going to be really fun running these things as DAOs. And finally, the legislative wins are in our favor. The new Californian Act is really clear about, telling people, giving people the right to say, I don't want you, company X, to sell my data anymore. So you can instruct, and you can get a third party to instruct those companies to say, I don't want you to sell my data. That's really powerful because, if you're a member of a data union, you can tell the other company, don't sell it. So then you get an exclusive right, effectively. for the data union. And GDPR Article 20 is about to be ramped up, we hope next year, in a way that will allow portability to happen really flexibly. So you can take data from Netflix or Spotify and you can claim that, the stuff that you generate on those sites, as your own. And they won't be able to stop you. So imagine those two things combined. I can say to Netflix, you can't sell my data, and I can take it from you as well. Okay, look, that's it. Thank you. I don't know if we've got time for questions or not, but I might be just a bit over time.
We do have time. There's no problem. The next talk is going to be a recorded talk, so it's not a big issue if we shift it by a couple of minutes.
Okay. We won't upset the video link then.
I hope not.
Okay.
Also, congratulations on the demo. That is now a 2 out of 2 today.
Woohoo!
There was a question in the chat by Didi, and he's asking if Streamer is something that could take advantage of streaming payments which don't require upfront deposits. I'm not sure if he's in the room as well, if that's the case.
Yeah, so just say that question again, sorry. If
he's raising his hand, I think. If that's you, Didi, you can...
Yes, it's me. Do you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Yep.
Hi. I didn't exactly understand how the payment part works. I'm just wondering if streaming payments could be helpful here, or if the streaming part is relevant only for the data.
It's only relevant for the data. So if we had a little more time, I would have shown you the payment flow on the marketplace. But as a buyer, you simply log in with an Ethereum, your Ethereum address, right? You just sign for your identity as the owner of that address, and then you just pay for that product in data coin. But actually, from next month or so, you can pay in Ethereum or whatever, and we've got a Uniswap backend that'll just exchange it out. And it's a smart contract then that just divvies the payments up. If you want a bit more technical detail on the monoplasma framework, I'm not probably the best person to do that, but it's a plasma sidechain is basically what it is. It's the short version.
Okay, cool. Thank you. That answers it.
Great.
Do we have anybody else in the room who would like to ask a question? You can just raise your hand if that's the case.
I should also say, look, this is really, we're kind of trying to figure out what are the skills you need to create a data union. Like if you had a team of people, some of it's clearly like a bit of crypto skills like are needed for sure. But actually a lot of it is, you need a data science background. So it's a really, you need to think about what kind of data might be useful to buyers out there. So it's a really interesting skill set and a lot of marketing, obviously, to both ends, both to buyers and then also trying to create products that work for end users, right? Something that's easy and simple to use. What I really like about this, if there are questions, should we take them? But if they're not, I'll say just one other thing.
I will stop you if there's anybody raising a hand.
Okay. What I like is just that point is that, and a colleague of mine actually who was speaking earlier, Marlena, earlier today, I think about 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock. She was making the point that, our space, the Web3 space, needs to eat the Web2 world, right? And we've been desperate to do that by having competing apps, right? We're like, oh, but this app's just like the other one, but it's much better ethically, even though the UX might be a little harder to get your head around, right? That's one way of doing it, but it hasn't, if we're honest with ourselves, it hasn't really worked as a strategy all that well. So then there's been another thing like, okay, here are new things you can do in a way that you couldn't do in the Web2 world. And that's still yet to be proven as to whether that works. But I'm hopeful about that. Like DeFi is, in some sense, is very new and innovative on that front, or DAOs. But this is a new thing. This is like, hey, look, we can take what you do in the Web2 world, use Web3 tools to make, but you're basically eating, their lunch, right? And that's what I really like. I think that's really novel. Like, how do these, all the FAANG companies, they're wealthy and powerful because they have a monopoly over data. Suddenly, if they don't have that anymore, then where are they? Then they're just competing like the rest of us, right? And so it's sort of sucking people in through that mechanism, which I like. All right.
All right, there were no raised hands anymore. Thank you so much for your time. And again, apologies for the mix-up. It was a great talk, though. I really appreciate it.
Good. I'm glad you like the talk. And this is so cool. I mean, for the sake of the planet and all the flying that we normally do, maybe this suffices. It's sad not to meet and greet people, but yeah.
It is missing a bit of the physical concept, but I really start to get used to it really fast.
Yeah, new normals.
Yeah.
Anyway, look, thank you, everyone.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
With this, we're going to head to our last talk of the day, which is by Wasim Al-Sindi. This is a pre-recorded talk, so there will be no Q&A session afterwards. And we're going to say thank you to everybody at this point, because this is the last day of the Cryptoeconomics track. Afterwards, please feel free to head to the other tracks, head to the VR after party, and again, join tomorrow for more free content to come.
Yes, thank you everyone for joining today, for asking amazing questions, and for being with us here.
And with that, we're giving Kay the signal. We can switch the live stream to the pre-recorded talk.
Hi everyone, my name is Wasim Al-Sindi, and I'm the managing editor of the new Cryptoeconomic Systems journal and conference series. And so I'm based between the MIT Digital Currency Initiative, which is a research group based at the MIT Media Lab, and the MIT Press, which is a mission-driven non-profit scholarly publisher.
You have to activate your
try to make this talk
sound,
quite
I
short,
think.
so I'm going to jump straight in. So one of the places I always like to start when framing a conversation, especially about something like scholarly communication, as is the subject when we're talking about journals and conferences,
I don't hear anything.
the difficulties that humans have to communicate. So, you know, we're humans and we've been humans for millions of years, and the way that we choose to communicate is through small mouth noises, which we enunciate by pursing our lips and, you know, tongues and all the rest of it going in there. So in order to have a conversation, a pair of humans, between a pair of humans, there needs to be basically two translations need to take place. In my head, there are some neural impulses. We don't know where they come from yet, but let's skip that for now.
I think we can still have a discussion in the chat or meet in another room if anybody wants. But it's probably better if we stream it with sound.
Probably.
Thanks, everyone.
Hi everyone, my name is Wasim Al-Sindi, and I'm the managing editor of the new Cryptoeconomic Systems journal and conference series. And so I'm based between the MIT Digital Currency Initiative, which is a research group based at the MIT Media Lab, and the MIT Press, which is a mission-driven non-profit scholarly publisher. So I tried to make this talk quite short, so I'm going to jump straight in. So one of the places I always like to start when framing a conversation, especially about something like scholarly communication, as is the subject when we're talking about journals and conferences, is the difficulties that humans have to communicate. So, you know, we're humans and we've been humans for millions of years, and the way that we choose to communicate is through small mouth noises, which we enunciate by pursing our lips and, you know, tongues and all the rest of it going in there. So in order to have a conversation, a pair of humans, between a pair of humans, there needs to be basically two translations need to take place. In my head, there are some neural impulses. We don't know where they come from yet, but let's skip that for now. I down convert those into small mouth noises. The recipient or the person on the other end of the conversation or the YouTube video hears those small mouth noises, and they have to decode what they mean using language, semantics, context, also non-verbal cues, people moving their hands around, eye contact, and so on. So this is actually very difficult, and we're still really bad at it. So here's a meme just behind me on the screen. A balaclava, wearing a balaclava while playing balalaika on black lava. So obviously those words look and sound quite similar, but they clearly mean very different things, as you can see from the picture. So sometimes we have words that are very similar, that have similar sounding, that have different meanings, and we have words that have very different meaning, different sounds that have the same meaning. And of course, I'm conducting this conversation in English, which is just one of countless languages on planet Earth. And there's always context and local customs and different variations from place to place. So we're already starting. The point I'm trying to make is we already start from this very challenging commencement point. So to help us communicate more effectively, we can use things like conceptual frameworks to try and leverage abstraction, to try and make things simpler to understand, to use differential discretization to tear apart the similarities and tease apart the similarities and differences of different things, or to use these frameworks to help us define things more precisely than without them. So what we've got on the screen here are a series of kind of stacks of layer representations. I call them metastacks. And so these aren't representing anything real in the sense that, say, an OSI networking hierarchy framework is trying to do something quite concrete. This is more of a kind of a metaphysical exercise where in the left-hand example, we're taking a blockchain network or any kind of peer-to-peer type cryptocurrency type network, and we're teasing it apart into these kind of meta layers. And this is building on some work that was done by Vitalik Buterin in 2017 in an article called The Meaning of Decentralization. And we pushed this forwards in the token space paper a little bit further to add some extra add an extra layer to and then to use these layers to invoke some attempts at definitions of certain kind of sticky or semantically muddy words. So for example, one of these words is immutability, the resistance to change of something. And you might be able to define immutability as primarily a logical and protocol layer phenomena, whether we're talking about data structures, or we're talking and the transaction ledger, or we're talking about the code base of a particular implementation of a network. You can talk about decentralization on a particular layer. For example, you could say that monetary decentralization maps onto Gini coefficients, token distributions. You could say that social and political decentralization maps onto governance or the lack thereof. And if you continue abstracto ad absurdum, you arrive at this kind of what I call ontological metastack. You're kind of zooming out and out and out until you're arriving at this kind of it's linear, so it's not a perfect model. I would say that something that's semi-open or semi-closed, like a spiral or a DAG, would probably be better. But it's a very helpful, simple model to understand how the evolution of complexity of fields gives rise to yet new fields and yet further ones. So back in the times of Aristotle and his compatriots and his colleagues, contemporaries, there was only natural philosophy. Things had not yet discretized into disciplines and fields with theories of knowledge and epistemic traditions. And then from there, I suppose you could say mathematics and logic and number theory grew out of that. And then from there, we start to build frameworks to understand the universe, things like physics, chemistry, biology, and then we go to social sciences, complex systems, and then who knows where we go. And each time we go, things get more complicated, and we also seem to tend towards subjectivity a bit more. Although interestingly enough, if we keep going down to the bottom, and we get to sort of subatomic particles, quantum domain, we end up in Heisenberg territory, we end up in Planck territory, and things start to look a bit subjective again. So Max Tegmark noticed this, and so I called this ontological metastack a subjectivity sandwich in reference to some of Tegmark's ideas. Moving on. Let's look at the state of things today in this cryptocurrency world, and specifically with reference to scholarly publishing and academic journals. So it seems that we've ended up in this very unhealthy situation here, where we have a very small number of oligopolist multinational corporations. You may have heard names like Springer, Wiley, Nature, Taylor and Francis, Elsevier. We have this kind of Pareto power law kind of situation where we have this, half dozen gigantic monolith publishers, and they kind of act in this kind of block or pseudo cartel where they maintain very high profit margins. They maintain quite restrictive intellectual property domains over authors' work, copyright and stuff like that. You're in this kind of crazy situation, which has been going on for a while, where publicly funded research, for example, most of the research in Europe in universities is publicly funded, will get published in a privately owned journal, and the people that did that work will then have to pay to look at the paper they published, unless some other special measure is taken. So that's obviously crazy. So some of the hot topics that are going on in scholarly publishing at the moment, people talk a lot about preprints, the idea of publishing things on a staging server before they've been peer reviewed. And now this is something that's really hot. There's been a big debate over this. But what's interesting is in the months since I first gave this talk, the coronavirus or SARS-CoV-2 or COVID-19, a phenomena, an epidemic, pandemic even, has swept the world. And I think people have really woken up to the use of having this rapid publication dissemination pathways, because we don't have time to wait months or years for the traditional kind of glacial peer review processes to take place, multiple rounds and all the rest of it. We actually need some information, even if it's quick and dirty, even if it may not be verified or it may not be 100% accurate. It's more useful to have that now and let that work go through the validation process in the fullness of time. We also have this kind of over-metricization problem where universities and the kind of knowledge industries around them have built all these metrics to understand how high quality a piece of work is by using citation metrics and view numbers and all these other kinds of things. The problem is when we're using these objective frame metrics very heavily and we rely on them, we create a situation where things can be, these metrics may not be great measures of the kind of underlying attributes we wish to be accessing, and you have this big problem of what's called Goodhart's law, where once a measure becomes a target, it ceases to be a good measure because it can be optimized for, it can be gained. So you see a lot of work with a lot of related phenomena of things like self-citation, where researchers will often cite their work a lot to bump up the citation numbers. What's also interesting is a citation metric doesn't take into account context. So somebody might be citing a paper because they disagree with it, or they think it's very poor quality work, or they might be citing it because they agree with it and they think it's very high quality work. And so things like objective numbers, like citation metrics, like pure numbers like that don't give any kind of metadata or context as to the reason or the basis for the citation, are also not that helpful. So we already spoke a little bit about peer review. Some people say it's too slow, it's unnecessary, it's broken. To paraphrase whoever it was, Churchill or Gandhi, I can't even remember, maybe both. Peer review seems to be the worst system that we've got apart from all the others. And so this kind of peer-to-peer human verification that peer review is quite slow, labor intensive, and it's not particularly well rewarded. We'll get onto all those things in a minute, but it does still seem to be one of the best things that we've got right now. So open access is a very interesting one. So I have a background in open source, like software and media. And for me, the words open access should map onto open source quite closely, or at least onto kind of the most permissive Creative Commons licenses. What we've ended up in the situation now is that we have these different kind of variations of open source, for open access rather. Some of them have been pushed by some of these legacy publishers as a way to be seen to be doing open access, whereas it's not really in spirit of what open access is intended to be, in my opinion. And so we have these kind of green and gold open access systems, which are not really open. And then you have the kind of platinum diamond open access, which is a bit closer to open source Creative Commons. And that's what we'll be using for Cryptoeconomic systems for our upcoming journal. People talk a lot about APCs, article processing charges. So this is the idea that if the reader isn't paying for the work, then somebody has to foot the bill. The journal has expenses, somebody has to foot the bill. So the idea of an APC is to charge the submitting author. It's like a lottery ticket. You buy the ticket and you might get desk rejected in 15 minutes, you might get published after peer review and publication. Now, so this seems quite unfair from an economic perspective. So some people have been campaigning for the unbundling of publication economics. So you could imagine, very coarsely put, the journal process being submission, review, and publication. Those are your three phases. So you could have separate fees for each of those. As your work progresses through those, you could pay the necessary fee to progress. Now, it's probably best to have an element of flexibility in these publishing models, because different kinds of researchers have different funding sources, and those funding sources may or may not include the facility for these publication fees. So having flexibility is always good. I'll talk a bit about predatory journals towards the end. This is an interesting new phenomena based in part on the fact that open access journals are so easy to set up that anyone can set up a journal, say it's peer reviewed, get some like fudge fake, game some citation publication metrics, make your journal look like it's a worthwhile place to publish. And because of the prevalent over-metricization, publish or perish culture that we've got in universities, at least in the developed world at the moment, people are quite desperate to publish. And so they will publish, even if the journal raises a red flag or two, they may still be feel motivated to publish there. And of course, these predatory journals are taking submission fees, submission charges, and that's their business model essentially. So it's very, not all predatory journals are the same. Some are better, some are worse, some are doing the review, some are just saying they did it and didn't do it. There's a lot of kind of made up names and funny bios and headshots of random people on these websites. So please do your due diligence if you're suspicious about a journal. I may be a predatory publishing person. Who knows? I mean, our journal doesn't take any fees for publishing, so it'd be very hard for me to predate. And the MIT Press is a mission-driven, non-profit scholarly publisher, which doesn't really have predatory tendencies, but you should make your own minds up. Please don't trust, but verify. So rights transfer. Very often authors lose their copyright. They sign that over to a journal. Now we want to be as close to open source as possible, so we've asked the MIT Press, and they've agreed that we would only take a non-exclusive license to anybody's work, so the authors retain control of their work and the rights to their work, and we would just ask for first refusal to publish that. So we'll be the first to publish it. But we are very happy to see the work either interim or final stages on preprint servers. We welcome that, and more on preprint servers a little bit later. So I very much recommend the 3 articles which you can see at the bottom of the screen here. This is by Monbiot in The Guardian, Scientific Publishing is a Ripoff. There's this excellent long read in The Guardian from a couple of years ago called Is the Staggeringly Profitable Business of Scholarship Scientific Publishing Bad for Science? And this goes into the history of where commercial publishers came from and how they outcompeted and outgunned the scholarly publishers where everything started, things like the Royal Society, American Medical Association, IEEE, and all these kinds of things. And there's a great article here called 10 Hot Topics Around Scholarly Publishing, from which I've picked out a few of the things at the top of the screen. And the things in blue are the things that we're looking to address. So preprints, like re-engineering peer review, using open access, and minimizing the rights overhead, the rights requests from the authors. So let's introduce cryptoeconomic systems a bit more now. So I'll tell you a bit about myself. I've been in post at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology for approximately 10 months now, and as soon as I started, we got to work really on making the journal a reality. So a lot of groundwork had gone in by the editors-in-chief, Neha Narula, Andrew Miller, and a group of people around the MIT Digital Currency Initiative, some advisors, which we'll get to later, and some other colleagues, really trying to understand kind of the pain points, the open questions, what's missing in terms of scholarly infrastructure, and what might we be able to do to help. So as soon as I joined, we started building a peer review committee. We started organising a curated conference. We then recently completed our first peer reviewed conference, where we did a call for papers. We got some submissions, we reviewed them, we chose a conference program, and we're about to publish a subset of those papers in our first journal issue, which is coming pretty soon. So let's get to the why. Why set up a new journal? I mean, there's plenty of conferences out there, and there's plenty of computer science journals, economics journals, law journals. But what's missing is a place, like a dedicated place for cryptocurrency, for the intersection of the principal component fields that go into cryptocurrency stuff, blockchain stuff. So we're talking about the kind of technical and engineering fields like protocol engineering, distributed systems, cryptography, mathematics. You could even say thermodynamics if you look at proof of work. And then the more epistemic, social and higher order fields, the higher layers of that meta stack I showed you earlier, where we're talking primarily economics, as these things have monetary networks, you could say, where the rubber hits the road and these things meet the real world. We have regulatory, policy and legal unanswered questions and things to explore. And then you also have like a great deal of philosophical questions around the nature of these things, these tokens, these assets, these networks, and also like how we can build conceptual frameworks to characterize, to understand, to get to the bottom of what these things are, the kind of the ontologies of all these things. So we're trying to build this big tent. That's what we try to do, and MIT has a reputation of doing this, to try and be the kind of neutral place where we can bring people together that may not meet or talk so often, may not work together so often, and try to build a set of shared best practices for how we can move forwards together to synthesize the insights from these different constituent component domains, these traditional epistemes, into something new, into this new field. And so this is some interesting work done by Jason Potts and Ellie Rennie from RMIT in Melbourne, where they're trying to, this is work from a few years ago, which they presented at our Cryptoeconomic Systems Summit in October 2019 at the MIT Media Lab. All those videos are on the Cryptoeconomic Systems YouTube, which you can find by Googling. And if you just Google "A Journal is a Club," Jason Potts, Ellie Rennie, you will probably find the video. So the idea being here that there's an economic theory of clubs, where we talk about whether access to the club and the goods contained within it are rivalrous or not, whether they're bounded or not. And so, you know, the membership of a journal club is voluntary. It's not anonymously crowded, so everybody kind of knows everybody. It's exclusive in a way, because you either have to be asked to participate, or you have to apply by submitting a paper, or you get a job working on the journal. I applied for a job and I got a job working on the journal. It's globally partitioned and it's rationally constructed. So this is just kind of saying that journals are a bit like a guild or a society, like a microcosm of a society. And the shared good is mutual attention to an idea. So the real point of journals is to help ideas spread. So if we can verify and validate these ideas, they may become a part of best practices of the new field that we're trying to mint. And so here's a really nice PetriNet visual flow chart of how a journal might work, like an autonomous tokenized journal. This is from the Decentralized Technology upcoming journal run by Statebox people, Jelle Fabrizio, and also Andrew Lewis Pye in London. Jason Teutsch from TrueBit is also involved in this, and we've had some conversations with them, and I really enjoy looking at the way that they're framing the problem, looking at the way they're conceiving this project. It's a little bit different to ours, as we'll get on to in a minute, but I very much encourage all these experiments, and we've got a keen eye on a lot of these. So back to Cryptoeconomic Systems. This is a little bit of the human story, the human part of the engine that is CES. So we have two editors-in-chief, Neha Narula, who's the director of the Digital Currency Initiative, where I work, and Andrew Miller, who's an assistant professor at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, and he's an associate director of IC3, Institute for Currencies, Contracts, and something else. Forgot about that, sorry. And so I'm the managing editor, and I also work with Ashley Jacobson, who does a lot of the event planning and administration work. Now, we seek a lot of counsel and advice from our advisory board, which is comprised of 12 very eminent researchers, scholars, and practitioners in the field. So these go from people like Dan Bonet, who's done all the crypto stuff at Stanford, Shafi Goldwasser, who has a Turing Medal for zero-knowledge proofs, Dalia Malki is the lead researcher at Calibra, and so on and so on and so on. We have people from the Ethereum Foundation, from Bitcoin Core. So we're trying to mix academia and practice, economists, regulators, lawyers, and cryptographers and engineers. And so, as I said earlier, we had a conference an invited conference with 60 curated talks and 225 attendees. We covered all the continents, so we had a very high carbon load from the conference, but it was very nice to build the big tent and bring people not only from different fields and different epistemes, but from different corners of the world together to try and help us crack the big problems, to understand what the biggest priorities should be as we look to move forward with this project. And so yes, please go check out the videos. They're all online as well, and it's a huge range of stuff, from domain-specific stuff to kind of how to do knowledge aggregation and propagation, how to run a journal, and so on. How to do cryptoeconomics in practice, how to do looking at cryptocurrencies from a policy perspective. So yeah, really interesting stuff there. And this is recent breaking news, where a few weeks ago we just finished our first peer-reviewed conference, Cryptoeconomic Systems 20, which was also held at MIT, not the lab, another part of campus. This was a 2-day peer-reviewed conference program that we co-located with the MIT Bitcoin Expo, the 7th annual running of that event. We took different places on campus so we could practice the social distancing, which is so in vogue in this part of the COVID scene that we live in. And so all the videos are online now, so please search for Cryptoeconomics 20. That's also the Twitter hashtag if you want to look at the social media coverage. And there's plenty more information about the journal at cryptoeconomic.systems, which is our website. So I wanted to tell you a little bit about our call for papers, the first one that just passed, give you a little bit of a look underneath the bonnet of how a journal type organization might work. So we're obviously still setting this up, so we're still learning as we go. This is like a big experiment and we fly by the seat of our pants. So fortunately, we haven't crashed yet. We've had a few wonky turns, but we managed to keep in control and keep pushing forwards. So we had a call for papers for the conference just passed, this May 20 Cryptoeconomic Systems Conference. And we opened that in early September, and we were going to close it in late October, but we pushed it, the deadline further a little bit more to encourage a bit more participation and to get some more papers in. So deadlines are the most powerful motivating force in the universe, as anyone watching this video can probably attest to. And so we only really got a lot of visibility on the call for papers at the deadline, and by that point people were rushing and scrambling to finish their papers, but they couldn't get them in time. So we allowed a little bit of a grace period, and we ended up with a huge increase in submissions. We 4x'd our submissions from around 20 to around 80. And one of the reasons for that is that one of the bigger conferences in this space that's been going for over 20 years called Financial Crypto, FC. And so unwittingly, by extending our deadline for 3 weeks, we the revised deadline ended up being slightly after the author notifications for Financial Crypto, which meant that people got their feedback as to whether their papers were accepted or rejected before our deadline. So a lot of people turned around, presumably those that weren't accepted, and also submitted to our journal, so to our conference call for papers. So one of the concerns we had was that we would end up with a lower quality batch of papers. However, what seems to have been the case is we ended up catching a lot of quite high quality interdisciplinary papers that were maybe not the FC was maybe not the perfect venue for, or at least not yet. So then once we got all these papers in, then it came to analysing them. And so we engaged in our first peer review season. We had 42 members of our program committee who did an excellent job reviewing these papers under very difficult circumstances with a truncated peer review period over Christmas and New Year. And so from the 80 paper submissions, we ended up accepting 26 of those for the conference, and a subset of those 9 also for the journal, for the inaugural issue, which is coming soon. And so we targeted 3 reviews per paper and that would translate to 5 reviews per PC member, as 64 papers went through to review. We desk rejected 16. And one thing we learned from this experience is that matching the papers to the reviewers, that is one of the challenges that we have. Some reviewers want to see a wide and diverse range of papers outside of their expertise, and some don't. So we're still learning how to best do this. And so at the very bottom, you've got what is the review portal we use is called Hot CRP, Hot Crap. And what you see here is what you can call, let's get that out of the way, what they call the procrastination chart. So this is the amount of time until the deadline versus the number of the fraction of reviews completed. So what you can see on the left, it's Cryptoeconomic systems, and on the right it's financial crypto. So we can see we have this kind of like biphasic distribution, where we had two kind of big pumps, where one of them around the true deadline, one of them around the optimistic deadline before Christmas. With FC, you can see that they had like one big rush around the real deadline. But what's very interesting to note in both of these cases is that the deadline is little more than the midpoint. So if you set your deadline to when you need your papers, you're going to have a bad time. And that's something I've learned the hard way. Yes, not going to do that again. Okay, so one of the other really interesting things that we started seeing in the data after we got all of the reviews back was what you might think of as disciplinary bias. So when a reviewer reviews a paper, when a program committee member reviews a paper, we ask them to give a score between 1 and 5, depending on whether this is like a reject, a weak reject, an accept, a weak accept, an accept, or a strong accept. And so you're kind of grading from 1 to 5. But what we noticed is people from different fields or from different backgrounds use that 1 to 5 score quite differently. We found that people from more technical fields were a little bit less generous with the score, shall we say. And so we ended up having to calibrate our scores a little bit more to try and adjust for these kinds of variations. And just to do a sanity check to make sure that some papers weren't getting a much harder time than others because of the nature of the reviewers and their preferences when they're scoring grading preferences, and also to make sure that we knew when certain reviewers were giving overly generous or overly stingy feedback compared to the mean and the median, the norm. So that's something also we only really realized we had to correct for the 11th hour. Now we're much more attuned to it, so this is something that will get easier with time. So I want to talk a little bit about interdisciplinarity. So this is one of the key things that we're trying to do here. We're trying to reach and connect these kind of disconnected epistemes in the research ecosystem. Like, so economists and mathematicians may not talk to each other very much. They may use different terms. They may use different phrases. They have different publication cultures. They have different incentive alignment to engage in interdisciplinary work versus work inside their episteme. So this is something that's really quite a challenge. And one thing that really stood out for us is the variation in publishing cultures between different fields. So for example, law reviews are very much almost all run by students. In economics, if you're a US academic and you want to chase tenure, you pretty much have to publish in one of the kind of half dozen monolithic journals that's existed for 60, 80 or 100 years. It may take you several years to publish in there. And in computer science and related fields, reflecting the fast-paced move of these technology-driven fields, things tend to get published and disseminated through conferences first, and then published, bundled together and published as proceedings. So it's a challenge to make these things mutually legible and to find a way that we can become credible in these different fields, so that what our researchers contribute to this interdisciplinary commons is also recognized and is incentive compatible with their kind of career trajectories and quests. So this is a really nice picture from Harvard Bioinformatics Lab, missing the credit there, MC Escherina in the bottom. And I like this picture because it sums up a lot of what interdisciplinarity really is trying to do, the logics of interdisciplinarity. So on the left we have molecules, in the middle we have cells and receptors, and on the right we have silicon. And so the idea is that we're trying to form this kind of contiguous spectrum between all these different fields, approaches, disciplines, reservoirs and fundaments of knowledge, epistemic epistemes and ivory towers, to try and find a way that we can network and connect all of these things together so that we can learn from each other in a more rich sense. And this is one thing that I always noticed in my prior research career, when I was always in the interface of fields between physics and chemistry, between astronomy and chemistry, between biology and physics. And so this interface dwelling is a very rich place to be, and it has been for a very long time. And you can also map this to kind of the Kuhnian concept of paradigm shifts, Popper's 3 worlds, and all the rest of it. So more on that in my token space work, which is located elsewhere. So this is a kind of funny slide, this escaping the gravity funnel. And the reason I put this in is because we're trying to not fall into this wormhole of being perceived as a all singing, all dancing MIT project that's for MIT's benefit and glory alone. What we're trying to do here is build a piece of scholarly infrastructure for the benefit of the commons. So most of the people that review the papers are based outside MIT. Most of the advisory board are based outside MIT. I'm based several thousand miles away from MIT. And of the 2 editors-in-chief, only one of them is based at MIT. And so we're trying to push this thing out into the community. After we've built it, initiated it, trying to push it out to the community, kind of decentralize this thing. And that's a necessary precondition for it to survive and thrive, because if it's perceived as coming out of one institute and being dominated by one institute, then it'll be very hard to gain credibility and make sure that everybody feels that there's a level playing field. So let's talk a little bit more about interdisciplinarity. So you might imagine a network node map where each of the dots is an episteme or a field. So interdisciplinarity is kind of the edges between the nodes. You're interpolating between these areas. You might consider multidisciplinarity as simultaneously occupying more than one of these nodes. And you might consider transdisciplinarity to be existing on a kind of a separate metaplane or a separate dimension, transcending these nodes and these edges, but somehow still drawing from them. And there's some nice papers linked or screenshotted here, which I quite like to refer to, especially the epistemic trespassing paper by Nathan Ballantyne, who's an epistemologist at Fordham University. And so he has this interesting idea, and I can just sum it up from the abstract. Epistemic trespassers judge matters outside their own field of expertise. Trespassing is ubiquitous in this age of interdisciplinarity, and recognizing this will require us to be more intellectually modest. So in my opinion, we're all trespassers now. We're all judging matters outside of our expertise and discipline. I'm more so than arguably anyone, as I'm trying to connect all of these different technical and social scientific fields within which I have absolutely no training. So maybe that's good because I'm not weighed down by this epistemic baggage of a particular ivory tower, or a relevant ivory tower in this scenario, or maybe it's bad because I'm a ignorant fool that doesn't understand his lack of training and how that impacts ability to pass these things. You will have to be the judge of that. So again, we spoke about this career compatibility, the seeming disincentive for being an interdisciplinary actor, whereas somebody that is maximizing their actions for tenure would probably not go down these risky side avenues. They'd probably stick to more tried and tested normal science, as Kuhn might call it, or status quo research, let's say. There's also an argument that there's less tolerance in certain aspects of research, both inside academia and outside, for doing this kind of multi-transdisciplinary work. It's also arguably harder to fund, although this situation is probably getting a little bit easier with time as the value of interdisciplinary work increases, or the perception of the value increases. So let's talk a bit about peer review. So publishing cultures vary across fields, as we said. That also means that peer review practices vary across fields. And so the notion of academic service, this idea that academics should put in work for the benefit of the ecosystem in their field, is well recognized, and that's been around for a very, very long time. However, there's not the same recognition of it in outside academia in practice, with the possible exception of this rise of big tech research programs. Think about like Google research, Microsoft research, and so on. The researchers based there, especially senior principal researchers, seem to have more bandwidth for academic service than a lot of academics that I seem to interact with, which is quite interesting. So that's an interesting inversion which may be taking place there. So one of the things that we're trying to do, one of the contributions we're trying to make to peer review, is to open up the process a little bit, or at least the outputs of the process. So we would like to do, and this is something we've started to do with the first outputs from our peer review process for the conference, to synthesize review summaries from the comments the reviewers made and publish those alongside accepted papers to give some rationality for the decisions, the outcome of the peer review, and also to highlight and foreground some of the interesting points raised in the work, opportunities for extension, critiques, and so on. And that's so far been very well received by most authors, because it's an opportunity to help them develop their research, get some real kind of detailed expert judgment on that. So yes, I mentioned open peer review. So the idea being that if we have an open output from the peer reviewing process, I mean, you could even open up the whole process in due course. The idea is we want to encourage conversations to carry on. We want to encourage greater transparency, wider debate, and set higher standards. So we have to remember that in the field of cryptocurrency, people are pretty much printing their own money. So if you're printing your own money, you'd expect to be held to a high standard of account and to undergo some rigorous validation and verification. And that's what this peer review process is meant to do, to validate, verify, and also disseminate the findings and the outcomes of that. We're still finding our way around this, so we're very happy to hear any suggestions, comments, critiques you might have of the processes we're using as well. So here's an interesting concept that we're working on, which we've been calling peer-to-peer review. Also, people might call it retrospective peer review or mercenary peer review. The idea being that we can go look for papers to review in this kind of overlay journal format style. The idea being that we can go back in time, we can go to any field and pick out papers, say something from 30 years ago that was a cute piece of sci-fi then, but seems to have predated and predicted a lot of what we see in computational marketplaces or the thermodynamics of proof of work, mining, and so on. So there's papers that were so far ahead of their time that people didn't really grok the impact and significance back then, or that so much work has been built upon them that the original underlying work has taken on a new set of meanings. So we're interested in revisiting even like papers which have been studied to arguably to death. So things like the Nakamoto paper, or Harbour and Stornetter's work on timestamping, or Lamport's work on distributed timestamping, and the Byzantine generals problem. So all of these things were of their time, but as in the fullness of the years intervening, they've taken on a new set of significance and context. There's also an opportunity to set the record straight if things were found to be incorrect, or there were subtleties or nuances which weren't considered. We can then layer upon those, and errors in proofs, models, and mathematics, and so on. So let's talk a little bit about the interaction of academia and practice. So one very interesting thing about the cryptocurrency field is, as we all know, this thing did not come out of academia. It's specifically very much the opposite. Key papers were posted to random PDF servers by either pseudonymous people or people outside universities for the most part. Now, the other interesting thing about this is when you look at Bitcoin itself. So Bitcoin is this very kludgy solution to a very serious set of problems, timestamping, double spending, and so on. But if you look at the individual components of Bitcoin, let's say, the blockchain, Merkle trees, peer-to-peer network, consensus, fork chain rule, and the economics of the subsidy, each of these seems to be suboptimal in itself. So you could imagine a great deal of easy, low-hanging fruit to improve any one of those particular elements. Now, of course, if somebody goes away and improves one of those elements and then publishes that work, then that's great, but they improved it. So that means that, if they wanted to build a cryptocurrency, they would still be building it. And then that's different to Bitcoin, which is obviously leaderless, and the progenitor or progenitors seem to have disappeared a long time ago. So the other thing that's interesting about academia and practice, different in terms of differences, it's a very distinct approaches and philosophies. And I would even go as far as to say is there's also like a little bit of mistrust or misunderstanding between the two. And that's something we're really trying to help bridge. So cryptocurrency developers seem to be a bit skeptical of academia. They do much of their communications in back channels like IRC, Telegram groups, and so on. And like academics don't seem to be that much involved in those types of conversations. Academics tend to be very thorough and move slowly. That's where their incentives are aligned. Practitioners tend to be a bit more moving fast and possibly breaking things. Now, I'm sure everybody watching this video is aware that there's a great deal of structural and ontological problems in universities, like what is the point of a university in the post-digital age? And that now we're here in the COVID scene in March 2020, where all the universities are moving online. So then you have to ask yourself again, like, what is the point of a university? It seems that many universities look more than credential factories now. And so even the kind of physicality of the credentialing factory seems to be crumbling or dissipating or going up in smoke, dissipating at the moment. So yes, and we'll talk about scholarly service again because I have an interesting slide to show you. So people have been complaining, academics have been complaining about doing scholarly service, things like reviewing papers and sitting on committees, since the 7th century BC. This is a group of Assyrian academics, astronomers, you could say, who were complaining that their teaching load was too high. So this is an ongoing problem. It's very much an eternal problem. So this is something that we're trying to figure out how to incentivize and encourage the hard work, the thankless task of peer review. And so beyond the kind of this nebulous notion of service. And so we're very much open to ideas. We'd like to hear from people. There's work like the Decentralized Technology Statebox journal I showed you earlier, where they're trying to use tokens to do the incentivization, constrained reputation tokens. And now there's a talk by Jason Teutsch at the Cryptoeconomic Systems Summit in 2019 called A Scalable Store of Reputation, which I recommend you check out. This is a very constrained reputation model, not like the usual kind of problematic blockchain reputation systems, which we would not look to implement for quite a lot of reasons. So we're still very interested in exploring that further. We haven't gone down that road yet. So curious to hear any thoughts anybody might have. Open access. So I just mentioned about open access, so how it maps onto Creative Commons and open source when it's done well. But when it's not done well by, let's say, legacy publishers or predatory publishers, fake journals and so on, then this kind of pay-for-play model really sucks. Mirror journals suck. The idea that there's an open access one and a closed access one, and the payment model is what determines which one you go into or how it's accessed, the economics of access. Open access journals are perceived poorly because of these predatory journals and low quality journals, which is a bit of a headwind for us. I hope that we've managed to, now that we've managed to successfully bootstrap our venue, or at least start to bootstrap it, we'll be overcoming this particular obstacle. But I heard firsthand in person from people at conferences who told me, oh, I got the email from you about your journal. I just thought it was a scam because you used all these famous people's names and MIT's name in it, but I'd never heard of you. And so, yeah, people thought I was a scammer. People thought I was a predatory editor. So it's probably good that people are skeptical and wary, but it does make it a little bit harder to get one of these publications off the ground. And it can lead to this kind of vicious circle situation. And we spoke about subpub, this unbundling of the publishing economics earlier. And so, yes, there's also this community, Creative Commons and open source vibe with cryptocurrencies. Obviously, Bitcoin is one of the crowning achievements of open source software and engineering more generally. And so to have a kind of closed source model based on, like, from the field that was minted, based on this kind of triumph of open source software seems basically hypocritical. So don't want to be a hypocrite. Thank you very much. And let's talk and finish off by talking about a few possible future horizons. So we spoke about preprint servers earlier. Preprint servers are great, but they also kind of, some of them have like a sort of shadow gatekeeping situation because not everything is allowed to go on there. There is a little bit of verification going on. And when there's humans doing verification, then you can bet your bottom dollar that there's politics and all the rest of it. So we're thinking of setting up our own preprint server. Let us know if you think we should or not. We haven't decided yet. We're leaning towards doing it, but it's not an urgent situation. We're also trying to understand how we can build concurrent submissions policies. The idea being that if a researcher submits a paper to one journal, they're not supposed to publish it to send it to another one until the outcome has come back. But these outcomes can take months or even years. So we've heard stories of researchers that built new cryptographic constructions, and they got stuck in the peer review process so long that the timeliness of the work and the impact of it had faded by the time that they were able to publish this peer-reviewed research, verified research. So we mustn't allow that to happen. The publishing process must reflect and respect the nature of the field, the pace of it, the trends of it, and the philosophy of it. So we're also thinking about conflicts of interest, trying to understand how to do those better. So in the traditional publishing and academic publishing system, you usually talk about interrelations between researchers, co-workers, students and professors, and so on. So that's not good enough here. Everyone's printing their own money. So everyone's got pockets full of tokens. And so we have to understand how to do that better without creating a chilling effect or putting targets on people's backs. So again, I'd love to hear more about that. Quinn DuPont gave a couple of great talks at our recent conferences, and the paper is going into our first the Issue 0 of Cryptoeconomic Systems Journal on some guiding principles and suggestions for ethical research practices, and we'd like to use, or at least consider some of those in our conflicts of interest policy. So all ears on that one. We're looking for host organizations to hold future Cryptoeconomic Systems events. This is both curated smaller summits and the larger flagship peer review conference. We'd like to do the next conference in 2021 in Europe, so very much encourage any European institutions that are interested in hosting. We've already had several expressions of interest, and so we'd like to fill that out some more. Thank you very much. And we're also looking for sponsors to help us bootstrap the journal and to help us pay the bills. This is how we keep the journal to be the most open access possible. Nobody's paying to submit papers, nobody's paying to read the papers. Everything is completely as open as we can possibly make it. And so we're funding that in the same way that we fund the conferences and other work at Digital Currency Initiative, which is through a fundraising drive. So if you're interested in being accredited as a supporter of this initiative, please also get in touch. My email address is there, editor@cryptoeconomic.systems. And I just want to finish with a couple of announcements. One of them is that we're looking to bootstrap a new research prize in concert with several other leading conferences in the space. We've got Financial Crypto from the IACR, Stanford Blockchain Conference, and Advances in Financial Technology from the ACM. And we'd like to make a committee of committees to decide on a prize for the most impactful research done in any given year. And so we're looking to raise some money to seed that prize, and there's naming rights and other benefits available. So if that's interesting, please also get in touch, editor@cryptoeconomic.systems. And just want to say thank you and direct you to our journal call for papers, which is currently opened a couple of weeks ago, and it stays open for another 2 months or so. And so, yeah, this is Cryptoeconomic Systems, a new diamond open access journal published by the MIT Press, exploring impactful original research and reviews, analyses, systemizations of knowledge in the interdisciplinary domain of cryptocurrency and blockchain technology. And thanks for your time.